Picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do. Say I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Ding ding. Ding ding. Why you just have that look up on your face with the underestimation? It is so yesterday. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. If you think I've had enough, well, I guess you don't know tough. I'll never be the one to back down. You haven't been the first one to show me doubt. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. You're never breaking me, never stopping me, never making me be less than all of me. Know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me.
Hello guys, welcome to the second day of Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals MLBB Season 5. Today we gonna witness some epic battles from the team who's are gonna play. And now, I'm with the boys who are preparing for the pre-show. Let the battle begin.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals MLBB Season 5. A really warm, welcome to every single one to the show. My name is Abstract and this is gonna be a pre-show segment together with my Singaporean homies. Represent! I've got Churros and I've got Aris, both of which are from the side of Stream A and Stream Stream C. How are you boys doing today?
Man, can't complain. Honestly, loving the time in Kuala Lumpur this time around, especially Quill City Mall. I mean, everything is right here. You see the set, amazing set, new
Absolutely.
set right here. But babe, how are you feeling?
Hey, I'm doing fine, dear. Thanks for asking. We didn't really have a good time in Stream C. We had huge games, but I think we'll talk a little bit about the results later on.
Yeah.
But hey, I gotta admit, the city's fine. The water's fine. Come on in. Come on in. The water's fine.
I honestly miss casting with you guys. Like back in MPL SG, we've always been together.
We're taking over the show today.
We're taking over the show
SG
today.
show.
We've got a nice couch over here.
Yeah, but one thing that I would like to address is what is all this bromance without me?
You don't know.
Are you the host?
He doesn't
Are you a
know.
caster?
But he doesn't know.
I'm main host. I'm
the
main
caster?
host.
No, but are you a
Scoot
caster?
aside.
But-
Scoot
Yeah,
aside. Scoot aside
Come
right
on
now.
in.
Scoot
Come
aside.
on in.
The water's fine. The water's fine,
Water's
ladies and
fine.
gentlemen.
Okay,
This is it. This
It's
is
easier
it.
for the-
This
for the
is it.
camera to
This is way
right
easier.
now.
They
We
only
just
have
had
like
that
two camera to really work with. So to be honest, I gotta have to talk about the groups thus far. Whatever that has happened in the past one day, which was only at yesterday. So, Churros, tell me a little bit more about Group A.
So Group A, TLPH topping the charts with 5 points. Then Homebois and RSGPH with 4. Geek Fam steady around 3.
They
But
do
they still have a
okay.
chance today
Yeah.
breaking through the top 3. Remember, guys, only the top 3 of each group gets into the finals. The final playoffs that's happening on the 2nd to 4th of August at Quill City Mall.
Yeah.
Team Flash, man, they had a really rough time. But babe, you want to take this?
Yeah, NIP Flash as well as Bigotry
a
Battle.
little
Which
bit
honestly, both
uncomfortable.
teams, honestly, both teams had good performances, but they find themselves at the bottom of the charts with only 1 point each.
Yeah.
It is definitely unfortunate. But hey, this is not the true face of NIP Flash. I've been telling my Malaysian homies yesterday the whole time, it's not the true NIP Flash. So if you guys want to see the true NIP Flash, watch MPL SG lah, huh? So for now, we gotta have to talk about Group B as well, right?
Yeah, of
We've
course.
got Group A and Group B. So let's just run it on down and take a look at what exactly has happened thus far, Aris.
Yeah, so in Group B, definitely a little bit more exciting in terms of the games. A little bit of a run back to MSC Gauntlet. We got Fnatic owning all the way at the top
Spicy.
of the table with 6 points, tying it up with the Udurate Giants.
Yeah.
Still undefeated after 122 days.
122. If they win today, today, it'll be
Tomorrow,
123.
123.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2,
And then
3.
we have the Falcon AP brand boys in the middle of the pack alongside with Smart Omega, 3 points each. And to round it off, two very unfortunate teams that have to be in this group is See You Soon as well as Rebellion in 0 points.
Well, very, very difficult for See You Soon and Rebellion
It's
to
tough,
get
it's tough.
to the top 3 spots. They have a gauntlet to face, man. Fnatic Onyx, Udurate Giants, they are having a match today. So this is honestly, we were talking to the boys from YRG, and they were saying like, hey, we already beat AP Bren. Fnatic Onyx is honestly the last hurdle that we need to face in our group to really make it through to the playoffs and have a really good number.
I mean,
but yeah.
I mean, ultimately, it is what we want to see when it comes down to YRG versus FNOC. Is really just about the battle between the Sky Kings versus the Sky Prince. And this is where I really want to talk more about what is about to happen for the entirety of today. Because we, as you guys probably know, if you have been tuning into stream A, B, and C yesterday, you would have known that we have split up some of these games. As such, you will be able to tune into very specific streams for very specific games that you would like to watch. Like for example, if you're a Malaysian who really just want to watch YRG, you gotta have to tune in to stream A and take a look at their game at 6:30 p.m. Well, in the meantime, you know, we have a lot of Filipinos and Indonesian teams over here, so it's pretty much spread all across the board. So take a look at this schedule, tell me what you guys feel about it, and of course, tune into the streams that you would want to watch, or even better, tune into every single one by popping in every single one of these links.
Yeah, I'm honestly looking forward to my stream A. We're Asians, not Bishans or Asians.
Oh,
After
okay,
all,
that's what you're gonna do about it, huh?
who would want to miss YRG versus Fnatic Onyx?
Okay, you know know what? This is where we draw the line. I ain't sitting next to you anymore. No more.
The only thing you have is a nice set, and we can all agree with that.
He said it, not me. He said it.
Overseas for the cool kids.
Yeah,
anyways.
yeah. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Okay. Speaking of Udurate Giants, we have to talk a little bit more about them.
Sure. Let's just talk about them, alright? Because when it comes down to Udurate Giants, they have been on a 121-day win streak since yesterday. And MSC did not stop them at all. And I gotta have to say, this is amazing coming in from YRG. And in fact, not necessarily just YRG, because we are starting to see the resurgence of this Malaysian region too. As we preview what happened yesterday, Homebois, I believe that they have been technically undefeated in their series as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, you speak about the Malaysia region, and I think prior to yesterday's games, a lot of people looked at Homebois and went, they have a bit of a roster change, and obviously the performances in MSC wasn't the best. But coming into day one, I think they were fantastic, right? Not exactly the cleanest of games, but the fact that they managed to overcome the demons and even managed to win their series against NIP Flash. We have to start talking about the region as a whole. They look fantastic in day one.
Yeah. Homebois actually beat Geek Fam, and everyone was favoriting Geek Fam. It was a 1-2 or 2-1. They beat them 2-1. First game, a little bit of a rough way. It's a warm-up game for them, and then, oh man, the comeback from the entirety of Homebois was just on point from the entirety of that team. It really shows that they've played together, although they only trained together 7 days before coming into the challenge finals. They actually showed a lot of synergy coming into this.
Exactly. I gotta have to say, Malaysians, they definitely are the surging waves or the raging waves at this point in time. So perhaps we'll be able to tell a little bit more about how Homebois and YRG is doing on the tier list as we see all the way at the S tier. Alright, so this tier list is formulated based on the games of yesterday and of course based on how they have been doing thus far throughout their entire career. So at the top, we do have Yudo Red Giants, Falcons AP brand, as well as Team Liquid PH. Any objections from you two?
No, I think it's unified across the board, right? And obviously, although Falcons AP brand lost to Yudo Red Giants, but they are still up there. They're still like, I can't see any other team other than these two kind of going head to head in the grand finals, which we'll talk a little bit more about later on. But Team Liquid PH, they are up there as well, undefeated in day one, and so I think it's only rightfully so that these three teams are in the S tier.
Well, that being said, they still have quite a bit of things to work out. Team Liquid PH actually gave a game over to the Bigatron Beta, the MDL teams. This is a B tier team, and rightly so, because I view them as the underdogs. After yesterday's performance, even though they lost against RSG PH, they actually, made Liquid PH, Team Liquid PH, have a tough time against them.
Right. Now, with that covering S tier, we only have one team that is on A tier, and that is going to be Fnatic Onyx, the only one lone porcupine up here. Why is it so that they are alone here? No one else really classified for A tier?
I think the A tier list is a very tricky list to work with, right? Because they're just underneath the S tier, but there is still a certain degree of promising performances that they had in day one. And this brings me back to B tier, right? What's at the A tier and the B tier part? As that Bigatron Beta and Homebois, despite all odds or despite popular opinion, they've made the performance scene, right? They lost the games or they won the games by just a little bit. But it's promising, and that's why they're B tier. And I think for C tier and D tier, about the performances in yesterday's games, kind of speaks for itself.
It's still too early for us to say anything, at least for the members in C tier and D tier. Let's be honest here, we see NIP Flash currently in D tier. Our hands are forced, okay? We're here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
Man.
We're all Singaporeans on the board. I think we all can agree that they don't belong in D tier, but we don't have a choice.
They did the tier list without us before we arrived.
Exactly. We don't have a choice yet. So.
I think I remember they tied us up in a dark room. That's all I remember.
You remember something? I don't remember anything. I just remember turning off the cameras and boom, I'm back here on the set. Like, that is definitely amazing stuff, because how do I not remember anything?
Yeah.
But okay, I do want to reference back to the MSC games that we have seen before from NIP Flash, since we are on that topic, right? They did fight against Homebois before, and they came up victorious on top of Homebois in a 3-2 fashion. And coming into the SPS 2024, we unfortunately didn't really see the best out of NIP Flash, with them losing 1-2 over to Homebois. What exactly happened there?
Well, I think it's the El Clasico, right? It's the MYSG rivalry, and true enough, they gave us a bit of a treat. In MSC, yes, NIP Flash came up on top of Homebois in the quarterfinals, 3-2. But in yesterday's game, Homebois actually did really, really well. I think there was a little bit of an instability in NIP Flash draft coming in, or rather not the draft, but the roster coming into yesterday's game as well. We didn't see Diablo playing. It was actually Ademir that was playing the EXP lane.
See.
They brought in Owl into the goal lane, and not to say that it doesn't work out. It's just I think they have some issues that they have to kind of rough it out
Really
and
just iron it out.
So we could see the return of Diablo. That could provide a different result in day 2, hopefully for the better. They might stick to Adamir. You know, we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Okay. Now, there is, of course, another game that deserves to be mentioned. Another case of rivalry match, all right? So we've got Fnatic Onyx all the way in the group stages of MSC 2024. They fought against See You Soon, and we all thought that, this is a classic game. FNOC, they're gonna making this run in the park. But that clearly didn't happen, and Peter King definitely showed us exactly what See You Soon is entirely made of. And it does seem as though that when it comes down to SPS 2024, Fnatic Onyx took 2-0, a grand return. And of course, the ascension of the Porcupines, the Sky Kings coming in against these Owls. Is it the lack of Peter King or the Filipinos in general?
There's a lot of factors considering this specific series alone. Fnatic Onyx, they're in their redemption arc. They want to prove to everyone outside of everywhere.
Yeah.
Just they're still in the top spot. They are gunning their own, like the similar lineup that they had in MSC. See You Soon doesn't have MP to King, so a lot of people say, oh, no MP, no win. That might be one of the contributing factors, but it's still too early to say. But what I can say though is Fnatic Onyx really looks strong this time around. They've been playing together for years upon seasons, and this really shows that they won in dominating fashion anyways.
They have definitely made a name for themselves, Fnatic Onyx that is, and it is a sudden nosedive of Fnatic Onyx is way too sudden. So to be honest, I'm not too surprised that they are actually still a very good team, just that they haven't really had the best games, especially in MSC. So I would just count that off as a kind of like a one-time thing where
not every day is a Sunday.
Not every day is a Sunday. Yeah, exactly. Now, of course, we're gonna have to take a look at quite a bit of things next, right? Because we do have quite some very interesting stuff that has happened yesterday, right? But before that, we are definitely want to taking a look at what kind of plays that we have got, because at the end of yesterday we did have 3 players that have pretty much scored them, the play of the day, and I'm pretty sure that we have got Stream A coming up in here. Stream A, we've got Geek Fam versus Bigatron Beta. That's gonna be the first game.
It's gonna be first game.
You do Red Giants, FNOC, and then RSGPH versus Homebois. Which one we gonna have to look out for?
Definitely the Udo Red Giants versus Fnatic Onyx, because they are topping the charts at this point. Udo Red Giants this is their final hurdle if they really want to solidify their space at the top spot of the group stages.
Right.
We like I said, we talked to the boys yesterday. They're not really scared of any other team except for the respect that they showed towards Fnatic Onyx.
So that is the one that we're gonna have to watch, huh?
Yes, sir.
YRG versus FNOC, Sky Kings, Sky Prince. Kind of tough to beat. While Stream B, I gotta represent. I'm from Stream B on this very comfy couch, as you guys can see over here. Too comfortable, perhaps, but you know what? It's all great, fine, and dandy. We do have Homebois versus Liquid Echo, the game that you all should be watching. But after that, we do have got Falcons AP Brand versus Smart Omega, and then afterwards with Geek Fam ID versus Team Liquid Echo once again. So we've got a lot of Philippine teams that will be fighting here in Stream B, but most notably, Homebois versus Liquid Echo. The Homebois have pretty much been, they have been talking smack, right? And specifically, they did talk smack to RSGPH though, but they have pretty much self-proclaimed that they are the PH Slayers. So
that is a title that's a bit contentious. Controversial.
I don't know if they want to really put themselves out there. Everyone's gonna.
It's a bit of a pedestal, right? You have to.
But then again, arguably Malaysia is now the strongest region based on MSC international worldwide competition.
Well, we have to hold that because it's still early to tell.
It's still early to tell.
But over on to Stream C, we have RGPH up against NIP Flash. Both teams looking good yesterday. Can't say the same for NIP Flash. No, I kind of received those words. And then follow up, we have See You Soon against Rebellion, and then we'll cap off the day with Bigatron Beta against NIP Flash.
So, of course, we've got a really quick understanding as to what we have seen before between RSG Philippines versus Gig Fam yesterday. Group A, round 2. There's so many things going on about, and I gotta have to say, we've got Group A that have pretty much shown their mettle time and time again, but one of the most important thing is the resurgence of some of these heroes. You know, there have been different kind of heroes that's been popping right out, and let's not forget about the difference of the new patch itself, right? New items, new heroes. There's so many things that we can eventually be talking about, right? So honestly, I'm super excited how that will eventually become. However, we are going to go off for a very short break first, as we are going to be settling down in our respective streams, and only after that we will be split up once again into our group A, B, or rather stream A, B, and C. So which stream you're going to be tuning in, or are you going to be streaming to all of them? So make sure you guys don't go away too far. We'll be right back with you.
Here we go!
Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I'll be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Ding ding. Ding ding. Why you just have that look upon your face with the underestimation? It is so yesterday. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. If you think I've had enough, well, I guess you don't know tough. I'll never be the one to back down. You haven't been the first one to show me doubt. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. You never bring
Alright, Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. And we have got quite a day for you guys as we have a lot of games lined up for you. With the very first game today, Homebois Malaysia going up against Team Liquid Philippines. I'm pretty sure that every single one of you guys are waiting, tuning for this because Homebois, boy, they have been talking smack about Philippines time and time again. But you know what? What is the best way to instigate things by having a Malaysian here? It would be great if, okay, for now,
I
turn
can
out you're
pretend.
Filipino. Yeah?
I can pretend.
You're Filipino now.
Komusta?
Selamat pagi. Wait. Well, thank you, Stingray is Indonesian or was it
Huh?
I know selamat pagi means
Selamat pagi is good morning
good
in
morning.
Indonesia.
Yeah, in Indonesia. That
Yeah.
means in Tagalog is thank you, Stingray.
There you go.
There
guys.
you go.
There
You
you
learned
go.
something.
aware of that one. That's news to me right there.
But of course, let's get all the formalities up in here. My name's Abstract. With me here is Sadafa as well as Eterna.
Hello.
We've got quite a show for you guys, and I'm super excited as we finally got Eterna back
I'm
on set
abstract.
with us.
I'm abstract, sorry.
Ah,
I'm
Abstract with me as well, so I got a little bit of a doppelganger thing going on about. But Eterna, how have you been doing?
I've been good. I've been busy casting a lot of these events coming through. So I'm actually excited what will happen here at SPS. I'm considering whether or not we'll see something similar in terms of meta because obviously a lot of things can change and a lot of things can happen in just the course of a few weeks or a few days even.
Yeah, so I gotta have to say things have been great. The games itself has been amazing. Nothing short, nothing less, and they're very comparable to very high-tier international events. So to be honest, I just want to see the best out of Homebois and Team Liquid Philippines. So without further ado, let's talk a little bit more about Homebois.
We got the boys right here. We got Yetri, Amal, Udil, Amal, and Nets. And for those of you who may be just joining us today, you may realize that this is a very different lineup than we saw from MSC. Homebois has been through a little bit of a shakeup, and I have to admit, I personally didn't have enough faith in our boys, but they really proved themselves by winning out their game so far. So I'm really excited to actually get to cast a game personally and see what they truly can do.
Don't worry, not just you. Not just you that thought about that. But Homebois, they have definitely showed us what they are entirely made of. So maybe we'll be able to find out a little bit more. And I really hope that this interview will have Udil talk to us, perhaps. So let us just pass it over to the host upstairs and tell us a little bit more about what they are expecting out of this game.
And now I am in the Homebois player booth with the one and only, the spicy boy, Udil. Hello, hello. Okay, so how are you? It's now day 2 and yesterday, first day, you guys were amazing. Can I just say? I was at the edge of my seat. I was like, oh my God, we only have 2 representatives and Homebois is doing an amazing job. Now, going up against Liquid Echo, if you guys actually manage to secure this, the possibility of entering playoffs is very, very high. So, Udil, what do you think? Do you guys think you guys can win this against Echo?
Yeah, hopefully.
Hopefully. Okay, which one of your teammates, let's do a little bit of a game. Which one of your teammates is the loudest?
Loudest. Surprisingly, Mal is the loudest, even though he, macam pendiam kan, introvert. Tapi di in-game dia sangat berisik, guys.
Oh, Mal is the noisiest? And he's quite new. Okay, so why is Mal the noisiest? Is he like the in-game leader, your shot caller, or is he just noisy?
Yeah, because sometimes he buat decision, dan second loudest aku rasa Nets.
Oh, Nats is second. King of Semut, they say in Malaysia. Okay, so which one is the one who's very stubborn? Never listens to anything.
Kita semua baik, guys. Kita semua tak ada yang tak patuh. Kita semua follow the rules.
You follow the rules?
I am.
Sometimes?
Often.
Not always, but sometimes. Okay, I like that. All right, so what about your 2 new players? How are they adapting? Are they comfortable? Do they talk? Is communications okay?
Yeah, they were doing good. You guys bisa tengok dari result kemarin. So aku sangat senang dengan perkembangan mereka. Aku sangat senang dengan kerja keras mereka. JG, RSG, itu dorang berisik, guys.
Okay, since the other booth is saying GG RSG, how about Can you guys like cheer? A little bit of a cheer? Can we hear that? Like, go Homeboys or something? Whatever your cheer is, can we do that? Can we get Coach? Coach, lead the chant. So, because they said GGRSG, are you guys not gonna do anything? We wanna hear it. We wanna see it on cam. Okay? Okay, Coach is briefing them because that's what the coaches do. Udil, go back there. I want you guys to cheer from there, okay? Okay, all right. Here we go. We're gonna see it firsthand, guys, from the player booth of Homeboys itself. All right, get comfy. Can I join? I'm gonna join. Okay, ready? I'll join from the side. Stay true, Homeboys! There we go. Stay true, Homeboys. It's now time to throw it to the casters to know what they think about this game.
Thank you so much, Rose, and of course, thank you so much to Udil. Who would have thought that Mars is the one that is the loudest one, even though he's kind of like a introvert apparently. So, Eterna, well, what would you expect out of Homeboys, especially since like, you know, the PH Slayers, and now technically you are like PH Eterna.
Oh yeah, I'm PH
Eterna.
Okay, Filipino Eterna here.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm actually quite curious what the Homeboys have, right? I mean, even you mentioned that you had a little bit of doubt in them, and the fact that they have 2 new players coming through. It's interesting to see how everything has really blended together, because from the side of, you know, Echo, it's very different, right? They've been together for so long. We know what they're made of. They have been very strong all throughout MSC and even coming here into SPS. So that difference is going to be one of the main highlights for me personally in that regard.
Now, speaking of Echo, I'm pretty sure that we're gonna have to take a look and run it down on what exactly we have from Team Liquid PH. Eterna, walk me through this.
Yep, we have Sanford, we have Carl TZ, the GOAT, Sanji, JP, as well as Benny QT. And, you know, a lot of people have said, you know, at MSC that perhaps something was kind of off with them. Maybe Sanford was struggling in his terms of hero pool, his picks that was opted for him in the EXP lane. But I'm pretty sure after that loss that they went through, it was a hard loss, by the way. Like,
yeah.
I actually got the chance to talk to a few of them after their loss, and they didn't expect them to go home that quickly. They expected to go all the way into the grand finals.
It's kind of come to the point whereby even they themselves, to a certain extent, wouldn't really know what went wrong. You know the brand Nokia, like they did so well in technology, right? But they just went down all the way when it comes to everything.
Shout out.
But I mean, they're kind of like that. But back then, they were good, but they have no idea why they even fell. They did nothing wrong, but this is kind of like the same situation for Team Liquid PH. They did nothing wrong. Their lineup is still the same. They have been still playing themselves super well, but ultimately, they haven't really been showing themselves all that great in the international scene.
Well, you know what they say about Nokias as well, right? Even after all this time, they're still very sturdy devices.
Interesting.
So I think that Liquid's still gonna be able to hold on pretty well here, but let's talk about what's on screen, right?
Okay, we gotta, right? Because when it comes down to casters' prediction between Homeboys Malaysia versus Team Liquid Philippines, we have one very different prediction. Both Eterna and I have, of course, opted that Team Liquid PH will be 2-0ing out of Homeboys. Now, care to share a little bit more about this, Adafa, other than the fact that you're Malaysian?
Oh, can I not use that as a reason?
No.
Oh, that's not allowed.
No.
I believe in the Homeboys. I didn't believe in them yesterday. They deserve my faith today, and so I am giving it to them. I've seen the spark, right? I have seen the light, Abstract.
Okay.
And the Homeboys, I'm really excited to see what they have to bring to the table.
I'm doing you a huge favor. The moment that you say, oh, because I'm Malaysian, they're Malaysian, I'm supporting them, that means they are not good, and you're just working on faith. You see?
Oh, but I am working on faith, though.
But you're gonna have to work on their mechanics and macro.
And the basis of support is faith. You gotta have faith first.
Maybe he's the curse. Maybe you shouldn't have predicted Homeboys this time.
Nah, it's okay. I'm not Lavelle.
Okay.
Okay. Fair point. Let's condolences, Lavelle. Now, let's just run through onto the pick ban phase right now, because right off the bat, we are already looking at Roger, Angela, Arlett. We've got Chip, Moskov, and Ling that has already been thrown into the banning pool.
You know, I think there's one thing that's really important to note before we get into this drafting phases. I think one of the main issues with TLPH earlier on was the fact that maybe they needed a little bit more time to adapt to the meta, right? So we're going to see exactly what prioritizes are going to come forth here, and it looks like the Harith is going to be picked up first by Homebois. Now, people have found and teams have found a lot of success on blue side. Zafa, do you have the same sentiment?
I do think that having blue side is very valuable nowadays because with the way that the meta has developed, yes, there's a lot of different power picks that are available, which would ordinarily be a sign of red side superiority. But because of the strength of each of these picks individually, being able to choose the one that you want to draft around the most at the very beginning has increased a lot of value. That's why you push the pressure onto the red side to have to get rid of heroes like the Ling, like the Moskov, to make sure that these kind of picks don't show up.
But I'm quite surprised, right? Moskov being in the first phase of the ban. Is this respect or not? Because usually we see the Moskov getting banned in like the second phase.
I will admit that Net doesn't play a lot of Moskov overall. Harith is actually a lot more of a comfort pick from him. But we already watched the games yesterday. Moskov was basically responsible for turning games around multiple times. It's just the sort of hero that scales so well that he's going to be scary no matter what.
Now, I think it has come to the point whereby Moskov is so annoying in the end game, and most of these teams are generally wanting to play over to the end game scenario to really find themselves a win, whereby they can be more comfortable with how the state of the game is going through thus far.
Sir,
but for now,
what's your
let us
command?
just run
Your
through
team
the
is
picks
banned.
coming in for both of these teams, with Homebois picking out onto the Harith, Valentina, and Terizla, while Team Liquid PH have gotten themselves the Edith, Zask again, and Hayabusa.
Yeah, it's a strong lineup here from Homebois, right? And it's definitely setting up for an assassin pick. With the Terizla being placed in the EXP lane, we do have a lot of mid prio as well, with the Valentina and of course gold lane prio with the Harith. Now, I think Team Liquid PH, they understand this. That's why the Fanny has been respected out of the board. And they're also trying to make sure that this Harith has a good lane, right? Carry gets taken off the board as well. I think one of the things that we found really succeed against the Harith, however, was the Melissa. What do you think about Melissa in the gold lane against the Harith?
We haven't seen Melissa in Stream B thus far. I'm not too sure if the other streams have seen any gameplay of her recently, but she's definitely not one of the gold lanes that you see
open to the idea,
prioritized
though. Yeah.
these days. Yeah, it can work because she really hurts in the early stages. It's so hard to lane against her, and especially when you're on a hero like Harith, you really aim to win the gold lane. So if you're already put behind early, it loses out a lot of that window of opportunity. The problem of Melissa is that her ability to carry games is a lot lower these days because even though she has that ultimate, assassins jump on her very easily.
So speaking of the Melissa, we've got a lot of talks about the marksman that Team Liquid PH gonna have to pick up. But unfortunately, with Claude and Carry out of the picture, that Melissa pick might actually just surface unless Team Liquid PH understands that there is a possibility that Homebois will want to play something even more aggressive, despite the fact that Fanny and Ling has already been banned out. There could still be assassins that is available for Homebois. And you know the drill. Whenever there is an assassin on the opponent's side and you are super afraid of giving them that kind of snowball, you naturally just revert over to a Ruby Gold lane where you are just sandbagging your own lane.
I don't really think it's going to be a Ruby Gold lane here. I figured it would most likely be a Beatrix because this is kind of the pocket pick for players like Benny QT. When you've run out of other marksmen, Beatrix is just always a good failsafe. And she's pretty strong in the early game as well, so actually able to put up a pretty solid 1v1 against Harith.
I don't know. I'm kind of worried about the Beatrix, honestly, in lane against the Harith. I agree with everything that you mentioned before that, but the lane with the Harith, I think that's going to be very interesting to see. A player like Benny Cutie should have the experience to understand how that 1v1 works, but this is quite interesting, right? Bane. We've been seeing a lot of Bane really resurface into the meta and Akaja. Now that's really what I wanted to get to, right? The Beatrix needs proper setup for her to really pop off. I was thinking something like the Tigreal, but it was HB that was picking it up. So with the Kaja Beatrix, this is a combo that we've seen from way back when. I like this draft coming in.
I absolutely understand how they have drafted a Beatrix leading into a Kaja now. Understandably, whenever you will want to, whenever you have a Zask, you will want want to play a little bit more pick-off, especially since you can ramp up the damage coming from the Death Ray. But not only can they take advantage of this Zask, they can use a Beatrix who can really burst people down that is within the Divine Judgment, or you can even double dip into having some nice zone control when it comes down to Nebulo's Passion or Banet's Rage. And that is where Beatrix really shine, being able to dip her toes in every single segment, whereby she has high ground, she have wave clear, she have crowd control, not crowd control, but she have aerial denial, she got burst. It's pretty insane of a marksman, and I'm super excited to see what exactly Team Liquid PH have got in store for us. As for now, we are going to be jumping into game number 1. Thank you over to Eterna. We'll invite her back over to the game right after this game. But for now, how is this gonna be between Homebois versus Liquid PH?
Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your seats because we are going to be jumping into game number 1. Homebois up on the blue side versus a Liquid Philippines on the red. And I think this is going to be a very interesting battle as well because it does seem clear to be Homebois, they've got a team fight lineup. Liquid, they got a pick-off lineup. It should be pretty fun.
But it isn't fun indeed. Whenever we see a early game pause, it always leads into something fun. you can't disagree with that, right?
Fun with quotes.
Fun with quotes. I mean, subjective. But now at least we have a lot of time to really just kind of digest what is going on and what we can expect coming in from Homebois lineup, or what we can expect from Team Liquid PH lineup. I did very briefly talk about the fact that Team Liquid PH kind of thrives in that pickoff, considering that we've got JP that can literally just Divine Judgment someone. Benny Cutie can take advantage of it. Sanji can take advantage of it. Heck, sometimes even Carl Teasy can take advantage of it. And I believe that they still have pretty strong game when it comes down to team fight. But how about Homebois? This kind of look like they are just going all in on the team fights.
Homebois is just straight up really strong at 5v5, right? They have Penalty Zone, they have Implosion, they have the Deadly Catch. If Liquid decides to go for a direct 5v5 lineup, Homebois should win on paper almost every single time. Yes, Liquid's still gonna have a pretty good team fights, right? They got strong AoEs with Beatrix and the Zask, but it still doesn't quite match up if they all get caught together. So they want to be the ones controlling like how the fight is ongoing, I think.
I would believe that Team Liquid would be the one that really wants to control and be the pace setter, especially since you would want the Kaja to constantly be roaming about, open up the river a little bit, trying to get the true dominance around. Understandably, yes, we're looking at Tigreal. He's a lot more beefy as compared to Kaja, but you gotta have to understand that Kaja definitely have got the range to outpoke against this Tigreal.
Now, I personally do want to ask, right? I think it's pretty easy to look at the lineups and say Homebois is team fight, Liquid is pick off, right?
Yeah.
But how about phases of the game, right? Who should be at the advantage in the first few minutes, and who should be playing more like aggressively or defensively?
So at least what I believe, right? You can verify for me after that, right? We've got Edith as well as Teresa in the EXP lane. You want to leave these two alone. It's just a wet noodle fight all day, every day, probably all the way until 5 minutes until one of them gets unlocked. Now, at least when it comes down to Harith versus a Beatrix, we know that Harith is outright just going to be sandbagging the lane and being able to use a Synchro Fission to, number 1, poke Beatrix, and number 2, clear the wave at the same time, giving this Harith great lane priority. But now it leaves over to the question about Zask. Is he really all that meta? How does he play onto Valentina, having Valentina being one of those mage heroes that have the best, which is the best in lane priority, probably fighting against Novaria as well as Lilia. So to answer that, I would say that Homebois, very likely they are the one that would really want to encapsulate the entirety of the river and try to put themselves on the map in the goal lane as much as possible to really oppress this Beatrix, to make sure Beatrix don't get the farm that they want.
That does make sense to me, and I even remember back in the day, or maybe not quite as recently, but Homebois used to be very well known for being kings of the river in MPL NY. They really like playing those river fights and have a tendency to win out river fights as well, so if they're able to play around that phase, might be good for them. Of course, it's a different player lineup than those days, right?
Yep.
So I'm very interested to see what kind of identity this version of Homebois will forge for themselves.
I believe that all in all, Homebois, as long as they play safe, right? They play safe, they gotta group themselves up together. The one thing that they would really be afraid of would be Sanford setting things up for the team. Otherwise, if whenever you're just grouping up as 5, you're not afraid of Kaltizis, Ogi Shadowkill, you're not that afraid of Sanji when it comes down to the Dominator's Descent Death Ray, because you will want to try to kind of cycle the damage between your front lines. You have Maul, you have Ye, and you have Amol. They all can really cycle all these damage relatively effectively. And let's not forget about the fact that IMU coming in from Udil would be able to play a very major part. What kind of roles they want to fill, or rather, what kind of gaps they want to fill. Do they want more catch and they can actually get the Divine Judgment? Do they want to clear waves, or do they want to just deny an area, deny a zone that Sanji has managed to capture for himself through the Nightmarish Spawn? Then Nibiru's Passion, Bennett's Rage, all these are relatively good ultimates that you may potentially steal. You want to get out of situations fast? Oh, you Shadow Kill.
It is actually a really nice game for a Valentina, right? I feel like Udil has basically his pick. Whatever he needs is already available for him on the side of Liquid, like you mentioned, right? You have Setup in Divine Judgment, you have Escape in Ogi Shadow Kill and Dominator's Descent, and then you have Damage in Primal Wrath or Nibiru's Passion. It's just so many different things you can go for, but we also have to note, when it comes to drafting, right, there's usually 2 ways to counter Valentina. You either don't give them any good ults at all,
or give them
you give them so many that they can't choose one. And well, I think this very clearly falls into the latter. Could that be a problem?
I would say that you probably would be pretty happy with the kind of ultimates that you're able to get, because yes, you are able to throw this Valentina with so much ultimate that you gotta have to force Udil to go kind of micromanage what are the ultimates, what are the things that I gotta have to do and really keep out for. So this actually makes Udil have a little bit of a difficult time to really understand right now what do I need. It forces them to be forces him to be a little bit greedy based on the situation and react based on that. So that is technically quote-unquote the bad thing. But the good thing, if he's really damn good with Valentina and waits for the right time, the justification will come in and he will be super, super gratified.
Well, I guess we'll find out whether we will see that gratification here as we jump right into the land of Dawn and
back to us again.
Back to us again. Guys, you guys, it's okay. You know, we gotta let it simmer.
Yes.
Right? There's something
like
called
pressure
marinating.
cooker.
Yeah, pressure cooking.
Yeah, marinating in the pressure cooker.
Yeah.
Hey.
You gotta wait for the good things to come.
Good things comes to those who wait.
Yes.
Hey. We're just kind of like fumbling the sentences one way or another, but it creates a very nice sentence altogether.
Yeah, good things will come to those who wait, right?
Yeah.
If you guys waited for us to get things right,
hey,
you get the right answer. Hey, that's good, right?
Now, of course, we have more or less been talking about the lineup that we expect out of Homebois, what is going to be their win condition in the early stages, Team Liquid also in the early game and such. But let's be honest here, most of the time, it is not about the early game. We have seen from many of these teams, they win the early game very well, but the late game just kind of meh.
I do agree. The early-late game phase kind of question, I think, has become a lot bigger in the current meta. In the past, you can kind of argue between playing different phases, because when you have tank junglers around and you have really bulky roamers, then you can kind of get away with making mistakes here and there. But now, when there's so much aggression, so much damage flying all over the place, you make a single mistake, your entire lead is gone, you fall super behind, you don't have any late game scaling, and you realize, oh, I'm just stuck in a bad situation. So looking at the drafts, who do you think is more likely for that to happen to?
Honestly, it kind of falls to me to be Liquid, PH. Their draft is a little bit more difficult to execute, in my opinion. While for Homebois, all they gotta do is throw ultimates, right? You got the Tigreal with the implosion, you got the penalty zone from As long as you see the right moments, and if your team is able to catch up to you, it's pretty normal for these teams to know what they want to do. It comes very instinctually.
Yeah, like when you have all these big ultimates together, when you have so much AoE and teamfight capability, it seems like it'd be a lot easier to approach things, right? You go in, penalty zone, implosion, deadly catch, the entire enemy team is just almost dead already.
Easier to execute. But
Liquid
it
needs a
falls
bit
hard.
more finesse, yes.
Yes.
But I think anyone who has played pub games and has had heroes like Tigreal and Terizla on their team and watched them whiff time and time again may not agree with you.
You know, you happen to be on the unfortunate side, you know. Once you fall hard because there is a long cooldown of that, and there's really nothing much you can do during that situation and during that time. But for now, while we have the time, it's great for us to be able to talk a little bit more about the team head-to-head between Homebois and Team Liquid PH. And as you can pretty much tell, we've got quite a bit of a interesting pick when it comes down to the most pick from both sides. Homebois, especially when it comes down to their season, or rather when it comes down to their career, we've got Xavier, and we have seen that ourselves with our own eyes in the MSC.
Udale, he loves Xavier, he loves to be aggressive, he loves playing on these mages that are able to do that damage. But let's come back to that a little bit later, because we are once again back in the land of Dawn. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get underway. Again, this is game 1 between Homebois and Team Liquid Philippines.
I can already tell that this is gonna be a good game, because good things come to those who wait. Every single one of you guys that have been waiting, this is gonna be a good game.
You guys have been marinating. Oh, hold on, Ogi Shadow kill. Okay, not gonna be enough here for CalTZ to get a kill.
Yep, a quick little poke ought to be enough for Team Liquid PH, but the purple buff is eventually going to be waiting for Team Liquid, or rather the other way around. CalTZ is gonna be waiting for the purple buff, while Homebois can actually take this advantage to try to gain control over the turtle as soon as they can, just so that they can kind of push this Hayabusa away, gain themselves quite a little bit of a lead before they even try to put themselves in their tougher spot 3 minutes into the game.
And the zoning seems to have worked, because Homebois are able to secure the first turtle of the game with no contest from Liquid. We could actually even see on the map that Mal was pressuring Carl in his own jungle, so Hayabusa just couldn't approach the objective at all.
Yeah, it's definitely great, especially since right now we're looking at the Kaja still stuck at level 3. So no threat coming from Kaja just yet. The pick of comp from Team Liquid is not quite available for their picking. So you're gonna have to let it cook a little bit more, as JP eventually made his way up to the top lane. Benny Cutie just reached level 4. So this is right when this is completely right, and it's going to the right way that I was expecting.
Ooh, Flicker, Divine Judgment gonna find a Heart of Implosion a bit too late, but Zaman Force comes out. Nets, can he escape? No! Dominator is descent, finishes him off. First blood gonna be claimed by Sanji. Sanji now gonna need to escape from Udil, who's taking a lot of damage. Ogi Shadow Kill gonna finish out Valentina, and the Daily Cat comes out, not gonna find Carl, who is right on top of Mal. Penalty zone going to miss completely, and Mal will pay the price. Triple kill for CalTZ, and make that another, as Homebois are effectively wiped out from the top lane.
Well, that's a good game indeed. Unfortunately, when it comes down to Homebois, they started that fight off, or rather, they got caught with their pants down. Team Liquid PH started off with a great flicker out from the side of JP, managing to even pop onto Nets and leaving Nets to a sliver of health. And I'm not too sure whether that was meant to be, but they left Nets alone for a longer period of time, making Nets think, I can just flicker away and I'll be safe and sound. But nope, that is where Sanji comes in and pop off the kill. And we gotta have to really zone in to see that Homebois, they are trying to do something against Team Liquid PH, thinking that they can turn the tides around. They want to gain something. They want to go for trades, only to find out that they are in an utterly bad spot.
So you know how I mentioned earlier that when you play pub games and you watch your teammates whiff their ultimates?
Yeah, your curse came in a little bit too early for that.
A little bit sooner than I would have expected, but Homebois, that was very messy, right? Liquid, they managed to take the fight exactly the way they wanted to. 1 by 1, splitting it up, skirmishing, and Homebois just couldn't find the 5v5, even though it was basically all players in the top lane. And now once again, penalty zone gonna be launched down, but Divine Judgment cancelled. JP gonna be the first one down. Deadly Catch not gonna stop the turtle being stolen by CalTZ, as Homebois now gonna be whittled down slowly. Already a double kill for the Hayabusa once again.
So I gotta have to say that Team Liquid getting themselves the turtle and of course a good amount of kills as well is pretty much expected. But Homebois themselves, they gotta have to really take this a lot more seriously, as due to the fact that hold on a
Carl
second.
jumping back in, gets pulled by the Sacred Hammer, gonna actually take quite a lot of damage, but Quad Shadows are in position. He gets out, no problem at all.
Now, back to the topic whereby Homebois, they had a great start with the first turtle being taken and JP definitely lower level, Benny Cutie at a lower level. Homebois should have expected the oncoming assault coming from Team Liquid PH, but caught with their pants down is unfortunate, and now Team Liquid has already brought about a total of 3.5 thousand gold lead.
Udil trying to do some damage. Implosion going to be used here. Not going to be enough from Benny Cutie. JP going to get caught in a 1v3 situation. So a little bit of a plus for Homebois.
The Homebois sitting on a breaking point. You can pretty much tell that they are definitely still in the game, but it's not going to be all that easy at all. The main priority that they're going to have to work with right now is to keep every single one of these turrets standing. The moment that you give Team Liquid the middle lane tier 1, you pretty much lose control of your side lane jungles, which is something that Hayabusa will make full use of very effectively. He will wipe out every single one of these waves. And down at the bottom, unfortunately, being able to get one.
Up, and Udil got pulled as well. Divine Judgment. Already 2 players dead on the side of Homebois, and the fight really just hasn't even began. Team Liquid effectively dismantling the front lines of the Homebois.
Team Liquid, they are doing God's favor for themselves. They went in for the proxy, ensuring that, you know what, you're not going to give it to me, I'm going to take it all for myself. I will zone you out, take the tier 1s, and you can't do anything about it.
And we can really see that. It feels like Homebois are floundering in the water. Oh,
what?
Oh, I think that may have been... That was a crab claw cannon snipe.
Hey.
I didn't even see that. But Amal getting a cheeky kill onto Sanji in the mid lane. Maybe a misposition. Sanford gonna get scouted out, taking quite a lot of damage. Already down to half HP. Gonna pop the Primal Wrath, make use of that passive. Penalty zone finds 2 in the back line, but no follow-up. Amal gonna be able to secure the turtle with the deadly catch as Sanford is finally finished off. JP now left all by himself, and Homeboy secures their very own double kill in the hands of Udil.
It's a very surprising outcome coming from the side of Team Liquid PH. I think Sanford himself also didn't realize or didn't expect why is he just not dealing damage. It's a full Wrath Primal Rage. He's going 1v1 against Udil, and Udil just walked away, went in for the kill onto him with completely unscathed. It's very questionable. Not too sure exactly what went on there, but regardless, Homeboy is the one that did manage to get themselves the third turtle, and they are encroaching into the later stages where the Lord eventually comes out.
Carl TZ with the Sky Piercer proc gonna solidify the legendary streak by finishing off Udil, getting a little bit of vengeance for the double kill he got earlier, and this Hayabusa is a threat. 8-0-1. Carl TZ, clearly the carry of the implosion, gonna find JP before he gets the Divine Judgment. Maul gonna be able to walk away, never mind. Legendary from Carl TZ once again. Amal gonna be finished off by the nearest passion, and Liquid PH continues pushing forward, but Metz has popped his Zaman Force, doing quite a lot of damage, finishing off JP. In the meantime, Carl TZ in the back, looking for Yetri. Snipe finds it! Sky Piercer procs once again, 10 kills for Carl TZ.
It might not be the end for Carl TZ though. He didn't even manage to use his Ogi Shadow Kill throughout the entirety of the fight. It only went off cooldown midway through. He was definitely looking for an angle to go in, but you know what? Might as well just clear some creep waves fast enough. Now, the fight in the middle lane definitely seemed a lot worse for the side of Homebois. They threw in so many of their ultimates. They would use a single implosion on a one-man catch, but yet they didn't even manage to bring that one person down, or rather, it took quite some time, rather. Benny Cutie even have to expend the Nibiru's Passion, but Nat's Rage, everything thrown right out. Great high ground, though, but Homebois, they will still be able to close in the gaps once all of these ultimates has been depleted.
Yeah, both teams do still have to be somewhat careful, but I do feel like, hold on, Flicker or Shatter gonna find the onward onto the Bane, right into Bennett's Rage, not enough to finish off Amal. Carl TZ will put a stop to that. Legendary streak continues. JP dropping low. They won't be able to finish him off, but they do find Benny with the Zaman Force, and now JP gonna be chased down by Nets as well. In the meantime, Carl TZ in 1v1 with Yetri in the backline, gonna get that win. Double kill for the Hayabusa once again, and a win from Udil on the sideline, but Carl TZ is on a rampage. The Flicker misses! Nets does not get over the wall, and that's gonna be a maniac for Carl TZ. He wants the Savage. Can he get it? The a savage there, ladies and gentlemen. Cortese, the GOAT, he's still got it.
Those people that are counting out Team Liquid PH, well, look at this game. We're only 9 minutes in, sub 10 minutes. We're looking at a savage. This have effectively brought Team Liquid PH so high up on the economy ladder. And I'm pretty sure that they are way off curve now. Homeboys definitely will be afraid.
They are afraid, and anyone would be afraid when they are faced against a 15-0 Hayabusa with Skypiercer as well. Cortese, he has just been treating this game as his playground, and you can tell that Liquid Philippines just having a more comfortable, more finesse in the way they're taking their team fights, completely outmaneuvering Homeboys.
I think the Homeboys at this point in time, they do have to expect this Lord marching in from the top lane. It's understandable that all of these other turrets is going to be taken down by, hold on a second.
Okay, not quite. It was close. I thought they might get caught, but it looks like Homeboys are able to retreat in time, though this is going to cost them basically all their external towers.
No conceal from Team Liquid PH as well, but I guess that they are just taking their own sweet time since the Lord is still slowly marching in from the top lane. I think that Team Liquid, they want out of this Lord a lot. They want a lot more out of this Lord, right? Especially after getting a Savage. They know that they are on a lead, and they will want to play like as though they are having that amount of lead.
Oh, Cortese looking for Udil. He does so much damage. Udil's just gone. The Valentina, a non-factor. But so is the Lord. Homeboy is going to be able to take it out without taking too much damage to their top inhibitor. Will Liquid continue?
I felt that Ogi Shadow Kill was a little bit personal onto Udil.
Maybe. Hold on.
Personal.
Liquid Divine Judgment gonna find one. That is Yetri. Penalty zone comes out. Whiffs once again. Deadly Cash not gonna do anything either. As Team Liquid are just pelting Homeboys from outside their base. Only Net surviving, being slowed down by the Nemeric spawn, doing a lot of damage. Oh, he gets the shutdown. The 16 kill shutdown. And we're going to miss run runners as well. Dominator's Descent gonna be stolen by Udil to zone the rest of Liquid away. But Sanford and JP aren't giving up on ending the game right now. There's still one minion left. They're looking to end this. They find Nets! Killing spree for Benny Cutie. Udil has to defend another couple of seconds before the rest of Homeboys comes up. A Knife Flicker Earth Shatter, but Udil is able to dash away. That's all 3 inhibitors dead. Renner's Apathy blocked by Yetri. Homeboys will live to fight another day, but what will it cost?
Team Liquid got a lot more than they asked for. I'm pretty sure that they wanted to get one of the inhibitors, but with the unfortunate situations coming from the side of Homeboys, with a little bit of mistakes here and there, Team Liquid PH ultimately took advantage of every single one of these mistakes and broke down all of these turrets. I gotta say though, Ness just sacrificing himself in order to keep the core intact. Very much worth it, but unfortunately, how far can they go since we are looking at a 9,000 gold deficit?
Yeah, the gold deficit is just way too high. Normally, getting a shutdown on a 16 kill streak should really pull you back into the game, but Homeboys are so far behind.
Full item Hayabusa, by the way.
Yes, I think he's been full items for a long time, honestly.
For a long time, really?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I can't confirm, but I would not be surprised.
12k gold, yeah. It's fair enough. Roughly about 10,000 gold is where you will be able to max it out, especially since the Skypiercer is deathly cheap.
Homeboys maybe a little bit too far out here, not able to contest the Lord, but looks like Liquid isn't planning to full dive. They know they have the Lord now, they have the wave advantage, there's no need for them to commit here, they can just end with the next push.
There is still a lot of respect that Team Liquid PH have gotten for the side of Homeboys. They know that they don't necessarily have to force it, they don't have to be desperate. It's only 13, close to 14 minutes into the game. Cortese is already online, Benny Cutie is going to be the next on, so they can wait all they want, but unfortunately, I don't think that they are gonna give Homeboys that luxury.
Definitely not. No towers left, barely any minions to play with. The waves being synced by Liquid Philippines. This could be the end of game 1. Flicker Divine Judgment finds the Bane. Amal's just gone. Mega kill for Benny Cutie. Meanwhile, Cortese comes in from the side. Ogi Shadow kill, dropping all of Homeboy so low, so fast. Udil's already gone. Implosion comes in from Mall, but there's no one to follow up on it. They're already dead. And so is the Crystal. Liquid Philippines will clear game 1 with no sweat at all.
I gotta have to say, this game definitely seemed pretty darn easy for the side of Team Liquid PH. And as for the side of Homebois, I think that we don't have to rub salt into their wound at this point, right? They definitely know what is the problem with the micro, and not necessarily macro, it's mostly on the micro side, I gotta say. So, but you know what? I'm just gonna leave it as it is, but I do want to invite Eterna back onto the panel here with us. And Eterna, tell me a little bit more. Do you manage to learn anything, or anything that is worth mentioning?
I learned today that Carl Teasy has a thing for revenge.
Oh.
And, like back at MSC when he started to pick up the assassins, a lot of people are like, yeah, maybe Carl Teasy's the GOAT, but maybe his time has passed.
Ooh.
Maybe he's unable to pick up the assassins anymore. Maybe he
said
don't
that?
got the micro skills. I will not mention who said it, but he said it in an interview. So I'm pretty sure a lot of people out there can actually pick up that clip. But with this performance, what in the world? Carl Teasy, he is back. And he's the GOAT right here, 16-1-6. The fact that he was even taken off, that was a surprise for me. But I think that was like you know what? I might as well just die here.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter
one-off.
anyway.
Yeah, the bounty, it doesn't matter.
Because like even when he got that shutdown, he was still like a 1K gold lead below of the Beatrix of Benny Cutie. So it didn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. And the fact that he was so far behind for nets, right, straight from the beginning, he couldn't even go for Holy Crystal, right? He had to go for Divine Glaive. You already saw that there were a lot of Athena shields being built up from the side of TLPH. That power spike that we expected from a Herod didn't come up until, well, it didn't even come at all.
I guess the Homebois, self-proclaiming to be the PH Slayers, is unfortunately not exactly that well received for now, because to be honest, losing one round doesn't necessarily mean anything just yet. We still have a full best of 3 games to watch entirely. But regardless of all of that, I gotta have to say there is a lot of things that Homebois gotta have to iron out, and perhaps ban the Terizla and not play the Terizla instead. That is probably going to be my my suggestion to Homebois.
Yeah, it really didn't feel like Yetri had much of an impact that game, which does feel very unfortunate because usually this is a hero that can apply a lot more pressure, but I do feel like Homebois ended up making a very big mistake in that first fight in the gold lane because both teams pulled their EXP laners to the opposite side of the map. That's basically committing to a full 5v5.
Exactly, yeah.
And you would think Homebois should win in a 5v5, but Liquid was already halfway done with them by the time he arrived.
Yeah.
Now, one thing that I really want to consider about is the fact that Homebois have already lost 2, right, up in the top lane, and there was still pretty much time for Year 3, Amal, and I think someone else. They could actually just kind of rotate down in the bottom lane, considering that there's already a lot of Team Liquid PH members up in the top. Macro game could have been utilized by Homebois even more. Why do you guys think that that wasn't the case for Homebois?
Honestly, I feel like they have to go back to their fundamentals, right? They need to go back to understand what their winning condition with their composition was. Because going back to that game, the play that you guys mentioned earlier on in the gold lane, I think it was the first 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Why? Right? Why? You have a really good full 5-man team composition,
Exactly.
but why are you playing into the win cons of TLPH instead? TLPH, they played that perfectly. They didn't commit to the first turtle. They understood that they didn't have most of their ultimates up. They couldn't go for the pickoffs. But then with that ignorance onto that neutral objective, they were able to translate it so well in that gold lane that ultimately led them to snowball. So for Homebois, I don't necessarily think that the Terizla pick was bad because technically they drafted in a way that they had priority in all 3 of their lanes, right? The Valentina is, it's kind of a skill matchup, honestly. But, even gold lane, all of those lanes, priority to TLPH, to Homebois, I just feel like they missed in terms of execution.
Quite physical, quite literally as well, unfortunately. But perhaps we'll be able to see Year 3 coming back again with a better performance. Let's just hope. Maybe it's just a little bit rusty. Haven't really quite gotten his coffee for the morning just yet. Because I know people without their coffee, they're super cranky, huh? So, gotta have to give a congratulations over to Kaltizi. Very much recognized. I mean, he definitely needs this MVP after scoring a triple kill in the early game, followed by a savage. This is the game for Kaltizi.
I can't confirm, but I feel like there's a good chance this is the highest GPM we've seen here at Snapdragon. 977, close to 1K on a jungler is very impressive. Because nowadays we see games going a lot more quickly, a lot more fights happening. So you don't really see GPMs going this high anymore because people are more interested in fighting and getting kills. And Carl TZ, he was just given this game basically, right? From the very beginning, Hayabusa is the type of hero you cannot afford to give an early game lead to. But Homebois, they did that. They fell into that trap. And when you saw Carl TZ go for that Sky Piercer second item, you know that he's already feeling it this game.
I think he was already feeling it when he went in with the Warcry emblem to begin with, right? He understood his advantage and he understood and was very confident with the impact that he had in the game that he went very aggressively as well in terms of his item build.
I can pretty much tell that Team Liquid PH, they are pretty much enjoying the entirety of this game. They are quite literally having fun. Even if they were to leak out a couple of kills or two, they wouldn't have completely minded it at all. As through the highlight, we did manage to see, you know, Sanji was pretty much chasing Udil in the middle lane with the Nightmare spawn. And he landed the perfect stun right onto Udil. He walked back because he had absolute faith that the Savage is already crowned onto Carl TZ.
Man, is that the first Savage at SPS, by the way?
Yeah, I believe it
should
Well,
be.
for us,
At least
anyway,
for
right?
us, for us, definitely.
Okay.
Definitely. In fact, probably the first Maniac? Okay, maybe not the
I
first
think
Maniac. Maybe
we've
not
had
the
a
first
maniac. We had a maniac yesterday.
Okay.
It was Skies.
It was Sakai's. Ah!
Yeah, on the lane.
Yeah. Sakai's. Now, Sakai's, you know, the pressure's kind of on you now. You're gonna have to make the Savage play next. So, I am super excited to see what Team Liquid PH have got for us in game number 2. But I really want to see Homebois being able to come back on top. Because, you know, Malaysia, this region, they are definitely showing themselves to be very strong this meta. So we're gonna go off for a short little break, and once we are back, we are gonna be taking a look at game number 2 of Homebois versus Team Liquid Philippines. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Here we go!
I can feel it in my bones, yeah. I can feel it in my bones. I've been waiting for this moment. All my life I've been waiting. logic into atoms. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again, not there. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again, not there. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. In the previous game, we managed to see the conclusion of Team Liquid Philippines scoring their first win on top of Homebois Malaysia with that savage play.
How does it feel?
Doesn't feel
Indeed.
good.
How does
wait,
it
does
feel?
not
Technically,
feel
he
good.
went 2-1 in his prediction, so he's still on
Yeah, I'm
the
still on
roll,
track.
Okay,
you
okay,
know,
okay.
still
But
okay.
I will my faith is being a little challenged. just a little bit, you
bit
know?
rocky,
But
huh?
it's okay, you know. The thing about our Malaysian teams is they like to challenge our faith
You know what?
quite a lot.
It feels it feels so good to be that Singaporean here on this set, no longer having the two Malaysian over on that couch attacking me.
Man, who could have
Are
done
you
such a
usually
thing?
attacked?
You're like, who could have done such a terrible thing to you, man?
I wonder.
Right? I have no idea. I really don't know who he's talking about.
I think, you know, sometimes I just make up delusions, you know. I thought that I was being attacked, but no, I was just attacking myself all this time. Maybe
That's a bit scary. I think you need some.
I need some
You might
counseling.
need to see someone for that.
Okay, I'll probably see someone after that, alright?
That seems like some kind of abstract thought.
Oh my god, that was so good though. Usually it will be like, but that was actually not bad. But you know what else is not bad though? The very fact that we are going to be jumping into game number 2 real soon, right after Kaltizi gotten themselves the very first savage, probably in the entirety of SPS, but very damn sure it is the very first savage in Stream B. Are you guys not entertained?
Yeah!
I'm entertained.
You guys better be entertained.
It's a great start for Etona, actually.
Thank you
Oh,
so
yeah.
much. Thank you so
Is there,
much.
is there welcome
You know,
to you?
Back in the day, in MPLID, I'm
Yeah.
actually Liquid's lucky charm. So
Wait,
every
no
time
way.
I cast, Liquid always wins. So
Oh,
maybe
really?
it's transferring over,
Hey.
or maybe it's just the fact that, you know, Liquid Echo, they're goated. But we don't talk about that.
Have you ever tested that against any of the like caster curses?
Yeah, I always win.
Oh wow!
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
This is supernatural.
Yeah, even Yawi's mom, she came up to me. I call her mom too. So mom, she came up to me and she was like, my child, my beautiful daughter. No, I'm kidding. I wish. Delulu. No, that's the Delulu.
Man, I was believing you.
That's track.
I actually believed you there. My faith is being challenged by multiple things
Both
today.
of us is way too gullible for this woman over here. You
Yeah.
sly fox.
We'll have fun, guys.
I'm pretty sure we have a lot of fun right now. But you know what? I gotta have to say that when it comes down to Caster's Curse, you know, that kind of topic is something that I embody a lot, and I'm not happy about it. Time and time again, whenever I'm given a jersey from a Singaporean team, I join them in the regional, or perhaps even in the locals.
Yeah.
I wear their jersey, immediately they lose.
Or maybe they're just not performing abstract. Did you ever think about that? That was. Sorry.
It's just way too coincident.
Like how many times has this happened? Is the question.
3 of the top teams.
Wow.
Oh.
That's pretty bad. Maybe, okay, so for the teams out there, you know, just a mental note, don't give Abstract any jerseys.
You can give me jerseys after a season.
You just have to make sure he doesn't wear them. As long as he doesn't put them on,
I
you're
like
okay.
them as my PJs. But okay.
Maybe that's the problem.
No, that's not. Okay, let's take a look a little bit more about this graphic that we have here. We've got most picked, most banned, and most banned by opponents. I would love to jump in from left to the right, but I think that the rightmost graphic is the one that I'm most interested, right? Most banned by opponents. We've got Chip, Juicin, Fanny, Roger, and Angela. Do you two have any, you know, thoughts about that?
I feel like a lot of these heroes are just the default bans, especially when you're
Feels
on the
very
red
meta
side.
bans. Yeah.
Right? Like you always have to get rid of Chip on the red side. You get rid of Fanny sometimes. What I'm surprised about is the fact that we don't really see a lot of Ling being banned out
That
against
is true.
Liquid PH, right?
Does that
So
mean-
maybe this is some information? Like, has Kaltizi played a lot of Ling recently?
That's a good question because I think he didn't perform as great on the Ling at MSC, and hence the statement coming in from his opponents.
And hence why Ling is the number 3 top ban from them?
Maybe.
I would like to see something like that. You know, Kaltizi, you've gotten yourself the Hayabusa win, so let's be honest, you know, let's just try something out here.
What
But-
I am surprised about, however, sorry, Abstract, to cut you off
Go
there,
ahead,
is
go ahead.
Jushin. Right? Why is Jushin not as popular as I thought it would be coming into
Yeah.
SPS?
It's kind of in a weird spot, right? Because Juicin being the newest hero and definitely a lot of potential, but there has always been a lot of questions regarding what exactly Juicin really is. Marked as a mage, you would want to have Juicin in mage. However, Juicin, when it comes down to Roma, she does seem to be pretty effective.
Wait,
because
sorry, Jushin roam?
Juicin Rome.
We've seen Jushin roam.
I think
We have
seen...
not seen Zeus in Rome
Not
yet.
yet, not yet.
But it's a concept that we discussed as being like something people consider, right?
Okay.
Especially when Zeusyn first came out. I know that a lot of my viewers actually thought that she might be better as a roamer, but well, it doesn't seem like the pro players are really doing that.
How about Juicin EXP as well? No,
Wait.
This is the concept
excuse
as well.
me?
It's very abstract. I'm sorry.
Very okay.
Now the thing is, right? Whenever we are thinking about a mage, right? What's the first thing we're looking for? Is it burst? Is it utility? What exactly we're
It
looking at?
depends on the composition.
Depends
Do
on the
you not
composition.
think?
So technically, yes. So in some of these situations, like for example, Faramis utility, Valentina is kind of like a double dip on the both, but really great when it comes down to being able to steal utility ultimates as well. That is kind of like the same thing for Juicin whenever we are trying to think of the Lantern as a displacement tool. The same way we can see that over at the EXP. Whenever we think about EXP, we know that EXP gonna have to be the sandbag. You're gonna have to think about crowd control, someone that can really stick in the fight. And one of the main 3 items that is really good for Juicin right off the bat, number 1, Glowing Wand is one thing. Number 2, technically speaking, Ice Queen's Wand can come in a little bit later, but the Clock of Destiny is the important one.
Yes.
It gives you so much durability. You supplement that to a Brute Force Breastplate. You get damage, you get the durability as well. That immediately puts Juicin as a mage who can really tank very well, and that pretty much puts her in the EXP role pretty effectively too, although it is just a concept.
Yeah, I do see the concept though, because like that's how like we were thinking: is she a roamer? Could she be good in EXP lane? Because a lot of us felt that Juicin in the mid lane was kind of lacking, right? She doesn't really have that wave clear.
I agree. Wave clear is pretty bad with Jushin, but the best thing about the Jushin is that she doesn't have to clear the wave quickly. All she needs to do is put that damage, right? Just how do you even go for wave clear if you're dead, right? That's the concept that we're getting from Jushin in the mid lane. So I understand going to roam. I still think that there's an argument to be made there, but EXP lane is just kind of crazy for me.
I can dig that. Low DPS is better than no DPS. Am I right?
Yeah, but if you ask me personally, right, my thoughts about Juicin is that she was released in the wrong meta.
Released in the wrong meta.
Because if Juicin came out one patch earlier, I confirmed she would be top pick or ban. Why? Because she's so good at dealing with tanks. She's so good at dealing with like slower frontline
Like especially
heroes.
Fredrin, right?
Yeah.
Fredrin jungle,
She's, like,
you'll put a
perfect
Juicin in there.
for dealing with like Fredrin, Baxia, heroes like that. But she just got released when Assassins became the thing.
Fair.
Which
fair.
dropped a lot of her utility.
Absolutely, I can definitely agree with that. But now we're gonna be bringing us back into the draft between Team Liquid PH versus Homebois. We're looking at a Moskov, Arlet, as well as a Zusk. Thank you. No more boring Zusk. While we're looking at a Chip and a Roger being thrown right into the banning pool. It's essentially just about the annoyingness of some of these heroes, except for Arlet, which is not something that I would have expected in one of the first few bans.
I think typically you get rid of Arlet when you don't want to allow your opponent a hero that has playmaking ability but also sustain in the direct like 1v1 in lane, right? We unfortunately encountered a situation where Yetri really wasn't contributing very much in game number 1, even though Terizla usually plays a pretty crucial role. So I think they're taking away Arlet because the final slash is just going to be useful regardless.
This is a very interesting ban, right? Because one of the this is an assassin meta. This is an assassin meta. Ling is not banned.
Yeah.
We talked about the Ling. We get the Ling.
Finally, right? I mean, we were talking about it right before we went into this. We were
We
also
talked about
talking about the
Jushin. We
Jushin.
get Jushin.
Here, this is the thing, right? With the Zask being banned out, Jushin is a really good pick up. Because usually in that mid lane, when they go in for the clear, the Jushin has a big problem against the Zask because of the lack of range.
Exactly.
So this has played out quite perfectly, honestly, and I'm really excited to see how this pans out. Harith now being picked up.
Okay, so I kind of definitely dig that. Now, with the Juicin being picked out, and we have talked about this many times before, whenever you have a Juicin in mid, you don't have very good wave clear. So you gotta have to go for this tag team scenario between the mage and the roamer. So you gotta have to pick out heroes that that possesses or requires the concussive blast. Unfortunately, Edith is definitely one of those those said heroes. But Homebois have already set up with the Harith for themselves, which pretty much tells us that they are really looking out for the Minotaur.
Yeah, some of the more obvious hero picks that you would want to pair together with the Zeusin would be, like you mentioned, Edith, Grok, Minotaur. So Edith has already been taken away by Liquid to make sure they don't have access to that. Still a very strong hero as well that can be flexed, and
Faramis.
they get the Faramis as well. We know how strong Faramis is in teams that like to team fight.
So that's the thing, right? Because earlier on, the Valentina was still left open. And I was like, sure, that should be the pick for TLPH, the Valentina, but they picked up the Faramis. And then I was like, oh, okay, because Homebois picking up the Zushin, obviously they can't go for the Valentina anymore. And I think a lot of teams, even in MPL, PH, MPLs, and MSCs, just all these really high tier tourneys, they still kind of forget to ban out the Valentina when you go for the Faramis. So now TLPH, they're going in a direction where, are they going for more team fight now?
I was saying that this is kind of like a situation whereby they don't have to be too afraid of rushing into the face of Homebois, especially since they're dealing with Juicin, they're dealing with Harith. They would want to close the gaps as fast as possible, and they are most likely also expecting this Minotaur from the side of Homebois. So I won't be surprised that even they themselves not ban the Minotaur. But what I'm surprised is Homebois themselves banning the Minotaur.
If Homebois themselves ban the Minotaur, it leads you to think that they may want a Grok instead. But looks like they went for Ruby, which is one of the heroes that Maul is a bit more comfortable playing. So maybe they're just going for a bit more of a pocket strat here.
Okay. This is not the conventional draft, the trio draft that we expect to see, right? Juicin, a jungler, Juicin, Harith, and a Minotaur. These three, very stable.
But do you not think that the Ruby is flex? Is this not flex for Homebois?
It's possible, but I don't personally think so. We'll have to see for the last pick to confirm. I personally do think that Maul plays Ruby a little bit more than Yetri. It's not like Yetri doesn't play it, but I'm just going off of player preference here. So with the Carmilla locked in and the Claude, yeah, Liquid is going for team fight.
Yeah, so now that we are looking at Claude, we could very definitely look and expect EXP laners, which innately uses Vengeance very well, which we have come to the point where we have seen the high loss XP with Vengeance, or back in the previous seasons, we have been looking at a, what's that again? Thamus with the Vengeance. And especially since Homebois right now, their jungle is an alpha, it could lean a little bit more towards a Thamus in the EXP, and that is definitely nice and dandy, but that would also mean that they don't really have a lot of crowd control to work with.
Yeah, I'm thinking setup hero here, right? I mean, I guess they do have the Ruby to go for that setup, but in that kind of regard, they would lack.
Wipe out all the injustice
Okay,
in the world.
Joe, I was thinking something like the CC, if they want a little bit more damage. You
Okay.
were talking about Vengeance, I think CC Vengeance,
Vengeance CC,
plays
yes.
quite well together, especially against the Claude. We've seen actually Claude find problems against CC Vengeance. But Cho, what do we think about this Cho?
I have not seen Mulch play Cho very often, so I'm not too certain about his overall
not a good
skill
sign.
level with it. Hey,
Yeah.
Homebois have surprised us before in the past, though, and maybe I'm forgetting something here or there. Mal has played a lot of different roles in the past. He's actually quite a veteran in MPL NY, so maybe he could surprise us.
I think there's one thing to note, right? On top of that is they needed someone to lock down the lane. We saw what Carl Tizzy was able to do on the Hayabusa, and maybe they're coming in with a little bit of PTSD. So the Cho single target should be able to deal with the Ling, and I think that's what they're expecting. But of course, everything can change in the Land of Dawn, and it all depends on execution.
Now, good that you said that, because now my question is, even if they have the single target lockdown coming from Cho, do we have someone that really works as a battery together with Cho to really fully utilize that entire time lockdown? Will Juicin be able to do enough damage? Will Nats be able to do enough damage? That is the question coming in to this game number 2 between Team Liquid Philippines versus the Homebois.
Team Liquid Philippines on the blue side, Homebois on the red. Liquid currently 1 game up after an impressive game number 1. And already starting off game 2 with JP actually taking quite a lot of damage in the mid lane.
Now, we always wanted to see and talk about the fact that whenever you have the Juicin, you want someone to be able to clear waves in the middle lane fast enough, and you're gonna have to expect that Mal and Udil will be the battery. Well, Udil completely just keeps on going on and on with the very annoying pokes, and Mal just focuses on the lanes.
Mal going to be able to do quite a lot of poking already. While I personally haven't seen a lot of Mal playing Cho recently, I also have to note that I haven't seen a lot of Mal playing at all recently in the first place. So my memory could not be what it used to be. And once again, we see JP getting pulled in. Alpha charge. First blood by Amal instantly. Tempest the Blaze being used by Carl Tizzy. Actually dropping Homebois really low. And the immediate double for Carl Tizzy.
That was that 4-blade Carl Tizzy that we want to see, that we haven't really been able to see. But in the meantime, we have also managed to see how Homebois set up for the Jit Kundo. So whenever you see that Udil is pretty much preparing with the lantern, you know that someone is going to be tossed right back. It's perfect time.
Udil dropping real low. Mal gonna be looking for JP. It doesn't have level 4 yet, so not gonna be able to kick them into the tower. Homeboy started off really nicely, but Liquid have already gained a lead by giving Carl Tizzy an early kill.
Right off the bat, with 2 minutes into the game, with the turtle currently available, Homebois is the one that is trying to grasp that priority for themselves.
Carl Tizzy gonna be focused here again. Mal doesn't have level 4, but JP gonna be pulled forward once again. Carmilla, definitely a hero that Zeus can abuse. Though Udil gonna be forced to use ultimate since he is very deep in. Actually chasing JP down, gets the kill. NetherRealm a little bit too late, but enough to get rid of Udil. Sanji gonna take some damage. Earth Shatter gonna stop Homebois from advancing, and now they're gonna wanna look to back off and peel here. Sanford pops the Primal Wrap out for charge. Gonna CC him once again. Mal doing a good job, gonna trade his life for that, but ends up giving Sanji the killing spree. 3 kills on the Pyramis.
Feels like they're overstaying their welcome, Homebois that is, and they pretty much will be looking at Sanford just peeling for the team crazily.
Ooh, Sanji doing God's work right now. Gonna be able to get the final hit with the Shadow Stampede. He may pay for it. Nope. He walks out with literally an empty health bar. Even rejoins the fight to make sure they're able to take the turtle. He gets it! Sanji, the man! Showing that you don't need help to contest the objective at all. And the rest of Liquid just walk away. Looks like they'll be able to pick up JP. Way of the Dragon lands, pulls him back. Not enough damage, but they will finish him.
At least a Crimson Beacon was up and available for the side of Udil to really do something. But Carl Tizzy seems to be really wanting to bite on this bait, but that's not going to be happening. But that is definitely definitely all fine and dandy from the side of Team Liquid PH. Sanji already starting the game with a total of 4 kills and stealing the turtle. That's quite a name for himself.
We already know that every single member of Liquid can become a beast as long as they're able to snowball. And looks like Sanji already on the path to doing so. Ferm is definitely a hero he's quite comfortable with, able to pick off Amal and even steal the turtle at 0 HP.
One thing that I remember is the fact that Udil that's playing as the Juicin is exceptionally good when opening up the brushes. You do have the range that you can just kind of scan around onto these brushes to ensure that your team just don't get caught all that often. And I absolutely respect that. I love that. But how exactly is Homebois going to be making full use of that concept?
Oh, I do think they want to go for a little more aggressive play. I mean, if you're able to pull someone in or Way of the Dragon someone, Amal does do a lot of burst damage. So ideally, they want to snowball on the Alpha, but he's already died twice, so not a good start for them.
Good point there, because now we were asking about the question, do they even have enough damage? We want to see the battery going on.
Maul gonna get pulled over the wall once again. Sanford gonna get I'm Offended over the wall as well. Nether Realm gonna be used. So is the Zeus and Kaltizi comes to join Alpha Charge. Amal not able to get over the wall, so he gets knocked up. It is absolute chaos here in the river, but Sanford gonna trade for Amal, and now Kaltizi gets free reign to jump into the back line. Gonna be able to dash away just barely. Yeah, Tree getting the movement speed, not enough to chase him down. He just dashes away, and Liquid come out on top again.
This fight is a testament to how much damage Homebois really have. And it's really tough for them to deal with. Even if Nets come in, he did drop the Zaman Force, but he can't even catch up to get any kills. It has been a long, drawn-out fight for Homebois. So now they gotta have to crack themselves the questions. Where are they getting the damage from? Will Ye3 gotta have to open himself up even more in order to join into these battles? How are they supposed to supplement even more? Will Udil need to change his items a bit? How about Amal?
You do typically encounter a little bit of difficulty when you're playing more of a pick-off style comp and the enemy team has a fair miss, right? You just pop the Nether Realm at the right time and whoever is being targeted will be saved. So Homebois needs to kind of manipulate the map in a way where Liquid is split apart, and I'm not really sure they have the tools to do that.
Now the next question, hold on a second.
Yep. Sanford gonna get pulled in. Netherrealm gonna be used once again. Homeboy's not in a good position for this yet. Tree gonna be the first target, immediately picked off. Monster kill for Sanji. Ness in the front line with the Zaman Force doing some good damage, but is it going to be enough? Sanford gonna need to flicker out, but gets caught by the Way of the Dragon, and there's no more Netherrealm, so they will finally punish the Edith. Mal now has to run away. Benny gonna dash forward with the BMI, picks him off. Turtle now gonna be the target of Liquid. They are beautifully balancing aggro and juggling Homebois as Amal gonna fall victim again. Turtle stolen by Kaltizi, and he gets a double kill on top of that. This man's greed knows no bounds.
No, that fight just further solidified that the Juicin just doesn't deal enough damage at all. Yes, the Juicin is very annoying. You're constantly flying up, especially for the side of JP. He is on the receiving end. He's constantly flying into the sky, being slammed down, flying in the sky, slammed down. But we're talking about Camilla. Camilla is pretty tanky and even built up the Radiant armor. You are not in the slightest afraid of this Juicin.
Net's gonna take some damage. Kaltizi targeting him. Tempest of Blades comes out. Netherrealm so that they can dive the tower. Godlike streak for Kaltizi. And Homeboy just disappears. It happens so quickly. Yeah, Tree not gonna make it in time to save them. Just gonna try to defend the tower. Uses I'm Offended to clear the wave. But he is stuck 1v4. Udil too far back to protect him. That's a free tower on top of 3 kills.
The crit damage is definitely building up over to the side of Kaltizi with a single Finch Poise, or rather a single stab. Allows him to just take probably half HP away from Nets. Well, maybe that's an over-exaggeration, but you pretty much see that point. Team Liquid PH managing to take away the tier 1 in the middle lane, ensuring that Homebois now will have a lot more issues to try to get themselves priority over the river, or perhaps even in their own buff. Amal, you're gonna have to watch out for this.
A 6k net worth difference at 8 minutes is pretty big though. You can see Udil still being annoying. Oh, nice I'm Offended onto 2 members. Sanji dropping low, shut down on a Pyramid. Before the Netherrealm is available, Primal Wrath not gonna save Sanford. This is a chance for Homeboy. But look at the Blazing Duet! It is doing so much damage! Benny Cutie just filleting feast the Homebois like they are the most delicious piece of meat they've ever seen. A double kill for Carl Teasy. He's looking for Udil. I don't think he'll jump for this. The job's already done.
That was hands down just foresight coming in from Team Liquid PH. They understood that they can just throw Sanford, throw JP, let them peel everything, ensure their Homebois use everything in their arsenal just to bring these two BP men down. And once all of these ultimates, all of these skills has been depleted, especially when it comes down to the Way of the Dragon, as well as the Spear of Alpha, there's no one that can come in to really stop Benny Cutie and Kaltizi. 2 for 4 trade, very much worth it.
And Carl Teasy jumping in again, wants to contest the purple buff right after getting the Lord. They'll get it too. Curse of Blood, zoning out Homebois. Flicker, Earth Shatter, Primal Wrath comes out, and Carl Teasy just jumps straight in, blazing to another realm. Liquid is not being punished for this at all, but Sanji and Sanford will eventually get finished off. Carl, you probably don't want to go for this, sir. Health's a bit too low, but it's still a win for Liquid.
Just play within your box. That is what Homeboys gotta have to do at this point in time. You gotta have to supplement the lack of damage from your team by playing safe, defensive, and you gotta have to wave clear as much as possible. But unfortunately, that is the problem. If you want to play within of your turrets, you gotta have to be ready for all of these waves to be crashing in. Do you really have got the ability to be able to clear all these waves fast enough? You have Nats. Nats is not necessarily all that great in clearing waves aside from the Synchro Vision. You will want Amal as well as Year 3 to really pop off. As much as I want to see a sustained Year 3, I purely and I solely believe there must be some sort of risk involved in Ruby's itemization where he gotta have to build a tad bit more damage in order to clear these waves.
The problem is there's just way too... Oh well, here goes Kaltizi again. Even Tempest of Blades forcing multiple resources out from the Homeboys. Under their own tower, the threat that Liquid poses to the red base right now is huge. And we can see just how much of a net worth difference they have in total. Homeboys just have no items, and we can see that. I'm offended, pulls Sanji in, but he doesn't care. He's got NetherRealm, Blazing Duet, just dismantles the backline. Homeboys disintegrates like they're an ice cube melting in the sunlight, and Liquid are the ones shining down the light. The inhibitor is just gonna fall one by one. Homeboys can do nothing about this. They're trying their best. Call once again on top of net. Zaman Force used defensively. The last inhibitor gonna be taken out, and Tempest of Blades will finish off Maul on top of it. Homeboys can do nothing but watch as Liquid just runs into their house like it's their own.
It has been a long time since I've seen Claude's Blazing Duet just run on by like a hot knife through butter. Homeboys, it's not like their composition is fragile or flimsy or anything. It's just this Claude is dealing a massive amount of damage. His current, he does have a current economy of about, let's see, 9.9 thousand gold alongside of Kaltizi with a total of 12,000 gold. That sets them up way above. Of course, being able to finish the Holy Trinity alongside of the Malefic Roar really gives Benny Cutie all of that damage output that he absolutely needs. Team Liquid PH, they are not afraid to do the same thing again by playing investments. Throw Sanford, throw JP right in the face of Homeboys, let them take the bait, and then Benny Cutie is ready and raring to go together with Kaltizi.
And they don't particularly mind losing players like Sanford either, because they are so rich at this point that it will still take the Homeboys a long time to even whittle through their health bars, and all that is time given to Benny and Carl Teasy. Lord gonna be claimed easily. Homeboys unfortunately don't have a composition that can really push the map.
I need everyone to remember, or not remember, but pay attention to the fact that we have a double remote boots coming in from the side of Team Liquid PH, namely Sanford as well as JP. They know that they want to funnel all of these gold over to Kaltizi and Benny Cutie. Sanford is really just there for a sandbag. You don't need any items from him. We just need Sanford as well as JP go in and unfortunately take all the damage for the team.
And that's what they're doing. We can see Udil trying to pick someone off, but it's not working. Carl even just dashing away from another Alpha Spear being used by Amal. Liquid are basically just toying with the Homeboys, and with the Lord now looking to push in, we could be witnessing the end of the series. Can Homeboys defend this? We'll find out. Lord gonna take some damage, gonna try and pull it away, but Homeboys really just don't have a solid enough front line to do so. Maul not gonna find anything yet. Tree gonna immediately engage. A nice catch, but NetherRealm gonna be used with the Blazing Duet to just, again, cut through the Homeboys. Sanji and Sanford have already bit the bullet, but Liquid, they just clear it up. It's a wipeout. It's no problem at all. Triple kill again for Kaltizi on top of a monster kill by Benny. And we can see that Liquid is just too much for the Homeboys.
Oh, I see that. Winner crown fool coming in from Team Liquid PH. They know that they gotta have to make that move. Gotta say, that was a dominating performance from the side of Team Liquid PH, and it's really unfortunate from the side of Homeboys. Their game plan is to play around turrets. They have experienced themselves. We have no damage. How are we supposed to kill these people? We throw everything over to JP. We threw everything over to Sanford. Where are we getting the resources to deal with the rest? That's my question over to Eterna as we welcome her back onto the show.
Hi.
Hi, welcome
Wow.
back.
I'm back. That's
Nah,
not me, by the way.
that's-
just
that's-
want to make
yeah.
that clear. I think that's Kadita.
Yeah, that's Kadina.
Yes, it
But
is.
don't worry, you're more beautiful than her.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that, but I do know that our predictions are right today.
Hey!
Let's go.
Yeah!
Faith
Okay, I
did
got
not
pulled.
pay me
In
back.
your face!
I'm more like in my face.
Well, that was indeed a very dominating performance from the
was.
side of Team Liquid PH. But if there was one thing that you guys could change from Homeboys lineup, what is that one thing that you would suggest?
Lineup.
Yeah.
So you mean the
Heroes! Yes.
Oh, okay.
Let's not get too spicy when it comes down to changing players,
Lineup. Let me check. Honestly, what did you think? Because technically they had a great idea with everything, right? I just realized that when they picked up the Cho, it was not only just to try and shut down Carl Teasy with the lane, but also for that wave clear that was lacking from Zusin. So, what would you change?
Maybe they could have considered going for the Minotaur instead, because they were the ones who banned it when they had first pick in the second phase. They could have started second phase by going Minotaur. I kind of understand the Ruby Cho, good amount of CC, good lockdown, wave clear like you mentioned, but I do still feel like something was missing.
Personally, I would say that the Alpha has gotta go.
Oh, yeah.
The Alpha's gotta go. I believe that yes, the Roger was banned. Roger would have been the perfect candidate over to their team, especially since that they are lacking of damage and they couldn't execute anyone at all. So for now, we're just going to be jumping right in to take a look at Team Liquid PH, as I believe that Rose is upstairs ready to interview the players. Take it away, Rose.
Thank you to our casters, and right now I'm with the one and only GOAT of TLPH, Carl TZ. Very nice hire, Savage, just now. That was really, really good. Okay, Carl, I'm going to be very honest. I've been reading comments online, especially in the Filipino community group, and a lot of people have been saying that Carl's hands aren't as fast anymore and he cannot play assassin. Yet we all witnessed an amazing game from Haya and Ling. So Carl, what do you have to say to the people who said you're washed out, your assassin ain't good no more?
Ano lang, tuloy lang kayo sa pagbabash kasi sobrang laking motivation yung binibigay niya sa akin. Tapos ganyan-ganyan din sinasabi niya sa akin nung tank jungler pa lang eh. So tignan na lang natin kung ano mangyayari.
Ooh, he said, you know what? If y'all want to bash him, just keep on bashing him, because what you guys are doing is technically motivating him to do so much better. Because this is exactly what everybody was saying when the utility jungler meta came out. Everybody was looking down at him, yet look guys, he's still performing at his best. Okay, Carl, later on you guys will be meeting Geek Fam. Yesterday y'all played 2 matches, today 2 more matches. If I'm not mistaken, if you guys win against Geek Fam, the potential to enter playoffs is already very, very high. So let me ask you, who do you want to meet in the playoffs that you think will be a very, very good challenge?
Gusto ko po sana sabihin SRG na agad, pero feel ko may nakukulangan pa ako sa performance ko. Siguro ano na lang po muna, Brent po, kasi parang gusto rin po namin pumawi sa MSC.
All right, so he said as much as he wants to say Selangor Red Giants, he feels as if his performance is not up to par yet or as high as how he expects it to be. However, he does want to meet Bren again because he wants to get a little bit of a revenge from what happened in MSC. Okay, so talking about MSC muna ha, let's talk about MSC for a little while. You said you want to get your revenge on Bren. If you get your revenge on Bren, do you think you'll be ready for Selangor Red Giants?
Siguro po konti kasi parang yung SRG po talaga yung pinakamalakas ngayon eh.
Alright, he said if he does win against Bren, that will boost up the team's morale and hopefully once they meet Selangor Red Giants, they will be more ready as it is currently one of the strongest teams right now. Alright Carl, since you all only have one match break, I'm gonna let you off now. Casters, what do you guys think about what happened in this best of 3 series? Did Carl TZ's Assassin still amaze you?
It is a savage after all. Definitely amazed every single one of us. And I gotta have to say, this guy, he's not washed up. You can pretty much tell from me and Eternal's prediction, we expect something out of that.
We know what's up.
We know what's up.
Okay, fine, but
Eyes on Sadafa.
hey, I can still lay claim to the fact that even after all of this, the GOAT himself still thinks he's not quite ready for the Giants.
But that's the mindset that you need.
Yeah,
that's the mindset
I'm not
that
saying
you
it's
need
a
to
bad
improve,
mindset. I'm
right?
just saying, hey, we have something, you know?
But you know, it's kind of surreal to me, right? Even as a Singaporean, it's kind of surreal to me that big teams like Team Liquid PH, AP Bren, they are looking up on to Udu Red Giants or Selangor Red Giants. We don't really expect so much out of Udu Red Giants before MSC. We're just thinking, yeah, they are strong on paper, yeah, they're strong in scrims, and right after MSC, hailed as gods.
Sorry, talking about gods, 1,094 GPM on Carl TZ right
Oh,
there.
what?
Whoa, what?
So he just topped his own GPM, 977 on the Hayabusa, now 1094. That's got to be the highest.
That
we've
is
seen.
100% the highest GPM. That is such an impossible number to hit most of the time.
6 gold to 1100?
And mind you, guys, from Homeboys, we kind of skipped through the items earlier on, but there was a blade armor on the Ruby. So even with the blade armor, he's dealing that much damage.
I want to pull Icy Baby back onto the set and tell him, hey, blade armor doesn't matter after all, huh?
Maybe you need anti-cuirass.
Yeah, maybe
But actually,
so.
but you know what? Unfortunately, it is because there's many QT.
Yes.
So you're gonna have to get the blade armor.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's a separate occasion. It's a separate occasion, a little bit different. It doesn't apply.
Yeah.
But you know what? Maybe this is the case where year 3, good itemization. You gotta have to look out for Benny Cutie because ourselves we even see how painful this Benny Cutie really is.
Did you know the first time when he did that Blazing Duet and you guys were like, whoa, what is that damage? He didn't even have the Holy Trinity yet.
Oh.
He didn't have the
Wow.
corrosion scythe yet.
Where did all that damage came from?
I think it's less of Benny
But
not
more
like
on
having
Homeboys.
items and more on Homeboys having like nothing. They were so poor at that point already. And if you are behind in the early stages of the game against a comp that has a Ling and Claude, your game is basically already over. Like this is a comp that's supposed to win a little later on. So if they're already winning to start, you've done something wrong.
Okay, so when it comes down to gold is definitely important. You don't have enough items that can really help you to suppress the damage coming in from Benny Cutie. But I think it's more so from the EXP. You actually don't get the levels, and as such, you don't get the progression from all that hybrid defense, or rather all the kind of defenses that you are able to get per level, which makes things a lot more difficult for you to really deal with the massive amount of damage coming in from Team Liquid PH all across the board. And
Wow.
there we go. The man, the myth, the legend. 12 to 0 is to 14. 1094 GPM.
The GOAT himself getting MVP once again and proving to all of the haters online that he does still have it. All while being very humble and understanding that he still got work to do to be able to catch up to the strongest teams once again. He was just having a fun time this whole series, I feel like. This is truly a chance for Carl to show his fangs to the world again.
He even picked up the GDS on a
Right?
lane.
Oh, yeah, what?
That's dominance. That's dominance. That's aggression. And it's going to be very interesting to see when Team Liquid PH goes against SRG. Or Yudu Red Giants in this case, right? Because a lot of people have been saying, you know, best assassin right now, probably Sakai.
Probably Sakai's, yeah.
So with this performance, I'd love to see that 1v1 come through. But looking at the highlights once again, even from the start, it was just a dominant performance. There were so many times that he even stole the turtle on separate occasions. A lot of utilities were also picked up by him. What can't he do right now?
He can't beat Yudu Red Giants.
I mean, it is what he said himself.
Okay.
It is what he said himself.
Not yet at
Not
least.
yet.
Not yet
We'll
at
see
least.
again. We'll see.
He's got to level up a bit.
I was swallow my tongue. A little bit too quick to jump on that. I didn't know that I converted to Malaysian already.
And I do also feel like there was a very clear swing moment here. In game 1, what really swung was the very first play where they lost in the gold lane. In this, I feel like it was when they weren't able to pick up Sanji.
The
and
pivotal
then he
part,
finished off Amal and stole the turtle for himself.
That was crazy.
Momentum just instantly swings. If not for this GPM and KDA from Carl, I'm pretty sure Sanji would be up here. But everyone on Liquid was doing a great job. And I do feel like from this, we can tell that Homebois has a lot of work to do. This is a very new lineup for Homebois, so it's understandable, but it's still a bit disappointing.
I gotta have to say, they definitely did a lot better in game number 2. It doesn't necessarily mean that their micro wasn't all that great in game 2. Game 1, definitely, we can see the gaps and the lapses. But game number 2, it feels a lot more of draft limitations than a lot more on what they didn't manage to do.
I agree. That's why I really wanted to ask the question. Like, you guys are a lot more experienced, perhaps in the EXP lane. What do you think about the Edith and the Ruby matchup?
When it comes down to Ruby versus Edith matchup, it's pretty much still a ragdoll game. But Ruby is still a lot better once he picks up that War Axe, Bloodlust Axe. Once you get a Bloodlust Axe onto the Ruby, Ruby is pretty much free roaming. You don't have to care about the Edith at all. Especially since I believe that the Edith pick up a flicker. So Sanford, he's not there to win the lanes against Ruby. So yeah, he's not there to win the lanes against Sanford, so all he needs to do is just kind of like go around and he wants to clear the way fast and start to be in the battles as much as possible, which suggests that they are a team, they want to play all in together as a 5-man trio, but in the meantime, as much as possible, if they are able to catch out someone, they will go for it.
Okay, because like I was thinking about it, right? From game number 1, I felt like, honestly, Homebois, they had a good draft. They had good lanes to work with.
3
right?
lanes
but
of
even
priority.
then, they were dominated by TLPH. In the second game, I actually have a bit of a difference in opinion. I don't think that they played as much of a factor in game number 2 as they should have in game number 1. Which is why I asked about the EXP lane. Like, what is that matchup like? Because technically, if they lost the matchup between the Edith and the Ruby, then okay, that's fine, right? But if it's in a situation where the Ruby should have a little bit more to work with, then it's a little bit of a question mark to me.
There is still a certain amount of limitations for Ruby, in my opinion.
Yeah, the thing that really kind of set it in here, and I really don't want to have to say this, is that some of the players on the Homeboy side have had difficulty really showing their stuff. Even in MPL MI recently, like some of the newer players.
Okay.
I don't want to like do any sort of call out. It's not really even stage fright. Unfortunately, I do think that Amal and Yetri fall into a category of players who debuted with very high potential, but have been chasing that high ever since.
I mean, it's not to say that Homeboys are quote-unquote bad, right? Because they're going against an all-star team.
Yes,
exactly. We gotta still have to give credit where credit is due.
Exactly.
Liquid PH is still a dominant team regardless. And Homeboys, we have mentioned this before the game even started. We didn't think so much about their lineup. Yesterday, they have proved us wrong already.
Yeah.
So honestly, after Team Liquid PH, it doesn't really change too much about what I feel about Homebois. So I'm still very much looking forward to see what Homebois have got for us tomorrow or maybe after this series. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go off for a short little break, and once we are back, we are gonna be looking at the next game between Falcons AP brand versus Smart Omega. Essentially, MPLPH Season 13.5. See you guys soon.
Hey guys, this is Rose, and right now I am over at the player lounge with the one and only Miss Mara Aquino.
Hi everybody, salamat patang langgar, Malaysia. Oh, I learned some words. Salamat patang means
good afternoon. Okay, I like that. She said salamat patang. She said even langgar from, I'm pretty sure it's Toda Langgar. Okay, you got some stuff down. So, Mara, how is Malaysia treating you? How are you enjoying it so far?
You know what? I'm enjoying it, and the players are also enjoying it. A lot of the players who haven't been in Malaysia love sambal. Your sambal with nasi lemak, right? Nasi lemak.
Yes. Now, speaking of nasi lemak, have you had nasi lemak before?
I've been here 5 times. So nasi lemak is like this Malaysian dish that's fried chicken, spicy with some peanuts, right? And the sambal is the hot sauce. So that's something that you really have to try in Malaysia. But Rose, in here, we have some Malaysian fruits, and I guess we get to try.
Yes, so we have mangosteen. It's quite famous in Malaysia. It's a very tropical fruit, and Atimara is going to teach you how to open it because it's not that easy. Yes. You remove the top, and then you just press it together.
Ta-da! Oh, okay, now we're going to test it out. Okay.
Now, while she's enjoying her mangosteen, Mara, yesterday, Selangor Red Giants once again won against Falcons AP brand in a 2-0 game. What do you have to say about that?
Okay. The competition is getting more intense. I mean, we're trying to change the tides of destiny here in Snapdragon. So we're going to see what happens. I'm pretty sure Philippines and Malaysia, they're going to be at the top, but there's also Indonesian teams that are here. So it's going to be one tough fight. So you guys better watch out for Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals MLBB Season 5.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into awesomeness. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cockroach code. Run it again, I bet. XOX cockroach code. Run it again, I bet. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise,
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine. A big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love. Just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say. You've been messing with greatness, spaces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love. Just till I had enough of us. Take back your heart.
clubs that you work for. You a beast type of hoe you get murked for. I can tell a lot about a girl on the first put.
Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we go.
Hey guys, it's Rose and I am still with Few and Kyle TZ from Falcon AP brand, and right now we will be doing a segment of comfy seats. Okay, in your opinion, which team is the most consistent as of now and why? Ooh, why?
Because they dominate Malaysia server than the MSC.
Is it easy server?
No, because they win streak that.
Yes. What about Few?
Same.
Same. Same reasoning too?
Yeah, I think they're the most consistent because of their undefeated record.
Wow. Okay. Who has the best logo?
AP brand.
Wait, where is that?
Where's the Falcon AP brand?
For me, Team Liquid. Yeah. Because
Everyone is saying Liquid.
I'm a fan of Team Liquid before they even enter
ML. Okay. Kyle?
I think Liquid.
Liquid too?
Yeah, because they have a horse.
Liquid needs to start giving the players free jerseys. Okay, which player looks good wearing their team jersey?
Oni.
Who?
Kyrie.
Kyrie.
Because he is handsome.
Because he's
Anything he wears, he's good.
Oh, it's the face that brings it. Kyle.
Yeah, I think Liquid. Sanford.
2 point for Sanford too.
Good. So, good face.
Good face. Which team do you think can cook the best?
Geek Fam.
Why? Why Geek Fam?
Because Baloy likes to eat. And he eats a lot because the food is good. Baloy is my friend.
For me, the Giants.
Why Red Giants? Kyle?
Because Yums always eat a lot.
You sure you eat a lot?
Yeah, because I see him eats a lot in buffet in Riyadh.
What does he?
He always eat steak.
In Riyadh?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
But do you think he can cook though?
Cook? Yeah, I think so.
You think so?
He can cook.
So if like, example, there's an international potluck where all the players and all the teams have to cook their own food, we will eat together. You're gonna eat Yum's cooking and you're going to eat Baloy's cooking.
Yes.
You think you're safe?
Yeah, I'm safe because
I think Baloy knows Philippine cuisine and Indonesia cuisine well.
You won't get food poisoning?
No, because Malaysian food is good.
Okay.
So you trust Yums and you trust Baloy.
Trust them.
So that is it for Comfy Seats. Thank you so much to Few and Kyle TZ.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rose, and of course, welcome to the show back in Stream B, where we are going to be featuring these two teams coming up next: Falcons AP brand versus Smart Omega. And now for this second series of today, I have Icy Baby as well as Sadova joining me on this our version of Comfy Seats. In fact, I do want to take a short little snippet of her Comfy Seat because the last question was actually pretty interesting. I want to ask that question to you guys now. Out of all the talents, whose cooking would you eat?
Amy.
Okay.
Gideon's girlfriend.
Okay.
It's cooking.
She's not a talent though.
She's a talent
technically.
If I were to
my
choose a
eyes.
talent, I'll
Okay.
choose anyone else but
anyone but
Starfast.
Oh, yeah,
Oh.
that's correct.
I would
That is actually
not eat his
correct.
food.
Okay.
I would say the same. I would choose anyone but me.
I was waiting for some good old fight going on here, and then we'll go back to the talent room and like fight. But
No,
okay.
I agree.
Oh, but Sarafa.
No, I agree.
No, I don't care about that. Whose food do you want?
Whose food do I want, huh? Your food.
Why?
I hope that you learned how to make some Malaysian chicken rice.
Oh, crap. Back to that again, huh?
I gotta call it back, sir. I gotta call it back.
I do not want to call that back. So let's talk about AP Brand's lineup right now. What do we have over here? So I see.
Well, we have Flap TZ, Kyle TZ, Phil, Ogwen, as well as Super Marco, the all-star team, you know, was in the grand finals of MSC. We've seen them day one as well. They're doing absolutely well, very, very consistent thus far. But of course, they are here to win it and to prove them grounds, right? Like, who would have thought, like, they didn't really do too well in MPLPH, but still, when they went to MSC, they still qualified all the way to the grand finals here. So I feel like this is going to be a very, very interesting series to talk about here, even though they lost that match against SRG, you know, recently as well. But again, it's still not too late, right? There's still a redemption arc that's going to be happening.
Exactly. Now, Falcons AP Brand, they are a team that we have definitely seen for the longest time ever, and they have, of course, made a resurgence and have been quite a name, have made quite a name for themselves right after Team Liquid Philippines have gotten a name for themselves. So it has been jumping pretty fast as to who have been the title winners, championship winners, so on and so forth. The question always is, you know, how long Udo Red Giants will keep their title. But for now, we do have a quick little video coming up for you guys all the way upstairs. So I believe that we've got something very interesting prepared for you guys. Check it out.
Falcons AP Brand are in such a great mood right now. In fact, we're gonna do a voice hero impersonation. We're gonna be starting off with Flap. Flap, what's your favorite one?
The southern seas are my domain.
I know that one. Can you guess? Type it down below. The southern seas are my domain. Who is it?
Her.
Her. It's Odette. Oh, Odette, it's...
It's Kadita.
Kadita. It's Kadita. It's Kadita. Okay, did you guys get that right? We can put that in the bloopers. Womp womp. Okay, Kyle, what's yours?
Madali lang sa akin, Pilipino to.
Ay, that's the Tagalog version. Who is that?
Suntok para sa suntok.
Suntok para sa suntok. Can you do the motions?
Suntok para sa suntok.
Guess that. Who is it?
Pakito.
Pakito. Suntok para sa suntok. All right, Fla. Oh, all right, for you.
Sir, what's your command?
Sir, what's your command? That seems to be a popular one for you. Okay, who is it?
Fanny.
Fanny. You're so funny. You're so funny. All right, Ogwen.
Who said there's no shortcut in life? I literally invented one.
Who is that?
Chip.
Chip. Okay. You can guess it to see who they're talking about. Super Marco. This is your super voice line. What is it?
What's your name, boy?
What's your name, boy? Who is that one?
Balmond.
Balmond. Balmond. Okay, did you guys get it all right? Because they're having so much fun right now with the voice line. We want to see how ready they are for the next match. So we're going to do a little bit of cheer. Few, you're going to lead it. All right, are you guys ready?
Falcons are here.
AP Brand lang, umalakas.
Falcons are here. AP Brand lang malakas. We're going to be starting the match in just a short while.
Thank you so much, Amara. And of course, Falcons AP Brand definitely showed that they are having a lot of fun. Now, boys, what do you guys expect for this game? Okay, so for now, let's talk about Falcons AP Brand a little bit more. We're just gonna deep dive in. Which is the few player, which is one player that you are gonna look out for?
I think Ogwen.
Ogwen?
For me, Ogwen is a very underrated player that you have to pay attention because he's always doing things off the map.
Okay, how about Sadafa?
I feel like a lot of the players are really someone to keep an eye on, right?
Exactly, that's why I made you choose one.
Yeah, it's hard because like we want to see what Kyle can do now that it's assassin meta. We want to see whether Few might be able to bring Zaz to bear, and Super Marco is always consistent as well.
Super Marco?
Super Marco. I think we Gold lane seems to be playing a pretty big role now that a lot of damage is flying around. Positioning's important, scaling's important. I'll say Super Marco.
Okay, that's neat. Now, we are going to be taking a look at the matchup history for Falcons AP brand. When it comes down to fighting against Udo Red Giants, a little bit of a rematch of Grand Finals. Unfortunately, it didn't really quite work the way that they want. On the other hand, we do have Falcons AP brand that manages to take a win on top of See You Soon 2. Yet another rematch that we have seen before, but unfortunately, See You Soon didn't manage to hold on to that win that they have managed to, not say win, but that one win that they have seen before.
You know, it's interesting because like it's hard to kind of gauge how the meta is going to be shifting, right? Like we've seen a lot of adaptations, but again, the moment Shu Xin was allowed, everything kind of switch up the tempo and what their priorities are when it comes to the drafting. So I think because of that little rule change, kind of shifted everything.
I wouldn't really say so. Like, yeah, Zusin has been introduced. She's definitely going to shake things up a little bit, but we're actually seeing a lot of teams not even really pay a lot of attention to her, right? There are certain teams that will always ban her or pick her, but there's also teams that we saw yesterday who just ignored her completely, right?
Exactly.
Because we already discussed this earlier, the meta right now is not the best for Zusin compared to before. So it's kind of interesting to see the opinions of different players about this new hero.
Right. We also managed to see Homebois rocking a Juicin on their own, but unfortunately, it seems like there is definitely a certain kind of limitations when it comes down to their lineup. Not enough damage is definitely the name of the game for that one. But moving on forward, we do have Smart Omega that we're gonna have to talk about. Sadafa, walk me through this.
We got Ryota, we got Andoryu, we got Ukir, Chaknu, and Jome. A team that closed down yesterday by being able to secure a victory and are looking to push their momentum even further. I've seen that their gameplay, a little bit on the safer side, a bit more disciplined, but there are moments of brilliance, and a lot of it comes from the master of all trades himself, Jome in the gold lane.
The moniker that we have for him now.
Yeah, Jome is literally the guy that does it all, right? Like he's playing on the gold laner, but he feels like he needs to open up the map, he needs to set up for ganks, he needs to set up for kills, he needs to farm, he needs to kill people, he needs to start a fight, he needs to shots call. I think he's just everything, man.
And of course, once again, we do have more content in store for you guys about Smart Omega now. What exactly do we have? Let's tune in and take a look at that.
The players from Smart Omega are in good spirits. In fact, we're gonna play a little game, and it's called Hero Impersonation Voice Line. Now, Ryota is gonna go first. What's your favorite voice line from MLBB?
I will choose my own path.
Yeah, yes, you will. And who is that?
Arlot.
Arlot. So the people that's watching right now, you can comment down below if you can guess it right, who they're doing. All right, Andoryu, your turn.
Sir, what's your command?
Sir, what's your command? Type it down below if you can guess. Who is it?
Fanny.
Fanny. Okay. All right. Ikaw naman. With conviction, all right? Voice line.
To live is to trick the reaper.
Do it again, do it again, do it again. Okay, can you guys guess that? Type it down below. Who is that?
Faramis.
Faramis. I thought you were having a little bit of a seizure there. Okay, Chaknu, your turn.
Welcome to my castle, my friend.
Welcome to my castle, my friend. Who is it?
Grak.
Grok. Ah, one of your favorites. Okay, you better make this good. You're the last one. With conviction, Jome.
Come on, Dexter. It's your showtime.
It's your show. It is your show time. Who is it? Tell everybody.
Claude.
Claude. Okay, there you go. See, they're in good spirits. So we want to see how ready you are for the next match. We want to hear a cheer. Chaknu, you're gonna lead it.
Bagong shot.
Omega.
Omega is ready to go. We'll see you later.
Thank you so much, Mara and Faramis.
Yeah, I don't think
you know,
he does
for
that
a
part,
second,
right?
I thought it was like one of the Transformer series, like Johnson skin or something like that. It was like,
Ah.
I am Optimum Pride.
Optimum Pride.
Optimum Pride?
Optimum Pride.
Yeah, Optimum Pride.
I'm pretty sure that you guys know exactly which video we are referencing. But due to safety concerns, we will not go through the entire voice line. But of course, same question to you guys. Which one are you guys looking out for?
I mean, we already know, right? It is gonna be
Jom,
Jom.
okay.
He seems to be the one that's really setting the stage.
The
for
audacity of
Omega,
me to ask that
right?
question, huh? I don't think I need to ask IC even for that one, huh?
Yep,
Now,
obviously.
The audacity of me, my bad. Now, let's jump in over to the drop.
Is to trick.
Hey, there's the line.
Ooh, oh, he was laughing!
Oh, it's laughing.
He's laughing!
That's what that was.
It's not. Yeah,
Okay.
it's not. But okay, at least he got it pretty much right. He knew that there was a laughter before.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, it's like production immediately tells us that, you know, this is the sound. We've got Roger, Faramis, and Zask that has been banned by Falcon's AP brand. While in the meantime, for Smart Omega, we have got Chip and Ling thrown into the batting pool. So still quite a lot that's currently open. I'm glad to not see Zask anymore because Zask is so boring. Hayabusa is still available, but what else is still available?
I think they are going to be opening things up to kind of try out a little bit more flexibility, right? Like AP brand, they have been known for flex picks as a priority. Like they will just completely ignore meta priority picks. They will just prioritize on heroes that can just confuse people.
It's kind of like an Arlet, for example, right?
Yeah.
We have seen Arlet being banned a few times, but this is not going to be the case. The Juicin pick!
Okay.
Juicin first pick would not have been my prediction. I would have maybe thought that it'd be something like an Assassin or like a Valentina, but yeah, they locked it in straight away. They knew they wanted Zeus in.
Few is the man after all. I really want to see this variation that Few has got in store for us. This guy, Few, the best mage around. I gotta have to give it to him. How exactly is this gonna spin around with what Juicin it can bring over to their lineup? Well, in the meantime, Smart Omega have gotten themselves the Moskov as well as the Julian. Nothing too necessarily out of the ordinary. It's just, you know, typical Moskov things. Go over to the ending game kind of thing, while Julian pretty much paves the way through the early game.
No, I really like how Falcon's AP brands drafting styles and priorities. They always set goals on what they want to achieve throughout the entire tournaments, right? Like, we know for a fact that there are rumors that there are going to be buffs towards heroes like Juicin, etc., which is preparing themselves for the playoffs. And currently, we don't really have a lot of competitive Juicin data. And right now, I feel like they're just okay with just trying this out, knowing that, hey, it might be good, it might not be good. Let's just try it out and then hope it is going to be better when the patch comes in.
I don't really feel like the gusto that we saw from that quick pick is more of an experiment, right?
It feels like they know
if they were
something.
testing something out, there'd be a bit of hesitation. They slapped that down straight away. I feel like we went into this with the intention of picking Zeus'in. We banned in such a way to avoid heroes that would make Zeus'in's life difficult, like Zask, like Faramis, even giving that extra HP with Netherrealm. And now you've added Ruby and Minotaur, who both offer additional crowd control.
This is a massive setup for an upcoming Harith pick from the side of Falcon's AP brand. Remember how we were talking right about in the previous game? We want to see a hero when it comes down to Aroma that is able to clear waves fast enough if the Juicin is being picked in the middle lane. Minotaur comes in pretty effectively, and the problem in the previous game is the fact that Alpha just doesn't deal enough damage. So we will want to see Assassins being picked up from Falcon AP brand, and I think Smart Omega picked up on that, immediately banning out onto the Hayabusa, and if they so wants to ensure that they
should ban
deny
Fanny,
the
right?
Harith and Fanny, yes, that will be good. But unfortunately, it comes to the point whereby it's an either-or situation now.
I have a very, very wild curveball that I'm about to throw right now.
Okay.
Like, knowing that AP brand has a tendency to be flex, right? Like, oh, it could be here, it could be here. I feel like just based off Juicin's leaderboard, there are a couple of Juicin players that play it on the jungle role. So I'm not sure they were going to go for it, but just putting out there.
Just putting out there.
Just putting
That
out there for
could
now.
be a probability.
Yeah.
I mean, when it comes down to experimentations and when it comes down to flexibility, there are definitely things that we don't expect and people pull it off. Like back then, we don't even know that Carmilla can play in the jungle, and boom, Carmilla's in the jungle.
That
It
is
worked
true.
out pretty decently.
There are always possibilities. One thing we do know is that they did actually ban the Fanny, so continuing to make sure that no free assassins are gonna be given over. The Zeus in jungle seems a little bit out there, but yeah, I could maybe see it being possible, though it does add a bit of a limitation where you require damage from another source to really be able to clear the jungle a bit more comfortably.
You know, based on this bans, I'm really surprised Smart Omega hasn't opted to kind of ban off Marco's power picks, or maybe even some of the power S-tiered ones like Harif as well in this particular, or even the actually I think
Harif is a must pick from
must pick right now for Falcon.
It's a direct setup for a Harif, but now the main question is, if we know that a Harif is likely going to be in for Falcon's AP brand being the probably best in slot, what's going to be the jungle that is the best in slot now?
Ooh.
Putting in consideration that Harif is going in.
A lot of the assassins
I think
are
Lancelot
gone.
is still okay.
Lancelot?
It isn't that bad against a Julian.
I'm not a big fan of it this game, personally.
We just need damage. How about Roger?
Oh, okay. Alpha Harif.
no.
Alright.
No, Roger was the first banned hero.
Oh, right.
It was so long ago, I don't blame you for forgetting, but looks like it will be the Alpha, which
Wait.
you
Hold on a
literally
second.
mentioned earlier you hoped we wouldn't see.
Oh no. Is this fucking AP Brand telling us, no casters, or rather no abstract, you're wrong, Alpha has damage, it's just Homebois doesn't know how to pilot this draft?
Honestly, I will tell you that.
I think it comes down to experimentation, right? Like recently on the YouTube algorithm, there has been a lot of teams highlighting on how Skies played his alpha.
Skies?
Yeah,
Okay.
Sky. When he brought in the MSC, it was like a wow factor, and somebody actually experimented the emblems that Skies use and prioritized. I think what War X as well as Thunderbolt as a third item for Alpha.
War
it
X
was really
Thunderbolt.
disgusting.
Really?
It was really disgusting.
I can understand that a lot of people are picking up onto the Thunderbolt just because of the fact that it have growth inbuilt into it. And
Infinite growth, right?
Infinite growth. And once you're done with it, once you're all the way in the late stages of the game, you have enough of the growth. You don't need the growth. You don't need the growth anymore. You can just sell it away, and you still have that growth that's inbuilt onto you.
I think beyond experimentation though, now that we're in day 2 of the cruise stages, teams have kind of actually locked this in already, where if all of the assassins in the meta are not available, the next hero they go to is Alpha. Because we know that tanks are not really that efficient anymore, and Alpha is one of the fighters that can actually match assassins somewhat in terms of burst damage output. So I think that's what they're really playing around. And we already saw that Homebois did actually combo Alpha with Zeus in together. I think if piloted correctly, it can really delete someone. So AP Brand should give us a good show.
I really hope to see how the AP brand will be able to do make use of this draft. And well, I love to be proven wrong, but maybe just don't prove me wrong until too badly, alright? So let's just jump right in and take a look at the match number 2. Game number 1 between Falcon's AP brand versus Smart Omega.
Well, we are going to be seeing a little bit interesting match here because this is going to be the Julian versus Alpha. And I want to see who's going to be able to dominate in the early stage of the game here, because rumor has it Julian has been the go-to majority over Alpha.
Like, Julian just straight up has a stronger early game comparatively. Again, he is the only hero that has access to his full kit at level 3, which means that his time is accelerated compared to others. Chaknu could be in trouble though. Grok, definitely one of those heroes that can be weak to Zeus-in.
Well, I like how Hugh is just abusing for the fact that, you know, level 1, level 2, there's not a lot of mages who almost has close to infinite amount of mana to actually kind of contribute in team fights. So in this case, I feel like Few had a very, very good start right now, able to get a couple of harassments in, you know, setting up for level 4, but it does delay up on the rotations coming from Kaltizi for now. But even if I say that, he was kind of annoyed. Look at him, he still hits level 4 before Anduryu.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Alpha farms very quickly. That's another factor of why he is a hero that gets picked up pretty often. His damage output works on heroes, works on jungle camps as well. He can definitely match assassins in a meta where if all the assassins are gone, he's a pretty obvious choice. And I do think that AP Brand want to be the team that are starting to set things up early on. We already know that Alpha and Harif are the type of heroes that will end up falling off a little bit once you get to the late stages. And Jomon the Moskov has already turned games around for Omega before.
This is so unlucky of Anduryu. He's actually 1 creep behind Kaltizi just because of the fact he wasn't able to steal the 1 creep up top. And because of this, Kaltizi is going to be hitting his level 5 very, very soon here. And the moment he hits it, we are going to see a huge power spike where Smart Omega is not going to be able to do too much. But as soon as I say this here, Chaknu, He does have his 4 first here. Few already looking to try and zone him up. Pulls him back here. He might be a little bit of trouble here. Chaknu forced to use the wall charge aggressively. And now here to counterplay with him in nose range. He won't be the first one to fall. First blood in the hands of Falcon's AP brand. But Few, look at him. He drags another one. A double kill for Few right from the get-go.
I think that was kind of a messy fright from Smart Omega there. Chaknu used his wall charge to try and get a pick off. Unfortunately, because he collided with the wall so far away, it didn't really do anything in terms of CC to Flapteasy. And then Smart Omega tried to follow up on that when there really was no setup to really use, which resulted in them getting picked off. 2 kills to AP Brand. Turtle lost. And, well, it's kind of already going what we expected the early game to be.
Could you really blame him though, considering that Few was the one that, you know, dragged him out right as soon as his immune came out,
He could
right?
have used wall charge in the other direction.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Fair enough.
Hold on, top lane? Okay, he's fine.
Top side though, Super Marco. You know, he's gonna be having a good time here. Smart Omega makes another attempt up top, but again, you know, they're just playing very passively here. This kind of reminds me of how Smart Omega is playing yesterday as well. Just play as defensively here, try to drag this game as long as possible, but as soon as I say this, and Nuryu, he's gonna get caught out. He dropped all these spells in front of FCAP, expecting that they wouldn't punish this.
My face is just kind of full of judgment. Why did Andoryu do that? He just dashed over the wall and then did nothing with it. He literally dashed over the wall, then changed his mind and said, wait, let me out of here instead. And that is not going to work. AP Brand.
Oh no, Kaltizi gets... They will be able to punish Chaknu as well. Few was able to drag him out. And who said Jusin wasn't strong? But in the right hand, dang, this Jusin is kind of annoying now.
Zusin as a hero will be weaker in the early game if the opponent's side has a little bit more setup to play around and a little bit more frontline presence, which Smart Omega should have, but I don't really think they're doing a good job with it.
Ooh, tough, but Kaltizi now, level 8 as compared to Enduru. He's having a fun time as he's got 2-on-2, going to build up a little bit more stacks here and there. Ukir, however, it does have a glowing wand, so I'm not sure it's gonna do too much, but you know, it's still something for Smart Omega to kind of take themselves in these upcoming fights.
It will be useful to try and burn down a little bit some of these tankier, more sustainable heroes. I'm just worried if it's going to be enough, because Falcons already have a 2k net worth lead. Turtle seems to be free.
Oh, Ogwen making the dive here on towards the back lines of Ryota. Forces a flicker, gets a free turtle in the process as well. Falcons AP Brand just, you know, winning on all fronts at this stage.
From what I can see here, actually, Zusin may be the type of hero that allows you to balloon leads rather than claiming them for you. Oh, hold on.
Oh, hold that thought. Bottom lane, Flapteasy. Oh, what a flicker. Baiting out spells here. Smart Omega, unfortunately, not going to be able to get any kind of kills here. Unfortunately for him, Few, he's looking to try and drag Chakdu back, but thinks it's just not worth it. Only the Grok is available.
Yeah, they don't really need to do that. AP Brand are already in a pretty controlling position. As long as they're able to keep this lead intact, it will be difficult for Smart Omega to do anything for the next couple of minutes. The main issue, though, is that Jome actually has been uninterrupted. Yes, he lost his tier 1 tower, but the Moskov is still 0-0-0. I imagine his farm isn't too far behind that of Super Marco's. So I'm curious whether the Master of all trades can turn this one around.
Yep, Conceal plays here, trying to catch on to Kaltizi. He smells something, immediately pops his out to actually back off. So that's not going to be an attempt here from Smart Omega. Completely thwarted here in their plans.
Looking at the gold, yeah, actually, Jome only 300 gold behind Super Marco this far, despite a 3k net worth difference. So his farm is still keeping up pretty alright. But Omega need to make sure that they don't fall too much further behind, because we already know how consistent Falcons AP Brand is as a team. Once they have that lead, they're going to make sure that they don't lose it. And I imagine that this Moskov is going to start becoming a target of interest very soon.
Yeah, Jome has been playing very, very safe as well. He needs to make sure that he doesn't get too far behind there. But middle lane here, they do find Ogwen. That's going to be a very big catch. However, Few is going to be able to drag them back to try and extend the fight. Flapteasy is here to try and pull him back here. Few looking for his 1v1s on the sides. Meanwhile, the back lines as well. Super Marco is able to find another one. Just like that, FCAP just dissected the front and the back lines of Smart Omega.
As Smart Omega stood no chance in that situation. Kyle TZ gonna be able to get the turtle for free, though Jome also trying to split push. Oh
no, Jome, he's in a little trouble. Oh, what an escape, but Few is gonna be able to have his lantern on him. He drags him back in. There's no way out there. Great little nitty trick here coming from Jome. Chagnu, however, will be dived in under turret by Super Marco. Gets a tier 1 as well for FCAP.
An impressive mechanical play there using Moscow Spear to try and escape. But unfortunately, a 1v3 is not going to work very well there. And we can see that Jome, who has been trying so hard until now to keep his farm up to par with Falcon's AP brand, has finally met his first demise. And this is not looking good here. If we just look at the items, it's very clear that Falcons are way richer compared to Smart Omega. And I'm not too sure if they're going to be able to make much of a difference here. They really got to play for late stages when Jome comes online. There's no way to really make a comeback before that timing.
Oh, combo coming from Endiryu. They are going to try and catch Flap TZ, but this Ruby is extremely tanky here. Forces a flicker out as well. Does have the sustains, and Omega, they can't seem to get the kill. However, they need to run now. Falcons, they're coming from the back lines. Look at this. Few, he's going to be able to corner Endiryu. He's looking to try and punish this here. Jome looking to TP away. Guess what? He's going to be able to escape and narrowly as well. Jome, he gets out, but Endiryu, he's going to be the black sheep for Smart Omega. FCAP, they will be able to find one only, but still, what an escape from Jome.
That is actually insane. I'm kind of surprised Flap didn't choose to check the left brush. He just checked the right brush and then figured, like, I guess he just disappeared. He just stopped searching. It's kind of strange.
What an outplay here, but still, Falcons AP brand, they still have the lead. They still have the net worth advantage. They are going to continue to press this here. Super Marco, with the Salmon Force here, does a serious damage onto his Ook here. And unfortunately to say, there's nothing much Omega can do at this stage. Even the purple bow is going to be stolen away, but for now, they use the purple buff. They are going to try and attempt this here. Super Marco uses the Purify. He's going to get chain stunned here, but can he survive? Yes, he will with the help of Kautizi. The rest of the members of FCAP is here to back him up. Meanwhile, Phil solo fighting on his own in the back lines. He gets a kill on Endiryu. Now he's going to try and extend the fight. Chagnu, can he get out? No, he cannot, and he's going to be the next to fall. Jome does have the turret here, but he needs to make a survival attempt here. Purify comes in. He's going to get chain CC'd, and he is also going to be the next to fall. And just like that, Falcons AP brand completely shuts down Smart Omega.
10 minutes into game number 1, and the kill score is 14-1. Falcons AP brand in full control, and despite the potential scaling in Moscow, I really don't see a path back into this game anymore. Falcons are just superior in terms of their control, in terms of their engagement, in their angles. They have Smart Omega beat in almost every factor, and this game in particular, the draft is really pushing that as well. This Zusin, normally a hero that has been having trouble so far in Snapdragon, we are seeing it being played to its full potential.
Now with the Lord crashing in as well, and there's such a huge lead. Smart Omega, they've got to try everything they can. Chaknu already using the wall charge to try and extend this fight, but middle lane here, Kautizi is able to drag Ryota out of comfort, and they will be able to burst him down. Smart Omega down a member, but as of now, can they continue to do so? Because FCAP, they look stronger than ever.
Another item offender. Jome is gone, and so are the chances of Smart Omega winning this game.
Oh boy, this is tough. This is so tough for Smart Omega, but FCAP, they're doing really well, and they will continue to do so. And with 3 members left, all they gotta do is just get one more pick. Ryota respawns back into the safety as well. He needs to do something about this, but the minions are starting to hurt as well. But look at Fiu. Oh my goodness, this is dragging members left, right, front, and center. They isolate the fight. They find a pick on Chaknu. Omega, what can they do at this point? There's absolutely nothing, because the crystal will be destroyed, and FCAP takes a very convincing game 1.
This was a one-sided demolition from Falcons AP brand, showing the world why they are still one of the strongest teams in MLBB. Not allowing Smart Omega any chance to play around Jome or scale or make any comeback. This game was theirs right from the beginning.
I gotta have to say, this game is very convincing from designer Falcon AP brand with almost a similar lineup from what Homebois have gotten for themselves. As such, I have come up with a theory about how Falcon's AP brand is able to work with this composition. Very simply, it's really just Phil doing few things. The best mage around that knows how to use a Juicin.
Yeah, I think.
Would you agree?
Yeah, I definitely agree because Phil was doing a very, very important role, like in the sense where he's playing as like a hybrid roamer. Like usually roamers are going to be the ones that actually, kind of check the brushes and some etc.
It becomes Phil instead.
Exactly. But in this case, I feel like Phil understood the assignment, what it was given, which was instead of having those secondary tags, and usually secondary tags are XP laners, he played that role for
Flapteasy.
For Flapteasy and did really, really well.
That is the strength of Susin, right? As a hero, she trades her ability to wave clear and dish out high damage in the early game for just a presence that's hard to get rid of once you get into the late stages. And when you add on that her ability to CC by pulling someone out of the safety of their backlines, you can see why this hero is actually something that's worth respecting. We just gotta make sure you have the correct setup and the correct player to use her.
Most importantly, I would say that not only just the correct player, right? The roamer that is in question must be a very specific set of heroes that clears certain conditions to be able to clear waves. That is by far the most important thing that Juicin will require in the middle lane. Otherwise, you will be giving a free lane over to the opponent's mage. In fact, giving in a free priority over to them. While you have no idea what you can do, you're just merely touching and tickling them, unable to pull anyone because you can't stand your ground long enough.
Yeah, I think it comes down to a situation where you need to understand your spacing and distance here. And, I think Juicin is in a situation where it's not super far in terms of range, but it's not that short either. So if you can understand those distance and spacing, you're going to be A-okay. As long as you do not give Juicin 10 stacks, you're good, right? But in this case, Shangnu thought it was like, hey, it doesn't really hurt. Oh, I'm immune, I won't be dragged off as much as I thought, but it doesn't matter. Once those stacks are up, and the moment you don't have those immunity, you're dead. You're going to be dragged out.
You're just going to be dragged out.
Yeah.
It's time and time again, we're just looking at these dragons. Pretty darn annoying, and I think that Smart Omega gotta have to respect that. They know that FCAP is a team. They can definitely pilot the Juicin now.
I feel like a big problem with Smart Omega is that I'm really not seeing a lot of the impact of a lot of their players, especially of their setters, right? The fact that Chaknu decided to start the game by invading the jungle against an alpha jungle and Juicin mid speaks to a bit of a lack of forethought. Like, this is a duo that can easily pull you out and finish you at level 1. Like, I know that Grok is one of the safest roams that you can use to invade, but that also depends on your matchup, and this is not one of those games. Him dying at the beginning was already bad, and then trying to use the wild charge to set up a fight when he wasn't really in range to actually stun and make an impact, thereby kind of leading his team into a trap, made the early game just go completely sideways.
I think to add on to that as well, I don't think the level 1 invade wasn't that biggest issue. It was the first turtle fight was one of the big issue right there because he disrespected Fuse Juicin, and because of that, he figured, fired the gun, and everyone from Smart Omega kind of committed to the fight. But nevertheless, here Phil did a fantastic job. He is undeniably the MVP for this game.
Yep, I gotta have to say, Phil knew what he wanted out of this game. Grok, when it comes down to Chaknu, to further elaborate on that, Chaknu, or rather, Grok is super good when it comes down to opening up brushes and of course to give very early game information, something that I am very familiar with because of NIP Flash's JPL. His style of heroes is Cho or Grok, and all he do is tag the opponent's roam. As long as he's able to see the opponent's roamer, he's done. He's good. He don't have to do anything else. I think so. At this point in time, it's really about Chaknu's being able to position himself in a way where he's not too close and really respect the personal space that Juicin provides for this game.
Yeah, I think prior to these highlights, we saw a perfect example, right? Like, I think Chaknu made a mistake. He got dragged in by Flap and by Few, and after that, just immediately just fired a shot. He fired the first shot, and everybody just started shooting and hoping that somebody's gonna die. And eventually, it just didn't pay out for Smart Omega because they weren't in position to do so.
Time and time again, you can pretty much see Few also outplaying opponents. We saw in the previous fight, alright? We can pretty much see that we really wanted to see Endorio to be able to kind of turn things around against Few. But fast fingers Few immediately popping off with the Crimson Beacon as well, allowed him to get himself right out of dodge. So it's pretty much all about micro game. We don't have to focus so much about the macro of Falcons AP Brand versus Smart Omega just yet, because you focus on the micro, you win your lanes, and that's pretty much what Falcons AP Brand has been doing. You win lanes, you know your heroes well enough, and you defeat them through raw power. This is not even the true power of Falcons AP Brand, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree with you say, right? Like, it's all them, every lane pretty much out micro their opponents. But now here comes my question. Was it a draft issue? Or was it just straight up micro?
I think the draft was workable. I do think that it was mistakes in terms of microplay and even some like teamfight decision making. Again, Chaknu's choice to engage at level 1 and then try to force the turtle fight when his team wasn't in the right position to do so already cost something. And when they were behind, we have to note, Smart Omega was playing a front to back lineup, right? They have the Edith and the Grok for the front line, and then they want to make sure that like Julian goes in and out. Vexana is doing damage at the back, Moskov is doing damage at the back. Zusin is very good at dealing with these sort of lineups if she's ahead, because you pull the front line away from the back line. And when that happens, you saw that every single fight, Smart Omega just scatters. Once Ryota is gone, once Chaknu is gone, there is nothing protecting Andoryu and Ukir. They just have to run, and they cannot run because Few is chasing them down. And you cannot run from a Zusin that is ahead of you. It's just impossible.
You also gotta have to remember, once that glowing wand plus the Ice Queen's wand pops up, you know that you're pretty much dead the
There's
moment
no way out.
The moment the lantern touches you even once. The amount of slows is just way too much for you to work with. The DOT of the lantern actually ticks off pretty fast.
I think what's disgusting is just his first skill. Like, if you hit multiple targets, you're stealing everyone's movement speed. Straight up. It's just disgusting.
It contributes to that because you want to be able to stay on top of people, but Zusin as a character, we've already seen, has actually failed in multiple other situations, right? This is a clear, like, demonstration of what she's truly capable of, but you also gotta make sure that you're able to set up the situation for her to be this ahead. And if it was another opponent, if it was not the case of Smart Omega unfortunately losing the early game quite badly, then we could have seen a different result, because if Zusin doesn't have the items necessary to keep up, then we see that she is a hero that actually does have trouble because of the lack of mid lane priority.
But perhaps we'll be able to tell a little bit more if whether the Juicin will be contested or not in the next game, right? Because Falcons AP Brand, perfect game number 1. Smart Omega, they gotta respect that. What exactly are they going to be banning out, and what are they gonna be looking out for? When it comes down to drafting, they also didn't really quite manage to nail onto the head the fact that they are gonna be running with a potential Harif by the end of the day. I'm not sure whether they believe that, we can deal with a Harif, or do they just not know that the Harif is coming? Because it was a setup.
It was pretty obvious as well, right? Like, hey, instead of choosing to ban and focus on towards Marco's hero pools here, they opted to focus on the junglers. And guess what? It didn't really matter here, because it feels like everybody was just winning regardless of the drafts here. So it came down to just individual skills.
So the question will always be, would it have mattered if they banned out the Harif, or would it still be okay to ban out those subsequent assassins coming in from Hayabusa and Fanny? Let us know your comments down below, and just let us know maybe a little bit more about what you think about this. But Sadafa, what do you think about it? Do you think it would have mattered?
It would not have mattered.
I
actually do agree they should have banned Hayabusa and Fanny.
Okay, guys, stop fighting. Stop fighting.
There's no fighting here. I'm agreeing.
Stop fighting, because we are going to be taking a little bit short break here to kind of resolve this behind the scenes as we jump into this short break.
to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it. Whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster.
And welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. And with game number 1 concluding, Falcons AP brand gaining themselves that game number 1 victory over Smart Omega in a very dominating, convincing fashion. I gotta have to say, I am surprised with the fact that the composition did work. So, continuing out from what we have left out just now, I guess it's time for us to fight now, lah.
I thought you guys resolved this. Hello.
We could continue.
Would you consider it a fight though? I think it was more of a discussion.
We can make it a fight.
Oh, you want it to be a fight?
I like the SGMY thing.
Alright.
I think I'm gonna stand up and
you wanna
swap
go?
seats
You wanna
with
go?
You, probably.
You wanna go, my brother?
Let's go.
Throw hands.
I need to change my shirt. Here it goes black and white and just stand in the middle.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Ready?
Okay.
Understand the rules?
3,
2, 1, fight.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Damn. Okay.
Okay.
Singapore wins.
Shush. Let him celebrate.
For now. Because you guys can celebrate all your Yudu Red Giants and stuff lah. Huh?
Hey, dude. And NIP Flash is doing well.
Hey!
NIP Flash just completely destroyed RGPH just now.
Yeah. So honestly, I am super excited for that. I'm very, very excited for that. They are back, baby.
Yeah, I think Aries was just so kind of disappointed behind the scenes.
Yesterday.
Like, no, just now as well. He was
now.
like, you know what? I'm so disappointed yesterday and today. That's the NIP Flash he was doing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But for now, let's take a look at the caster's prediction. It does seem like we all across the board believe that, of course, Falcons AP Brand will get ourselves a 2-0 victory in favor of them, right? Now, we also have got the drafting. Will we be able to see that respect over to the side of Jusin? Will Smart Omega understand that Few is a man that cannot be given freedom?
Well, there is the possibility, now that they're on blue side, for them to first pick Zusin themselves instead, right? Like, do you
Would
think...
they?
Would they? That is the question, right? Because, like, I think Okir did play it once, or maybe I'm remembering incorrectly. But I don't think it went very well.
I think they gotta respect the Ruby. Like, to be honest, I feel like Flap TZ was just doing so well in the prior game as well. He's a very good synergy with both the Zusin, and alongside himself, it's just so difficult to kill, right? It's great for setups, great for sustains, great for baiting up fights as well. And I think Smart Omega, they made like a couple of attempts to try and shut Flap TZ with this Ruby. They just couldn't set up those fights. So I guess now they're just taking away kits away that are comfortable so that they can actually find one lane and just go in and set up for those ganks.
I like how Falcons AP Brand themselves acknowledge the fact that Jusin can be a threat, and Jusin is, of course, a value that can even be made out of within of Smart Omega's draft. I thought that it could be kind of like a bait and switch kind of thing, whereby Falcons AP Brand, we show you how Jusin is meant to be played. and then pass it over to Smart Omega. You try it now. It's not as easy as you think, huh?
Well, I think typically teams that know how to abuse a strong hero are the teams that will respect it the most, right? Because they
Fair point.
know intrinsically the fear that
Oh.
comes from playing against it. So
But giving the Ling over the Jusin though, would you have that much respect for Jusin?
I think it's less of a... Actually, yes. Basically, what they're saying here, they have more respect for Zusin as a hero than
Than the
Andoryu
Li-
as a Ling player.
Oh! Whoa!
That's the impression they're giving
That's
me.
the impression. You know
Yeah.
what? I can back you up just so that we can make that content.
Yeah.
Falcons AP brand headlines and Doryu with Ling is nothing as compared to Jusin as a hero.
I don't think they're that worried about Ling. Just because if you base on historical data, like during MPL PH as well, like there was just so many Lings here coming from during MPL PH,
they're
you know, even
used
MSC
to
as well.
it, to
There's
a
just
point.
so many as well. It's just adjusting and adapting, right? Like,
Right.
So I feel like in this situation, Falcons AP brand, they can deal with Ling, but they need other toolkits to kind of respond to this. And knowing their trends of playstyles, they do like to have those flexibilities to kind of adapt. And that's the Falcon AP brand that I know. Being flexible. Be water, my friend.
Be water. If you pour water in a glass,
Be the
or
glass.
you become the glass.
The shape.
But is it half full or half empty?
It is.
Doesn't matter.
It has water.
It has water.
That's true.
Smart Omega now they do have a Ling Minotaur as well as a Faramis.
no.
Falcons AB brand, they are pulling in the Kyle Teasy, Fatty Teasy.
Okay, so some words. Firstly, I actually do quite like Smart Omega's draft. Minotaur and Faramis is a really powerful combination for straight up team fighting because you have Mass CC and then you have the Netherrealm on top of that. But the Fanny is really scary here. We know that Kyle Teasy can play this pretty well.
No, I think like we have to thank Mara for all the spoilers because think about this, right? Voice impersonation. How would you be able to speak a hero's voice impersonation if you don't play it a lot? You wouldn't be able to know anybody's impersonation.
So
And
whoever they impersonate is the hero that they either number one
Most likely
played the
play.
most,
Yep.
or number two played the most recent.
like I think when you guys were watching, right? I knew it was a chip's line. You know? Who says shortcuts doesn't exist in life? I literally made one. Everything else I didn't know.
That is quite literally. Oh right, because you're a tank main.
Yeah, I'm a tank main, so I knew about it. So I was like,
Oh yeah, by the way, Blade Armor didn't work earlier.
unfortunately.
But for now, we do not have any other heroes that really show that there is a need for Falcons AP brand to build that for now. Because, I mean, if we are looking at a Claude, for example, that could definitely still be a probability because Claude, when it comes down to the Blazing Duet, it's still very basic attack based. But, I mean, you're not really looking out for the retaliation per se because Demon Hunter Sword, you kind of get the HP back out of that retaliation. Not too big of a deal. But oh, okay. What do you have for me?
Okay, so if you have two lifesteal items, Blade Armor, if you can sustain the initial burst, Blade Armor still is stronger. But usually you need Heart's Claws to be able to counter the full combo of the Blade Armor.
You need all that much?
Yes, it's that much. Because
I
if you
can
can
see that being
sustain
the
through
case.
it, if, let's say I have Dominance Eyes, I have Anti-Cuirass and a Blade Armor, it's very difficult for any marksman to actually survive the retaliation.
Understandable. I know that Vengeance is pretty scary. Okay, this is a Blade Armor game, ladies and gentlemen.
It sure
This is a Blade Armor game.
You got Ling and Claude. This is when you do want to have that Blade Armor. And we have seen this composition work pretty well for multiple teams before. You would think that, hey, Ling, Claude, both game heroes shouldn't work together. They do.
Hylos XP? Oh, Hilda!
Wow.
Rome.
Okay.
Okay,
Interesting.
This is a very interesting draft. Wait, Hylos XP. The thing is, whenever I'm looking at the Hylos XP, I believe that the main reason why you would want to do that is because So the Ring of Punishment, it slows down enemies' attack speed. It is great with auto attack heroes. But Falcon's AP brand don't have anyone that really uses that. Number 2, the other reason you pick up Hylos is because he works great with Vengeance, with the max HP pool being the highest of all MLBB heroes. So it gives you so much reason to use Vengeance, but now from the sound of Falcon's AP brand, you don't really quite have a reason to pick that Vengeance up. I'm not too sure, but I'm gonna leave the time over to you guys. You can talk all you want about this very interesting draft. I will be back again later to really just digest and dissect it again once we are done with this. Game number 2 between Smart Omega versus Falcon's AP brand. Who's gonna be the one that takes this game number 2? Let's tune in.
Well, we are going to be jumping straight into the game right here, right now. And Diryu on the link. And Cal TZ on his Fanny. Who is going to be the better jungler here? That's going to be my question here, because as of yet, Cal TZ already having a very early XP lead, actually.
Yeah. You are right. So that means that Endoryu has already been potentially messed with a little bit. No.
Like,
I'm kind of curious. Where did Kaltiza get that extra EXP
Well, he
from?
started on the purple side, whereas Anduri started on the red side. But I'm surprised he didn't go for the purple side, anticipating that Ogwen is going to be here. And guess what? It kind of paid off, and now they are going to try and extend this fight. Ogwen forces a very early flicker by Smart Omega. So beautiful start here coming from Smart Omega.
Yeah, good pressure there. Oh,
unless the Fanny comes in. Oh no, I spoke too soon.
I think Endoryu did get it. He does have his purple buff.
Yeah, he does. My goodness, the pressure from AFCAP is just unreal right now.
Initially, we thought that maybe the early game wasn't like as effective because Hilda and Lilia should usually win an invade, but Smart Omega planned for it and positioned 3 players there to stop them. But then Kyle TZ just comes in and gives them another heart attack. That is the thing about Fanny. You always got to be worried about it somewhat. Ryota trying to cut waves.
Okay, Ryota, he's going to try and buy a little bit more time. He does have a little bit of Purify to just get out, but unfortunately, none of his members is going to be able to do so here. First blood in the hands of Falcon AP Brent.
I feel like there could have been a bit more communication there. You gotta tell him Lilia's coming. Hold on though.
Oh, and Diryu. Here comes the Blade of Tempest here, going for the combo. Ogwen is able to buy a little bit more time, but still, that was the last take. They cannot commit to the fight, and this is why you gotta respect Ogwen's robe, just making so much space.
Yeah, and Diryu actually made a slight mechanical misstep there. Oh, well, hold on before we continue.
Wait, what is going on? We're just having fights after fights. Yep, it's just the wrist line. He's fine.
Okay, back to that. Yeah, and Doryu made a mechanical mistake. He actually missed the dash on one of his swords, which made him a little bit slower in outputting damage. I think if he landed that, he could have gotten an extra 1 or 2 auto attacks out, and that would have been enough to finish off Ogwen.
Oh, now here comes the cables coming in from Kyle TZ. He's looking to try and catch someone. Unfortunately for Smart Omega, they do have the Nether Realm available for Ook here, so probably they are going to play this a little bit carefully, unless, well, in this case, Ogwen, oh my goodness, you annoying little Hilda. He is going to try and delay Anduri further as he tries to harass his way through. Smart Omega, they've got 3 men. Do they want to actually finish him off? Yes, they do. Retribution has been used. Ogwen forces another flicker to get out the safety. He needs to run. Do they punish this? Yes, they do. And Falcons finally loses a member, but at the same time here, Cal TZ already in the turtle, trying to contest this. Oh boy, can they steal this in time here? It looks like the rest of Smart Omega is looking to try and finish boss, but Cal TZ still gets it as well, but he needs to get out because now he is going to be scouted out by Anduri. The rest of Smart Omega looking to finish them off, and they will get 2 more kills in the bag.
I'm personally not too sure if that was worth it. Well played by Kyle to steal Turtle away.
Oh no, Ogwen, oh! Okay, he's fine. He's going to be able to get out here on this link. This time, Smart Omega on the driver's seat.
This is one of those situations where Ogun wished he took Execute instead of... that would have actually gotten the kill. But yeah, I do feel like AP Brand made a slight mistake trying to force that. Yes, Kyle was able to steal the turtle away, but it was really well-timed Minwen Fury to catch him midway because he knew that would potentially be coming. And then they were able to punish. So Smart Omega with a slight lead here, but if we look at the farm in total, actually, the net worth isn't all that much different.
Yep, and again, Ogwen continue to just punish and endure you, and there's nothing really much Smart Omega can do. Like, what do? Do you send your mid lane to back up? Do you send the Minotaur to back up? Because neither or, this is nothing much he can do, and now Kaltizi, he's going to try and run ham up top to get a couple kills here, and in this case, not going to be able to find one. For now.
I think Falcons basically just want to spend this early game being a little bit annoying. They weren't really able to get the snowball they were hoping for, so now they're just kind of gonna fly around Smart Omega a bit like that mosquito you can never really catch and try to disrupt their gameplay by forcing rotations.
Oh boy, now Ogwen, he needs to make a run for it. He's been extremely annoying. Nice sidestep with the Cyclone Eye as well. He's actually able to get out. And Kautisi looking to try and catch even more. The Nether Realm has been used to disengage, but the damage is a little bit too much. Fuse will be able to find one. And now Ryota trying to get out of safety with this high loss. One more tick. Is it enough? No, they do not, unless Ogwen. Oh no, Ogwen! He is gonna come in out of nowhere. Surprise, brother. Surprise, you ain't running, brother.
That is the art of hunting, and it looks like Ogwen had a centaur on his hunt list here. Falcons AP Brand, they found the rotation they were looking for. They were kind of flying around, being annoying to Omega, wanting them to use resources to commit for a fight, and Omega bit the line, hook and sinker, falling into the trap.
Oh, well, speaking of a trap here, Smart Omega, they're full-on aggression despite that devastating loss. They are going to try and pull Ogwen once more. Can he get out? He's got the protection and the shield so far. He forces the Tempest of Blades and no value. And just like that, Smart Omega has to back off.
All things considered, though, Smart Omega not in a too bad spot. Only about a 2K net worth lead for AP Brand right now. And if they're able to continue maintaining this difference, Joman and Doryu can reach the point where they actually scale up to do a lot of damage.
That is just disgusting. Like Ogwen, yeah, this is why you gotta pay attention to Ogwen. Like him on the Hilda, he's just breaking every single tempo and rotation that Smart Omega is trying to do, and because of just him, he's forcing fights now. And guess what? They do find few in the process. Magic Black Shoe comes in. Can he buy a little bit more time? He's gonna get King comboed all the way through. Ukir finds the kill, and FCAP, they're not even fighting.
Yeah, we can see good macro sense here from Falcons AP Brand. They try to save Few, realize that, yeah, we're probably not going to be able to save Few. Instead, they send Kautisi to bot lane to split push, get a free tower, get the wave pushed in. Ogwen continues annoying Andoryu, and basically forcing Smart Omega to be the ones dancing to their tune.
Oh my god, Andoryu getting completely bullied out here. Now he's going to be forced to recall back into base, and Ogwen continues his stalk here as he continues to stalk Andoryu for the longest of time, and it feels like they have a very, very serious love-hate stalking relationship right now.
Would you really call it love-hate? I'm pretty sure that AP Brand are very happy to be chasing them down. If it's love-hate in terms of AP Brand loves it, Omega hates it, then yeah, I agree.
Okay, now Ogwen, he's gonna try and back off a little bit here. We do see the rest of Smart Omega calling in the cavalry to kind of stop Ogwen from chasing Andrew, and it's somewhat working out right now because FCAP, they're just body checking, they're just, damage testing, checking the waters here. But as soon as I say this, Kautisi, he sees Joel, he's looking for a couple of jabs here. Joel forces the Blazing Duet to disengage, as well as the BMI. But aside from that, FCAP just, having full control. Kautisi, however, though, in the back lines, he goes in for a penalty zone. He catches on 3. He is going to be able to catch a little bit more. That's going to be 2 down from the side of Smart Omega. While you're so focused on Ogwen, Flapteezy is going to be the ones that sneaks up on you and jumps on you.
Oh, even Andoryu going to be forced back here. Could be in trouble. No, he should be fine.
Ogwen, I'm here. How are you?
Andoryu feels like a tennis ball right now. But yes, I think this is fine. Personally speaking, Omega needs to be slowing it down. They're already finding themselves behind. I don't really think they need to be forcing fights. They can actually afford to give up objectives here and there, and instead try to widen the map to give Jome and Andoryu a bit more space to farm. Unfortunately, they did still try to commit.
Ogwen, again, so adamant, so insistent against on Andrew, and because of his resilience, he is able to force the Tempest Blade as well as almost force a Retribution, but it is good enough to slow down Andrew even far further because look at this, Kautisi, he's level 12 now.
Kautisi very comfortable. He did get picked off once, but otherwise this game has been in his control, and AP Brand just get a free tier 1. You could see that Smart Omega, because of repeated engagements where they really didn't have to, they find themselves now at enough of a disadvantage that AP Brand can just poke down their structures.
Yeah, but speaking of which, the timing! Kautisi! This guy, he sees the future! Like, how does he know?
He actually timed that perfectly.
Like, that was perfect!
He knew exactly when Endor wanted to jump down the
Oh
take
my
the jungle camp.
goodness, that is some foresight coming in from Kaldizi. He knew exactly what Andrew was about to do, and now Kaldizi drew
Oh
the
my
middle
goodness.
tower, and from behind, Ukir just get completely assassinated, and he got in and got out. Smart Omega just did not see that coming at all.
I see here why Fanny is getting banned so frequently. Such a dangerous hero, but they're still continuing.
Yep, and Diryu now looking to go for the 10% play, but instead of continuing, he actually backed off to help his teammates now. And Flapteezy is still surviving with the Body Smith armor, and he's not even dead. He was able to set up a fight, and with the Nether Realm, Smart Omega backs out, and FCAP says, we are out of here as well.
Omega are so far behind. You can tell that they just have no money, no items at all because of how long they were doing damage, and Flap just didn't feel it. Falcon's AP Bren are clearly in a place of comfort. This is a draft that usually has some trouble keeping up once you get to the mid to late game, but if you're well ahead, then that is not a concern at all. That is so much Lord advantage too.
Here he comes, Kaldizi baiting a couple of reactions here. Smart Omega getting a little bit angsty to go trigger figure. Feel forces a very early black shoe, but now Enduro, the force to fight. Temple Blaze comes in, connects onto 2. He's gonna try and finish off Field. No black shoe means he is gonna go down. And now here comes the BMI from Jome as well. He's doing decent amount of damage. Falcons, they still survive the damage output. They flip the scripts and double kill now for Flapteezy, just like that in one fell swoop.
Smart Omega tried to take advantage of Few not having his ultimate. They did pick him off, but it cost them 4 deaths in exchange, which really isn't worth it.
Yep, speaking of worth it right now, to force another Nether Realm coming in, even the tier 3 will fall. Smart Omega just has no answer at this point.
We have to note as well, the reason Few used his black shoes there, he was tanking the tower so the minion wouldn't die so that they could finish it off. He wasn't quite able to hit it, but that's the reason he used it, and that's the reason Omega decided to jump on him. So, unfortunately, the goal lead is still way too much for Omega to try and make a big difference at this stage. Unfortunately, with the heroes that they have, they're not very good at finding pickoffs or punishing AP Bren's positioning. They have to counter-engage. So they really need to slow down and look at this from a more strategic perspective.
Well, speaking of strategic here, seems like Omega still hoping that Jome is going to be able to be the master of everything right now, because as of yet, he is just under-farmed. And they need more farm up on Joe before they can make a bounce back. Meanwhile, Falcon's already making quick work on this Lord.
Yeah, smart choice of Omega not to try and contest this. Kyle TZ will be able to get that. Unfortunately, with only 1.5 inhibitors at best standing, it's going to be very difficult for Smart Omega to defend this. They really got to plan their cooldowns correctly, or they're going to find themselves in a heap of trouble. Because again, look at the items. Look at how much difference there is in terms of what Falcons has. Even a Queen's Wings for Kyle TZ. You only get that on Fanny when you're this confident. And there's good reason to be.
They've got Queen Swing up on Flapteezy as well. He's going to be very, very tanky and difficult to kill off. And now with the Lord crashing in, they are going to have to drop everything here. Smart Omega slowly mowing it down. The Lord will come down, but Flapteezy, well, looks like they are going to play it safe. Objective is going to key here. Kaldizi making quick work on all the minions. And Smart Omega, they're able to defend as well. Falcon, they just don't want to commit. It's not worth it.
Good discipline from AP Brand. I do personally feel like there was a possibility they could have muscled it in, but they do respect Omega's ability to counter-engage as a big 5-man death ball. Because if they all get caught in the Minuan Fury and the Netherrealm comes out, they actually do have a chance of being picked off at this stage, and they cannot afford to give that lead away. So instead, they use the Lord as a way to secure every structure and then reposition to return once they've hit their true item spikes, which are maxed out. Because all of their players are only about 1 or 2 items away from hitting that. And once that happens, they know that they can just whittle down Omega without much fight.
Oh boy. FCAP, they've got all the space around Wogue right now. And it feels like there's nothing really much Smart Omega can do. But I'm really surprised that FCAP did not just, jump the gun right here, like considering the amount of lead they have. Unless Ogwen says he just wants to be a little bit more personal, because right now he's taking a little bit too much damage. Andrew is trying to fight back, but he gets two-shotted by Super Marco as soon as he gets out of the iframe. NetherRealm has been used, but not used for Andrew, because right now FCAP is collapsing onto this. Unstoppable for Super Marco. Mega kill for FlapTZ. They will pick them all one by one, and only Ukir is left, but the crystal is done. FCAP 2-0.
AP Brand thought they might have to wait for the next Lord to finish things off, but they found their window of opportunity and caught Smart Omega with their pants down. Another easy victory, another clean sweep for day 2 of the group stages as Falcons AP Brand demonstrate their superiority.
They definitely broke through like an Olympic diver and brought Smart Omega down in one fell swoop. It's really unfortunate for Smart Omega though, but there definitely is a lot of questions that we may have in mind when it comes down to the drafting in this very case, right? I mean, when it comes down to Falcons AP Brand, more or less, we have a very good idea why specific heroes are picked out for over here. Lilia just basically just does Lilia things, right? With lane priority and such, and having a Hilda onto their side basically is just outright telling us that, yeah, I'm just gonna screw with Endorio.
I know,
I'm just killing him.
To be honest, I think Ogwen just loves Endorio this entire game. Like, he was just
He's just having
stalking
fun.
him. Like, maybe it's just
outright having
like
fun.
I don't know, is it personal vendetta or is it a stalker thing, but damn, he never let Endorio out at all.
You ask Ogwen, he's gonna tell you it's not personal, it's just business.
He's probably just, he's probably
This is my
just
job.
saying, you know, I pick it because I want to play. I want to play Hilda. That's all. They just want to play it. Honestly,
could have been anything.
Yeah, it could be the case as well for the Hylos, to be honest, because I pretty much stated the reason why this Hylos just technically doesn't work in this lineup in the previous, right, before the game even started. So perhaps we can kind of talk a little bit about why the Hylos was picked later, as we do have a quick little interview with FlapTZ. So let's move on over upstairs and hear him out.
We're here with the winning team from Falcons AP Brand, FlapTZ. Congratulations! Another sweep. You know, prior to today, you guys were saying you had some errors, such as rushing in the game. It seems like you guys were able to have more discipline, more control. How were you able to do that today?
Ano po, pinanood po namin yung mga games namin kahapon, kung saan kami nagkamali, ganun, para mag-improve palalo kasi itong tournament na to, yung stepping stone din namin para parang practice grounds, training grounds na rin namin tong tournament na to para sa ibang parating na tournaments namin kasi wala kami masyadong preparation. Kaya ginagawa po namin yung best namin, tsaka nire-review po namin ng maayos yung mga mali namin para maayos namin sa susunod na mga laban.
Flap says that this tournament is like a stepping stone for preparation for all the future tournaments that they're gonna do because they're not able to have as much practice. So they're making sure that everything is perfect by watching the previous games and communicating even more to make sure that they don't have the same errors. Now, you're facing a fellow Filipino team. Would you say that the fast games today is because you're used to what you're seeing, considering that you play with them in the MPL? Because in the first series, it was around 11 minutes. This one is under 14. So do you find that it's easier playing a Filipino team?
Feel ko po, parang same lang sa ibang teams na na nakakalaban namin. Yung problema lang is yun nagkaka-error. Tapos ngayon namin na-apply sa mga sarili namin yung mga errors namin kahapon.
He thinks it's the same. Doesn't matter if it's Philippines or another country. It's just the same. And they're able now to fix the errors that they were talking about yesterday. So, quick fight today. 2-0 quick games. What are you planning to do after this?
Kakain po, tapos siguro magta-training ulit. Kasi, kailangan eh.
So just eating and just training because they said they really need it. Why do you think you really need it? I mean, like, it seems like you guys are having an easy time right now.
Ano po, parang kulang pa kasi, gusto namin mag-champion eh. Kaya kailangan namin ipakita na nagte-train kami ng seryoso para makuha namin yung mga pangarap namin.
They said there's still a lot of stuff missing because their goal is to become the champion so they can achieve all their dreams. If you can say what's missing, what exactly is it?
Siguro yung missing sa amin is yung pag-build up pa ng chemistry at parang sa pag-understand din ng game. Feel ko parang kulang pa kasi kahit naman mag-champion, kulang pa rin eh.
It's to build the chemistry, and they feel like even though they've been champions before, there's still something missing. There's still a lot of improvement to do with the team. It doesn't matter how many tournaments have they've done. Now, all the AP brand fans, they're watching you right now. What do you have to say to them?
Sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa amin, maraming salamat at sana wag kayo magsawang suportahan kami. At hindi na ako mantatrash to kasi malas eh. Kahit pansin nyo nung pagtuwing nantatrash to ako, minamalas tayo guys. Kaya humble God muna tayo ngayon. Feet on the ground muna.
He's saying thank you to all their supporters, and he's not gonna trash talk anymore because he finds that every time he trash talks, they have bad luck. So now he's gonna be the humble flap with feet on the ground. Congratulations. And I noticed that. You're winning when you don't trash talk. We'll see you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Predict ko, 2-0 kami sa SRG. Ayun, baliktad bala.
And yesterday he predicted it's gonna be 2-0, but it was the other way around. Well, good luck for your game tomorrow, and go ahead, practice and eat. We're gonna break it down for you. We're gonna go back to our casters. It's your turn.
Thank you so much, Mara. Thank you so much, FlapTZ. And I was honestly a little bit hoping for a little bit of a spicy trash talk.
I'm not gonna lie, shout out to Mara, because whenever Mara has an interview, everybody wants to talk to Mara. Like, they want to spill the beans every single. Like, look at how Flap was just so comfortable
They're
just
very
sharing
open
everything.
and sharing.
He just kept
Love it.
going. I know for a really
Love
long
it.
set.
Usually it's kind of like one word answer, or when they say thank you, just like, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
But he wants to continue.
The
like, let
sentences
me
were
just-
so long, I was starting to worry if Mara would be able to remember them to translate, but turns out she's fine.
You're talking about Mara
Yeah.
after all.
The one
I
and
shouldn't have
only
worried.
The
Mara
audacity
Aquino.
of you.
I know, right?
But
I don't need to be concerned.
But back to kind of the main the question, right? What do you guys think? Starting from Sadafa, why do you think is the reason of bringing in this high loss? We take apart from the fact that the ring of punishment and the vengeance part.
So the reason they went for the high-lows here, even though it doesn't quite have the same efficiency as if you were going against more like normal attack-based teams, is because they want to have an extra tanky hero because they are playing Ling and Claude. And then you'll ask me, but other teams play Ling and Claude and they don't need a tank like high-lows in the EXP lane. That is specifically because of Smart Omega's playstyle, where they want to play safe, they want to delay, they want to take control of fights by making sure their front line is very bulky to create space for Jome. It's not really the go-to strategy, but it is their style.
Is it kind of like the same case where we saw for Farcasim Prevent in game? Team Liquid, right? Team Liquid Philippines, whereby they just throw Sanford away and just let you soak everything, and then the jungler and the goal laner just rushes right in afterwards. Just peel for everyone. Is that the kind of the same case?
In some ways, yes, but also not really.
Yeah, and nevertheless here, we are going to be talking about the MVP of that match as well. It's going to be Super Marco, 5-0-7. And to be honest, his Harif is just having the freest lane thus far because he was able to get a couple of solo kills. And I think in particular, like 2 shots with the Xamarin Force, and we saw Andiri just got completely demolished.
Is more or less what we can expect from a Harif. A farmed Harif, which you having the Feather of Heaven as well as the what's that again? I would keep thinking of it as Calamity Reaper. Starlium Scythe. Thank you. But of course, once he picks up the Holy Crystal, you more or less know that the game is over.
Yeah, I think it came down to a team effort here coming from Falcon's AP brand. They just dominated. Like, they had a very, very clear understanding on what they wanted to do in terms of objective, right? Like, slow down jungler, make space for a team, and then just win the game. But in this case, Calteezy was given so much free reign. And Smart Omega was just playing extremely passive in this game. And I like how Staffa was able to dissect that as well. Like, the idea is just make space, pray for the late game, and then hope Jom is able to scale the game.
Right.
And it just didn't work out.
The problem with a strategy like this is that it's very obvious to your opponents what you're doing as well.
Yeah.
Because if we can read it, you can be sure the coach on the other side is going to be able to read it. And when you add on to that the information from game 1, where they know Smart Omega isn't very active in the early game, you see them pick Fanny, Hilda, Lilia, and just go for invades over and over again, as we can see in the highlights.
It honestly feels like free real estate for Falcon's AP brand. Wherever that they go, they have free reign and they can go to wherever they want to go. So very good point about that. Whenever they are trying to go for a fight, it's somewhere in the northern jungle or the southern jungle, or perhaps even somewhere close to the tier 1s in the middle lane. Falcon's AP brand showed no mercy at all over to Smart Omega, and they truly showed the reason why they are the top contenders in MPLPH, while they are keeping Smart Omega rooted in the middle of the pack.
It's a cutthroat place, MPLPH. We know that they've been one of the strongest, or basically the strongest region for a very, very long time. So it's clear that the teams that have been able to stand on top of this region are always going to be threats that are reckoned with. Smart Omega, I did like that they shifted their gameplay and drafted game number 2, picking up heroes like Ling and Claude, which have already been proven to work well together, and supplementing them with Minotaur and Fermis. Like, straight up, I actually did really like their draft there. And while the Hylos may not have made the most sense, I personally was okay with it. I just feel like they're still lacking in terms of their execution compared to a team like AP Brand.
Yeah, I really like the Hylos in the current patch, but how is it played in XP, or is it going to be played Rome? Is it going to be a completely different matter as well? It's just very simple to use, right? It's very strong, brain dead. You know, if you play your cards, you do your job right, everything's going to be A-okay. So that's something that I think I will see a little bit more, hope to see a little bit more, but of course now it's always Jusin Zas. Sorry to say, it's only going to be these two right now.
There is only a very specific reason why you want to pick up Hylos. Unlike for Jusin and Zask, they can compromise the not compromise. They can be the core fundamentals of what a team essentially would be. They can be the core 3 that makes up a team. While for Hylos, you can't exactly use him to make up a team. He comes in nice as a beefy tank, but you'll mostly want to look at Hylos only because his kit is very specific for very specific applications. You want to slow down the marksman. You want to be able to really stick onto someone and deal a lot of damage through the ring of punishment, while you are also just burning people at the same time, having your molten essence.
It's kind of like having a free ice queen once, right? Like,
yes.
I think that's the biggest function of
ice
what.
queen's wand.
Yeah. The best part about having an Hylos in this situation is that it will do a lot of damage over time. It's like a free ice queen one for your team. So instead of having mages that forces themselves to use Ice Queen one, you can get a little bit more flexible by going for like Glowing one as a priority, Blood Wings as a priority, Holy Crystal as a priority, and just ignore the Ice Queen ones completely, and then just allowing a Hylos to be there and do the exact job for you.
Yeah, I agree. I do actually kind of like the Hylos in a way because it does complement their strategy. If there's one thing that I don't like about the Hylos pick, it's not about the choice of the hero itself, it's the mindset behind it. It's the choice that they decided to go with Hylos as kind of a safe option to make sure that their Ling and Claude would be able to farm because they can hide behind him.
Play not to lose.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Understand. Now, of course, with that all said and done, we have pretty much concluded the second series of the day relatively early, if you ask me. I'm looking at my hand with no watch, but
don't worry, I got you.
Yeah, you got me. I'm just gonna look at that. Perfect. Now, with that all said, FCAP versus Smart Omega, that is a closed chapter. While we have got the next game upcoming for you guys, and this is a spicy one. We've got the Geek Fam ID versus Team Liquid Philippines. Essentially, you can pretty much expect Boloyski bringing darkness over to Philippines. How's that gonna work out? Ladies and gentlemen, don't go away or don't run away. We'll be right back with you guys with the final series of the day.
So yung last experience po namin nung SPS nung last sa Jakarta is parang nakita po namin talaga na parang kaya po talaga namin manalo, pero parang kinapos po kami ng konti, and parang ngayon nililook forward po talaga namin maglaro ulit, and nakita namin na parang sobrang excited po namin lahat para sa paparating na tournament na. Yung last SPS po kasi namin parang naglaro po doon si Zaida pati si Outplayed, and yun parang yung first international tournament nila. So knowing na first international nila is parang hindi talaga maiwasan na maging medyo kabahan sila, or parang hindi nila alam masyado gagawin minsan pag mga crucial. And ngayon parang andito na yung talagang main roster namin, like si Benny Cute and si Carl Tidis. So yung impact na parang mabibigay nila sa amin is parang wala na kaming parang isipin na kailangan buuin na chemistry, parang andito na agad and maglalaro na lang talaga. Siguro yung makikita ko sa sarili ko na parang nagbago is siguro mas naging matured ako, or parang mas naging open ako sa lahat ng parang kahit pag sinasabihan ako ng mga coaches, parang tinitake ko talaga sila as parang motivation, kasi knowing na sila yung mga coaches namin, so parang gusto lang talaga nila kami mag-grow, and siguro yun yung pinaka nakita ko sa sarili ko na parang maturity lang talaga, and parang yung able to adapt in every meta. Yung mga lesson po siguro na parang madadala ko this year is parang yung mga reminders lang din po sa kampi ko na parang huwag madaliin yung laro and take it easy, parang slowly but surely na parang tatapusin yung game. And ayun, kahit parang palugi kami, parang kailangan na pa rin namin mag-isip ng paraan para manalo. Hanggat di lumalabas yung parang defeat or victory sa screen, hindi natapos yung pagpindot dapat. Yung pinaka-memorable po siguro para sa akin is yung mga fans sa pumupunta, kahit parang knowing na Filipino team kami and sobrang daming sumusuporta sa amin. So parang yun yung feeling na di mo talaga parang may express sa maayos, dahil sobrang saya nga talaga, and speechless ako pag ganun talaga yung mga ginagawa. Yung gusto ko po siguro may experience mula last year is parang yung suporta naman ng mga Malaysian fans, kasi last year sobrang suportado talaga kami ng mga Indo teams. Sana suportahan din kami ng mga Malaysian fans. Thank you pala guys sa mga sumuporta sa amin since nung last SPS. Sana supportahan nyo kami ngayong paparating na SPS, and tatry natin bumawi and di panalo to para sa inyo.
Hey guys, this is Rose, and right now I am with Beloyski and Vincent from Geek Fam ID. Okay, so today we will be playing a tier list game, and you guys will have to put it on the board. Team 1, see you soon.
Oh, but because no more MP the King.
Oh, no more MP the King. So you think MP the King is like the hard carry?
Yeah.
See you soon. Homeboys. Oh, dear. Oh.
Just now have GBN Sword Light.
Okay, so what about Odile?
Yeah, Odile is strong, but changing 3 players from the lineup is quite hard to adapt quickly.
Rebellion Esports. Othello.
We gotta give it to
Yeah, we
Vincent.
gotta give it to Vincent. Come on, your ex-team. Oh, by the way, before you rank, I'm gonna tell you what they said. They said Paxia 1, Vincent 0.
Let's prove it. See.
Oh, okay, see, he's still being nice. Oh wait, what do you wanna say to Rebellion?
Good luck, semoga juara.
Oh.
Kita yang mau juara. Ya, dia juga harus di grup sebelah.
NIP Flash, the only team from Singapore.
Hades, you need to be careful.
Why Team Liquid PH and S?
Because I think they will be mad because losing in MSC. They want to revenge in here.
They want blood.
Yeah, they want that. Oh,
Phonetic on it.
Same again. Yeah.
Ooh.
For me, they kinda underperform on MSC. They should have chance to win the title, but they didn't qualify for the playoffs, right? Maybe this one is the tournament that they want to revenge. Udah capek ketemu mereka, semoga bisa menang.
Falcons AP brand.
Sama pasti. SRG. Oh iya, belum ada SRG. Oh iya, belum ada.
Oh.
We need to put an.
Now this is very different.
Because gotta give the credit to SRG because they just won the championship. Even though for me they are S tier also.
What do you have to say to them before your matchup? Because you know they're really good.
Club TC.
The team you guys have been waiting for, Udura Giants. S.
Yeah, we gotta give credit for SG.
Okay, what do you want to say to the MSC champion?
Mereka udah juara 1 juta USD kasih aja nih. Hey,
Okay, I like this. So you guys happy with your tier list?
No.
satisfied? No?
I'm scared Bren will be mad.
That's it from me. Thank you so much to Baloyski and Vincent. I shall see you guys around.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Clap TC.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Powerless to you.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some of yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine. A big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you.
VIP. we a vibe. You and I, 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 we a vibe. We a vibe. We a vibe. We a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. 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 You and I, we a vibe. And I, we a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. Down the ride, down the ride. You and I, we a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. Down the ride, you and I, we a vibe.
Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. it. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, faster.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. The upcoming game is Geek Fam Indonesia versus Team Liquid Philippines. And of course, my name's Abstract. With me here is going to be Icy Baby as well as Eterna.
What did you stumble on?
I was like Eterna.
It's okay. To make it easier, you can call me baby.
Eterna 1, Eterna 2.
No, I will not. But of course, for those people that have been tuning in since yesterday, you guys know that it has been a staple between me, Terrence, as well as Sadafa. Today, we have Eterna flown in all the way from Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, after finishing the MWI. How was your experience thus far?
Honestly, it was quite interesting, right? I didn't think and I didn't really expect these women to be playing at the level that they are, but they are. They are good and they are getting better. Hopefully, we get to finally see them actually compete in the same scene soon.
Even a big upset to the point that they managed to dethrone Vitality.
That was crazy.
That was crazy.
I mean, we had an upset at MSC, and I feel like that's like the ongoing theme that we've been seeing at EWC, right?
The year of upsets.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think nobody predicted that Smart Omega Empress would take that.
Right?
Nope.
Yeah.
I don't think that anyone was really like putting themselves to the point whereby, Empress, I'm gonna win. But they are indeed looking strong.
For sure.
Definitely strong. But we all still have that idea that, Vitality will always be at the top. But, the year of upsets is upon us, and I am super excited for the rest of the year already. But you know what? With this new update, we do have quite a lot of changes coming in, and specifically, this change onto Zask. And Zask has been prevalent in this meta. We have been seeing so much Zask nowadays. We even have a glimpse of Hylos, a glimpse of Carmilla as well. So this is my question to the both of you, one hero after another. Zask, meta or nah?
Personally, I don't really know. Like, my guess was pretty much because, during MSC, Jusin was still banned throughout the entire thing.
Personal opinion?
That's me. So, the moment Jusin was allowed, the first official tournament that kind of allowed Jusin was actually MWI. So, a lot of people have been bouncing it off there. And then now, in SPS, we start to see like, hey, there's a lot of Jusin. But what really surprised me was actually the Zaz. So, what do you think here, Eterna?
Honestly, Zask, I would say meta.
Meta.
With the changes in the way that I used to call it the little Johnnies.
The little Johnnies.
The little Johnnies.
Those little small little guys.
Yeah, we have big Johnny and we have little Johnnies, alright? For the little Johnnies, the changes in the DPS damage output, I think really helps Zask in the mid lane for clear, as well as pressure onto the opponent mid laner. So if you ask me meta or nah, I would say meta.
And Terrence, yes or no?
I don't like it, no.
No.
Okay. I don't really like it.
It's okay. It's a discussion, right?
It's up for debate, right?
Yeah.
Personally, I would say that yes, Zask is definitely meta. We have definitely all these players that have proved it, that Zask is definitely a force to be reckoned with. However, that doesn't stop me from saying that Zask is a boring hero.
Oh, yeah.
Heck no.
Dude, we have
And
three of
annoying,
the most boring ones up on screen right now. It's just Zaz, Hylos, Carmilla.
Okay.
Which of it is fun? Tell me.
Actually, Carmilla is
yeah,
not so
exactly.
bad. In fact, since we're talking about Carmilla,
Have you played Carmilla?
Are you a tank main?
Are you a tank main?
The audacity of me, my bad.
I'm a tank main, and I feel like it's the most boring tank ever.
I'm an EXP
Maybe you're
lane,
not playing
and
it
Carmilla
right.
is playing in the EXP.
That's
And she's boring. I'm an EXP main. Can you top that?
Is EXP ever fun?
Yes.
Really?
Yes,
I
EXP
think it's
is
the
so
most
fun.
boring matchup ever. 1v1s are like the most boring ever.
That is
Dude,
where
but-
you show your micro skill.
Exactly.
Okay,
That's the beauty of it.
You know what's fun? Playing Assassin Jungle. That's fun. That's more
Yeah.
pressure, more stressful.
Technically, yeah. But meta or not, Camilla?
Yes.
Yes. Meta or not?
Just because of one big out. That's it.
Just because of one because of blood.
I would say conditional.
Your take, sorry?
I
Okay.
would say conditional.
Would you like to,
Conditional. Because in this current meta right now, I would say Tigreal's meta. I would say
Okay.
Minotaur's meta. Carmilla, conditional. Because it takes a certain composition for the Carmilla to work and a certain composition for the opponent for your Carmilla to work as well.
So it's,
right?
it's very dependent on their bad drafts and for you to work or
I
something
wouldn't
like
say
that.
No, not bad draft.
Okay.
It's very situational where your Carmilla can be picked for a very specific scenario where it will work very well
Exactly.
against that card.
But it's not to say that it's so overpowered that you can use it in any
Every game.
scenario.
Like you
right?
can't use it as the main 3 core heroes.
Yes.
You can't first pick, or rather, you can't use the first phase to pick Carmilla.
Yeah.
Okay.
I stand with you on that. And in fact, we did very briefly. No, how about Hylos? Because we did talk a lot about Hylos. In fact, we talked about the Ring of Punishment, how Ring of Punishment affects marksmen, whereby it very specifically slows their attack speed, and you add on top of that with your Dominance Eyes, even more slows. It really messes a lot with attack speed heroes such as Moskov as well as Claude. And because of such a high HP pool hero coming in from Hylos, he benefits a lot out of Vengeance, which also works against marksmen, auto attack marksmen. So this is my question to you. I believe that Eterna would have the same answer as me, whereby it is conditional and situational. But officially asking, Hylos, meta or nah?
I think it's dependent on their mages. Why?
Mages?
Because of the changes that has been made towards Blood Wings and a lot of other items, right? Mages started to kind of stray away from Ice Queen wands for 2 things. One, glowing wand. Second one would be the Blood Wing because it's just so much more cheaper and efficient, right? So second item progression, it takes a lot to go. Usually people will kind of rush like Ice Queen wand's first item prior to all these 2 changes. And because of lack of all these slows, Hylos is a great way to kind of insert that where your second skill gives you slow. Free Ice Queen wand. Ultimate AoE slow, free Ice Queen wand, similar to how a Novaria outs kind of works. So I feel like if you're a mage that doesn't want to buy Ice Queen wand as a first item, Hylos kind of fits really well in these kind of conditions.
I understand that notion, but I don't think it would warrant a Hylos pick. I'm still very
Just
on
for
the
the
fence with
slows?
it. Yeah. I'm still on the fence. Okay, technically I haven't had a lot of examples of the Hylos being utilized in the
Okay.
EXP lane.
Okay.
So I can't really know for sure. I think we saw one earlier.
Yeah.
But it didn't
But
work.
it didn't work.
It
XP
didn't work, yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know honestly how I feel about a Hylos right now.
Especially since in that specific game, based on Sadafa, they just picked out Hylos because it is a high tank, is a very durable hero.
Yeah.
Like we can all agree. Hylos is a hero with the highest max HP hero
Yeah.
in the game.
Right.
And you don't have to be too worried about mana in this
Yeah.
case because it absorbs your HP in that
Yeah.
sense. So let's be honest here.
I think now that you brought it up, right? Like because of that, Clock of Destiny's changes does help Hylos double the effect. Because think about this: Elegant Gen back then was if you level up, you get HP and MP regen. If you level up, but now it's like whenever it's 50%, it goes up. And the best part about Hylos is that both HP and mana
It's
he
separate
uses
entities. They are separate
They're
entities.
separate
as well.
entities, but because Hylos can use both for his skills, it actually helps him sustain throughout more by contributing a little bit more.
Exactly. So this is one of the main few reasons people will want to pick Hylos outside of the marksman idea. Just because of how Clock of Destiny has paved the way for our fellow friend Hylos, our centaur here, to kind of work out. But is it really that worth it to use a XP slot, the Masters of Disruption, to be able to crowd control a team just so that you can cater to one item?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's always up for debate.
I'm more leaning towards nah.
Nah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm also a little bit more just because I feel like Hylos is great for cheese strategies. Like
cheese strats.
Clock of Destiny into Thunderbelt, it's a tank. You walk up, you know what? I actually hurt a lot. But to get to that stage, it's a little bit mid-game. So before mid-game, Hylos just pretty much loses out compared to any other roamers.
I think if the patch on Thunderbelt didn't change, I would say that Hylos would be meta. Because Thunderbelt used to scale off of HP, remember?
Yeah.
But now it's based off defense. So it's rather unfortunate for Hylos, but you know what? That is definitely going to be something that we could talk about in the future. As I gotta have to pull us back and talk about the main game that we need to cover, and that is going to be GeekFam ID versus Team Liquid Philippines. In this graphic of the team head-to-head with one another, right down in Group A, round number 4. We have quite a lot to unpack. So, Terrence, tell me more about this.
You know, to be honest, when it comes to head-to-head here, GeekFam ID, they started yesterday with a very, very rocky start. Just while Loyski has been known for his assassins for the longest of time. And the games that GeekFam has won thus far has always been Loyski's kind of setting up the tempo with this Hellcurt pickup and just help them win the entire game. And that's something that I really like about GeekFam. It forces people to be very uncomfortable in the drafts. And, you know, sometimes Okeshi just let through a Hellcurt, which can mess up the traditional rotations that we usually see.
But that's always been GeekFam, right?
Yeah.
I mean, before they even changed the roster, or even after they changed the roster. But we do need to give them a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt, right? They came into this tournament with a completely new EXP laner as well as a jungler. Sure, Vincent has experience under his belt from Rebellion, but obviously it takes time to bring back that chemistry that GeekFam are notably known to have. So if we take a look at this as well, we can even, you know, pick up some things here. Gobs is new. I don't really know where he came from. I think I need a little bit more information on him. But obviously, there's just like this certain layer that we see that whatever happens with GeekFam, it will always be Beloy-centric.
Yeah.
In MPLID, it's the triple B, the big brain Beloy.
I agree.
Big brain Beloy.
Whether it be Rafaela mid, Rafaela Rome, or Florin Rome. See, those are things that aren't meta. But for him, it
Make
works.
it work.
Yeah.
I like for a fact that because Beloyski is there and the whole team plays around on how flexible they can be, and what makes it interesting for me was that how often do you see an XP and a roamer sit up on a bush, set up ambushes, a Venus flytrap, and just completely destroy somebody in team fights, which is very uncommon. Usually you expect like junglers as well as a gold laner setting up in bushes, sitting and then just pouncing. But no, for GeekFam it's Roamer and XP. It's Gobs and Beloyski playing together, just terrorizing the entire map.
There's also an important thing to note here, as you guys can take a look at the detailed team statistics, right? Most banned amongst Hellcurt, there's also the chip. The chip didn't work in MPLID for the longest of times after it debuted. Because people started to understand that chip, unfortunately, with the portals, will automatically group people up together.
Yeah.
But Beloyski played it in a way that the Carmillas couldn't counter it, that the Minotaurs couldn't counter it. So it's a very unique play style of the chip that a lot of people should be wary of.
So this is where the big brain Beloy comes in. Being able to pull off very unconventional pick, or perhaps be able to pick or use heroes which other roamers can't do. This is a very different, or rather very eccentric player, I gotta have to say. It's not always we manage to see a team where the team revolves around the roamers. Usually it revolves around junglers or gold laner. You build it based on what the gold laner wants to play or what they are good at. But right now, having Beloyski, in fact, we have seen that one game, right? They managed to pick up the Hellcurt, the Beloyski special, and then afterwards, yes, they managed to get that one win. From that point on, the Hellcurt has been consistently banned. So what do they got to do from that point on? They gotta have to change things around a little bit. So in fact, we managed to see things such as the Masher in the EXP. That is definitely amazing and really kind of funny to watch per se.
You know, it comes down to how they want to play the unique hero strengths, right? Like if you rewind back in time 2 years ago, feeding Digi was a meta, correct? Respawn times, etc. is very, very annoying. Faramis has an innate kit kind of similar like that, but Chips is a very unique hero, especially pre-level 4 or pre-level 5. Like if a Chips dies level 1, level 2, it's fine because guess what? Less than 4 seconds, he's out of the base. Boom, I'm on the other side of the map and like, wait a minute. This kind of disrupts the tempo a little bit here for Chips. But right now, up on screen here, let's take a little bit of a look onto GeekFam versus RSGPH, because this is a very interesting one because no one expected that GeekFam was going to be able to take a very convincing game against RSGPH, and this kind of shocked me, to be honest.
So honestly, I really do want to see what exactly GeekFam ID have got in store for us, especially fighting against Liquid. Team Liquid. They are undoubtedly one of the scariest teams that we have seen throughout the entire year, or in fact last year as well. And we even mentioned it on stream just now, like Team Liquid did nothing wrong. They didn't change their draft all that drastically, but yet people are starting to dismiss Team Liquid really quickly. Like, what exactly is going on? I don't know. Perhaps it's just a shift of the meta that kind of did them a little bit of a dirty, I guess. But what do you guys think? Well, what really happened to Team Liquid?
I agree with that notion, right? I agree that some of these teams require a little bit more time to get used to it. I mean, we were talking about Carl TZ earlier on, the fact that he was already so accustomed to the utility role in the jungle that maybe transitioning back into the assassins was a little bit challenging, maybe, because even Kyrie, right, the king of assassins himself, has even mentioned off screen that he took a little bit of a while to get back used to the assassins, right? He wasn't confident enough because he was so used to the utility
Tanks, right?
jungles.
Yeah, agreed. But of course, now their opponents right now, Team Liquid PH, we have Sanford, Kautizi, Sanji, JP, as well as Benny QT. They have been, one of the most consistent teams. Heading towards MSC, they got third place, which is a little bit unfortunate for them, but they were the previous champions for MPOPH.
Could have gotten better.
Now, coming into this day 1 as well as day 2, they have been coming up very, very strong, as by far, I think out of every single team, they are the most consistent team. But what really shocked me was that they actually dropped that one game against BTR.
So, in terms of the most picked, most banned, and most banned by opponents picked, is there anything out in there that is a little bit interesting to you guys? Because we were asking for the link, because it wasn't banned by the opponents, but this time we managed to see that link one time, and boom, savage.
Yeah.
But what's the difference here? What should I be looking out for in this graphic?
I think for me, it would be the Angela priority, because right now we have seen a lot of people kind of shift away from the Angela. Before this, it was like Angela must pick, must ban. It's so annoying. The healing meta was always there. It's a way to kind of tackle the global presence of the Loi, the global presence of the chips. But what really surprises me is that Loi is not in this picture for this past, 2 days in particular, when Loi was so popular in MSC, very popular in, I think, MWI as well, ish.
Yeah.
But here it's like completely just drop all the ball. That is something that really surprised me the most.
I feel like Luo Yi is very high risk, high reward now because of the changes of the cooldown on her ultimate, right? It's not as spammable as before. It used to be so utility, like you could use it to open up the bushes, give vision. You can even spam it to kind of zone the enemies away. But here you have to use it sparingly. You have to use it wisely. So it's very macro-centric, and I think not a lot of the mid laners are very accustomed to that. So that's something that has to be considered as well.
Understandable. So that pretty much shows that whenever you want to pop the diversions, you kind of want to get some gratification out of that almost immediately. Or else you're just like, yeah, I popped an ultimate and nothing ever happens. It feels as though I'm a Fasa, I pop my ultimate and I don't hit anyone. Well, the next fight, we are doomed.
It feels like now in the current meta, teams are in a situation where what do they want to prioritize in the stages of the game they want to do, right? Like last time, Barat. Why is Barat such a strong, annoying jungler? Two things. Flexible, and it's so oppressive from early to mid game. Like once you hit level 15, Barat kind of falls off. For me, right now in the current meta, especially just yesterday's game to today's game, Zas feels the exact same role as a Barat right now. Early to mid, very oppressive, very annoying, very difficult to kill. But once you reach level 15, when your enemy marksman comes in, those little Johnnies, big Johnnies, they just melt in 3 to 4 hits.
Now, we are going to be taking a look at the talent prediction between the three of us, all of which have... we didn't think about the fact that GateFam ID is going to take one game despite all of the things that we have said. But is the Velocity special really going to make any difference here?
My heart goes to Geek. Obviously, But my head tells me otherwise.
Okay.
That's the big problem, right? Geek Fam are going in with a completely new roster that will require time. Of course, my heart's in it, but they're going against TLPH. They have the chemistry down. Their micro skills are amazing. What is there to kind of consider
personally, here? My heart goes to TLPH, but my brain is telling me Geek Fam should take one game. Like if I made this prediction yesterday, right? Without seeing Geek Fam playing just now, and realize that I think Geek Fam is able to take a game off TLPH.
One
Yeah.
game out of the
One
update.
game. So
I
it should
think
be a
that's
2-1.
not crazy.
Yep, I don't think that's crazy.
Just because it's Beloyski's
Beloyski.
Hellcurt. Like, so far, every single team who's played against GFM disrespected the Hellcurt has pretty much lost their game.
Fair enough.
Right now.
Fair.
In today's SPS and yesterday.
Because honestly, I can look at Team Liquid, right, and just kind of think that would they have that conversation whereby do they want to waste a slot just on the Hellcurt? Do they want to respect that, or can they just be like, yeah, I can deal with this Hellcurt? Because generally speaking, if Team Liquid really wants to kind of stand in between and teetering on both sides, right, they can give the Hellcurt away, but not give the Hellcurt that gratification of killing by playing something like, Ruby on the gold lane, for example. Those are the kind of things that we can expect whenever the opponent picks up an assassin.
Yeah.
They want to go for the early snowball. We don't give them that gratification. We don't give them that snowball.
I agree.
Yeah, I think it comes down to whether or not how they play as a team, right? Personally, I feel like GeekFam is unique because, like you said, Beloyski they are playing around Beloyski. But I feel like our boy, the mid laner coming from GeekFam, out of everybody else, is unique in a sense where there are no other mages, day 1, day 2, that first item Sky Piercer. And he's the only one thus far, and everybody has strayed away from this item.
That actually creates a perfect segue when we're talking about Mage with Sky Piercer and Gold Lane. There's only one hero that can do that, and there's Lunox that can actually deal with the Hellcurt as well. We did manage to see the Lunox in the gold lane before in previous metas. That has definitely happened before. In SPS, we did manage to see that once. So that is also another kind of situation where it could be a meta or nah, but we don't really have enough sample size for me to eventually ask that question. But the most important thing is to ask every single one of you guys, what do you guys think about this game? GeekFam ID or Team Liquid Philippines? Are you guys on the same boat as us, thinking that it could be a 2-0 in favor for Team Liquid? Or is that going to be a 1-game towards GeekFam? Or maybe GeekFam even takes 2 games for themselves?
That's a big question here. Because, I mean, if they are trying to experiment with the Hellcurt not being banned out, then maybe that's the moment where perhaps GeekFam can look for a point. But I like the fact that he highlighted a boy, because that's really where I wanted to get to, right? I think a lot of people have just synonymously associated GeekFam with Beloyski, but one of the most important pillars of that team is a boy.
Yeah.
A lot of people are saying that maybe a boy is second to Suns in the mid lane. That's how good he is. And it was only last season that he was finally getting that recognition, because honestly, he has been a very consistent consistent mid laner, right? With his Faramis's, with his Valentinas, he's so consistent, he's very invaluable, and the way that he plays just really pays effect and dictates how things are going.
Personally, he's a very unique player.
Right.
Because think about this, right? Usually as a mage leader, when you rotate, you need a roamer to actually protect yourselves. But whenever GeekFam plays, our boy is always left without Beloyski's protection, because Beloyski is always doing his own thing, which is setting up a gank with
stuff.
XP,
Yeah.
going on his
Beloyski stuff.
own, and then he's going on his gold lane. You rarely see our boy with Beloyski rotating together. It's more like whenever Beloyski do something, our boy will always be in a position where, should I go? Should I not go? Can I do something? And then he will make those kind of calls, which is very, very underrated and rarely seen in a lot of mage players.
Now, with all of that encapsulating this game, we have set up such a grand opening for these two teams. Now, the biggest question is who's gonna win, and whether we are going to be looking at a full 3-game series. That is a question that can only be answered after this very short break. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys don't go too far. We'll be right back with you guys in a short little bit.
Giving up, but I will give my all when I get the call. Line them up, I knock them down. A tunnel vision's got me on a mission. All I do is ball. Ball hard and finesse has gotta be success. The other option is to fall. I'm about to ruin that, cause I don't plan on doing that. I take a stand, I'm standing tall. I was raised like that. We ain't the same like that. OGs gave me game. I gave the game right back. Had to show it to the youth. Told them go and live they truth. You could be who you wanna be. Look at me, I'm living proof. Game time, frame of mind, strictly on the grind, hustle to the end. Pay the cost, be a boss. I ain't about a loss, I'm about a win. Yeah, I'm on to the next. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Yeah. Hit it and quit it, I'm on to the next. You cannot stop me when I'm at my best. Pocket of vibes and it comes at a time when I stayed on the grind and came up with a flex. Microphone backer, so you better step up, cause you playing checkers when I'm playing chess. Gotta move fast, so I stay on my task. If you ask if I'm legend, the answer is yes. Cause I move like that. You cannot do like that. Don't call me by my government, you ain't cool like that. Had to show it to the crew. Told them go and let it true. You can be who you wanna be. Look at me, I'm living proof. Game time, frame of mind, strictly on the grind, hustle to the end. Yeah. Yeah. Pay the cost, be a boss. I ain't about a loss, I'm about to win. Yeah. I'm on to the next. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Yeah. You and I, we a vibe. 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 We a VIP. We a VIP. We a VIP. We a VIP.
It's always a vibe when we come outside. When we come outside, we ride, we vibe till the sun goes down, till the moon comes out. Love it when we are together. When I'm with you, it's whatever. You make the weekend feel like forever. We could ride this way forever. Long as me and you together. Cherish the vibe like it's treasure. When I'm with you, it's whatever. Forever.
You and I, we a vibe. 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 We a VIP. We a VIP. We a VIP. We a VIP. You and I, we a shit. We a VIP. That's why OUANDME. They all mad at us, so they HATE. We out here living life, we ain't laying down sleepy. Traveling around, ain't no time to wait around. Every time we come around, we don't break, don't need a lounge. Get lost out in the world, you can find your way around. You can go from town to town, if you're tired, lay it down. I found your presence is a blessing, not dismiss. Cause me being with you is a gift on my wish list. Let's make the best of every opportunity, big trips. Cause we a whole vibe, tell them all my new business. You and I, we a vibe. 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 We a VIP. We a VIP. You and I, we a vibe. We a VIP. We a VIP. You and I, we a vibe. And I, we a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. Down the ride, down the ride. You and I, we a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. And I, we a vibe. Down the ride, you and I, we a vibe.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back over to the final series of the day, the long-awaited game between GeekFam ID versus Team Liquid Philippines. My name is Abstract, and with me here on this very comfy setup in Stream B, I have Terrence and Eterna with me, and you know what it means whenever we have Eterna here, and of course Liquid Echo playing at the same time, the Eterna's blessings dawns upon them.
It's a theory in the making, right? Because
In
it
the
worked for
making? It's
Indo,
not- okay.
but I don't know if it's a thing for Liquid PH.
Okay, explain.
Okay.
Oh, he doesn't
what's the
know.
thing? I don't know.
He
Tell
doesn't
me, tell
know.
me.
So earlier I was explaining that every time Aura plays, or
Okay.
now Liquid Aura
Okay.
plays, they always win.
Okay.
So now we're testing the theory whether or not if every time I'm casting for a Liquid team, whether it
Okay.
be PH or Indo, that they'll win.
Okay, okay. I thought you were going to be the Indo queen here and say GeekFam's going to win, you know, doesn't matter. Like, whenever Eterna is here, Indonesian teams
We'll
wins.
see, we'll see.
Eterna's blessings. Do you like that name?
Oh, that's
I do,
nice.
I
That's
do.
nice.
Eterna's
yeah.
blessings.
Eterna's blessing.
Let's go. Let's take a look at the quick little interview. I believe that Mara is upstairs waiting to interview one of these players. So let us just head on up and take a look at what they have got to say.
We're gonna check out the vibe of Liquid Echo. We're gonna play a quick game, voice impersonation for the hero, right? Don't say the name yet. Just do it the best you can. The voice line. Are you ready? Okay. Voice line.
A punch for a punch.
Do it again. With the uppercut. A punch for a punch. Guess it down below. Put it down in the comment section. Who is it?
Paquito.
Paquito. I love how he has the accent. Paquito. All right. Now, Carl TZ, you have to say it the way they say it in the land of dawn. All right? Carl TZ, go.
They said there's no shortcuts in life. I literally invented one.
Oh, wow. The GOAT. All right. Who is that hero?
Chip.
Chip. Did you guys get that right? Chip. All right, Sanji. What's your hero? Voice line, go.
The higher you fly, the more you see.
I know this one. The higher you fly, the more you see. Rari, let us spread our wings. Did you guess that? Who is it?
Parsa.
Farsa. Okay, I love that hero. I love that mage. Okay, JP, you have to do it with conviction.
One shot, one kill.
One shot, one kill. Okay, who is it?
Franco.
Franco? Franco? All right. Bagyong Benny. Benny Cutie. Are you ready? Go ahead.
It's my way or the highway.
It's his way or the highway. Let everybody know which hero that is.
Iksha.
Iksha. Did you guys get it right? We're having so much fun here with hero impersonation, but for sure, they're all gonna have fun in the land of dawn. So watch out for their second match, and we're gonna break things down and talk about Liquid Echo a little bit more, heading back to our panel.
Thank you so much, Mara. Now, those voice lines are definitely great.
I have a voice
You
line.
have a voice line.
that you guys have
What's
to
it?
guess. Okay.
Okay.
When you gaze into the abyss,
Okay.
the abyss gazes back.
Are you a mage main? Are you a mage main?
I'm not a mage main. Like, it feels like
So you
Hellcurt.
can't answer!
It feels like Hellcurt, but I don't think it's Hellcurt.
Wait, are you for real?
I think it's Hellcurt. I don't know. I really don't know.
He doesn't know.
What are you?
He
Guess
doesn't
it.
know. He doesn't know. Selena.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Selena. Okay. Yeah, I hate Selena.
Oh.
So hard to play.
You know why you don't know?
Why?
Because you're not mage main.
Exactly, I'm a tank main.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But do I look like a mage main?
You're
Maybe.
maybe.
I
you
XP lane.
you play
Miss me main.
you play Selena XP, bro.
Hey, look. Possible. No, we did manage to have those nice voice lines coming in from Team Liquid. But how about GeekFam ID? Did they do their voice lines already? No.
I don't think so.
Don't think
I'm
so.
curious to see what Beloyski says about
I'm excited.
Hellcurt.
I'm excited. So, Bolowski is gonna say Hellcurt lah. So
Most
let's-
likely Hellcurt.
we don't have to guess that one. So let's jump right in and take a listen. What do you have for us, Mara?
We're here with Geek Fam, and before they head into the match, we're gonna play a quick fun game with them. We're gonna do voice impersonation for the hero, and you guys can guess online. Type it down in the comment section below. All right, what's your hero? What's the line?
Ketika tubuh kita menderita, jiwa kita bangkit.
I have no idea who that is. Who is it?
Benedetta.
Benedetta. Okay, boom, boom. Okay, how about for you? Let's do your favorite voice line of a hero.
Nana.
Okay, don't say the hero yet, so they can guess. Okay, what is it? Go ahead.
Apakah kamu ingin berteman dengan Nana?
Okay, I know it's Nana because he said Nana in the end. Okay, all right, let's do next. Don't say the hero. Just say the voice line. You can guess who this is.
3.000 dunia, tidak ada satupun lawan yang pantas.
Question mark. Okay, who is it?
Martis.
Martis. Are you gonna do an English one, Baloy? Okay, English. So I can guess too. Baloy, it's your turn.
Nightfall. Let's the killing begin.
Nightfall. Let the killing begin. Type it down. Guess who it is. Who is it?
Hellcourt.
Hellcourt, because there's no more electricity. Okay, how about for you? Your turn, and you have to say it with feelings.
Heroes never fade.
I love it. Do it again.
Heroes never fade.
Guess it, and who is it?
Zilong.
Your whole body is a weak spot. That was so great, guys. Now we want to hear you pumping up your teammates. So how about let's get a cheer going? All right, are you guys ready? Ready. Here you go.
Now.
Okay, yes.
Okay. Once a geek, always a fam.
Once a geek, always a fam. Let's head on to the match with the casters.
Once a geek!
Always a fam.
Dude, I was gonna leave him hanging.
Oh.
You're too nice. He's
I'm
too nice.
I'm too nice.
Thank
He's
you.
too
I got you.
I'm never targeting you from
I
now
got
on.
you. I got
I'm
you.
never
I
targeting
got
you from now on. Itana!
I'm sorry.
I'm staring right in your soul.
Joke's on you. I have no soul.
Oh my
Oh
bad.
my god. Anyways, based on the impersonation just now, you know,
Uh-huh.
I'm not gonna lie. You see Beloyski's face, right? Beloyski, Hellcourt, same face.
Sama.
Same face.
Yeah.
You-
you see, you think Beloyski, definitely Hellcourt.
We
100%.
basically can't see Hellcourt's face.
He's got the
shroud.
He's wearing
the
a hood, right?
Yeah. the
Okay,
hood.
okay. Yeah, and another person I think about it is gonna be Lafel. Did you not see him? You know, do his Hellcourt
Oh, that
impersonation?
one! Yeah, on the MPL MY
Yeah,
stage, right?
this three person.
Hilarious.
What?
Hilarious.
Did I miss something?
We'll show you by the end of the show.
Okay.
As we now go on over to the draft, the long-awaited draft of Geek Fam versus Team Liquid PH. This is currently in my mind. I gotta have to say, I love the impersonation of Kagura by Lafel, by the way.
Oh yeah, the umbrella one. That was
The umbrella.
hilarious.
Ooh, yeah.
That was hilarious.
There's an umbrella one too?
Yeah.
Yes. What?
Aren't you sad that you're not working MPLMY?
A little bit now.
Yeah, you
so
should. There is
good.
a reason why MPLMY is the most entertaining region.
Well,
Entertaining.
Trash talking.
Entertaining.
Trash talking.
Entertaining.
Trash- Wait, I
you
shouldn't
know
be
what?
against
Guess,
you.
You know what?
I
You know
shouldn't
what?
be against
Guess
you.
what?
Yes.
Now Malaysia is number one.
Sure.
It's not just entertaining now. We're number one as well.
Number one in entertainment.
Hellcut
Sure.
band, by the way.
Yeah.
Finally, they respect it, but okay.
Yep. Team Liquid PH, it does seem like they do respect it, and I very much appreciate that. That means they know what exactly Geek Fam have got in store for them and what kind of value Geek Fam will be able to take with this Hellcut. So, first pick, what's gonna be?
Okay, now Geek Fam isn't. I think they would still try and set it up in a way for our boy to go for the Aurora, right? So obviously power picks here.
Too early, isn't it?
It's gonna be the Moskov for sure. I think Moskov is pretty much a no-brainer. One of the strongest gold laners right now in current meta because of his global presence. Pretty much wins his 1v1s in most matchups in the gold lane as well.
Yeah, the game against RSGPH more or less have been giving them a free Moskov, and they're really happy about it. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they are really comfortable with the Moskov coming in, because they did manage to get quite a bit of a momentum to a certain extent. Not certain extent, they did win the series. So they do have a momentum from there, and I think that they will want to extend the momentum onto Team Liquid PH.
I find that really interesting though. Is Moscow first pickable now?
Apparently so now.
I think it comes down to priority on how they want to play this, right?
Yeah, because
Like-
assassins are just not really all that available for them all that often now.
I think it comes down to situation on what they want to priority in who is comfortable with who. Because so far, in terms of track record, Kadera has played a lot of decent marksmen. His best performing ones has always been on the Moscow. But of course, TLPH, they are going to go for the most boring hero ever, Zaz, and also the Harriet.
Hey, no shade on something that works, right?
Okay, fine, whatever.
It's not as boring as like a Fredrin. What? Fredrin is boring.
Yeah, actually, yeah, you're right.
Right?
Fredrin Martis matchups, Fredrin
That's
Lancelot
the-
matchups
yeah,
for
that's
2 years.
boring.
Yeah, that's extremely boring now.
So now it gets interesting, right? Because if we're talking about priorities in the lane, we have the Harith from the side of Team Liquid PH, and now we have the Zas. So even if, let's say, Geekfam wanted to go for something crazy like the Jushin, I don't think it's a strong option now. And they go with the Ruby. So it's a good deny pick as well, but obviously it's still a flex. We still have a lot of flex coming through with that Ruby. And I expected, honestly, the Edith being picked up in the first phase for TLPH.
Fanny is not banned yet, and of course it could be a pretty decent setup coming in from Team Liquid PH to kind of like weave in an assassin onto their side while denying that Ruby away from Geekfam. It could be relatively far-fetched just because of the fact that number one, Fan is not banned, number two, Ruby is taken away.
There it is.
Okay, looks like it.
So whatever
gone.
that said,
Voice
all
line.
Yeah, you can throw it out the
in the
window
drain.
now. It's completely out the window.
Yeah.
But Loi is going to be banned here coming from TLPH. They are going to respect this. But I'm really surprised that they still let the Jusin through. But what I really liked about the Ruby pickup is that it kind of, like, there's not a lot of heroes that synergizes really well with Jusin. Like, you need a lot of AoEs, you need a lot of CCs. Ruby already pretty much let that through, you know, in the hands of TLPH, right? If Geekfam were to pick Zeus in, well, it doesn't really do too much because think about this, you know, Julian, if you miss a spell, done. What can Jusin do? Arlott misses a spell, done. That's it. What else can Jusin kind of extend that fight?
I'd like to mention that Geekfam's lineup currently is still relatively open and pretty much
it's flexed,
flexible,
right?
Remember that Julian can go to the jungle and mid, while Arlott could go EXP or roam.
Yeah.
So let's just keep a mind out of that.
But based on this draft head-to-head here, Julian versus Zaz in the mid lane, personally, I don't think Julian would have a very, very good time. So most likely he is going to be stuck in the jungle role. But I agree where the Arlott still can be played on the roam here. So it comes down to, is Arlott okay against a Ruby? I think it's fine.
T-Girl. A T-Girl
Okay, Eterna got what she wanted. You know, she said meta, T-Girl.
Yeah.
What do you think about this?
It's good catch as well. Even if they are forced to put the Julian in the mid lane, in the jungle, then this Tigreal will pay good dividends towards the Julian. I agree that the Julian can be flexed, but I disagree in a way that it's not an A-boy hero. Right? A boy usually plays heroes like the Faramis, like the Valentina, which, by
Ladies,
the
the
way, is
Aurora
still
as well.
open if they
Yeah.
want to go for it, right?
Agreed.
A boy is aggressive, but not so aggressive that he'd pick something that is a very committing type, right? So Phoveus being picked up, but the Aurora, right? The Aurora is more a boy style, but the Phoveus, let's talk about that. It's good against the Ruby, and it's also good against the Harith.
Yeah, I think this is perfect coming in from what Geekfam is trying to set up, right? Like, there's so many things you can benefit from this year. The Ruby gives you a little bit more. Even the... wait a minute.
Alpha.
They brought in the Alpha for TLPH. So this Phoveus is going to have so much fun. But again, if
Wait,
TLPH
though.
drags him out, it's over.
Where is this Phoveus going?
XP. Roam Arlott.
It's a Phoveus XP Arlott roam.
Okay, so that 1v1 lane against the Ruby, it could work.
He's gonna be happy about that.
He's
right?
gonna be very,
pretty
very happy about this.
And this also makes it so that even if Ruby did manage to have a pretty good time, gets himself the Bloodlust Axe, this Ruby can't just casually proxy the lane because you're just giving free jumps over to the side of this Phoveus, and you gotta have to respect that there's an Arlott and a Julian. They can be relatively fast-paced, and of course Aurora freezing you in place. You don't really want that. So how's this gonna be like between Geekfam ID versus Team Liquid PH? Ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled as we are about to bear witness a winner between these two. Who is gonna be? Let's jump right into the land of Dawn for game number 1.
Well, this is going to be an interesting one as well because this is going to be proving grounds for Geekfam ID, or will the Titans from Philippines, Team Liquid PH, dominating once more because we are jumping straight in the game right here, right now. Kautizi starting things off with his alpha. He actually started with the orange buff, whereas Vincent on the purple buff.
Let's take a look. Oh, what?
Oh, okay, what? Beloyski, first blast for Sanji. Okay.
I mean, technically, this is in true Beloy fashion, right? It's not a Beloyski game until he gets 8 to 9 deaths, so we're on track right now.
Hey, sometimes in life, you know, like you gotta think ahead of the pack, right? Like back then, feeding Diggy was something that no one expected, but maybe just, you know, feed Sanji enough gold that when the bounty system comes in, you just need either Kadera or Vincent to get a kill. Job's done, you know? But at the same time, he's actually diving towards tier 1 with the flicker to try and make an attempt on Sanji once more.
A lot of dominance here in the mid lane, and he does need to help Homebois a little bit, right? Sure, Homebois does have decent wave clear on the Aurora, but the range issue is still going to be a problem, so that's what we're seeing right now. And of course, if we take a look at the spells real quick, we have 3 Purifies from the side of Geek Fam. So Team Liquid PH, they need to be aware of it. It's not going to be as easy for JP to look in for those kills, especially those opportunities to try and facilitate his team in the later portions of the game.
You know, I was worried for a second they're not going to go for Purifies because of JP's presence with this Tigreal, right? Like we saw a couple of games yesterday where, you know, they had the Tigreal, but nobody got Purify, and because of that, they just got completely demolished by a Tigreal play. But for now, Kadera is doing pretty well against banning QT in the gold lane, so this is well all according to what Geek Fam planned, whereas TLPH, they need Kautizi to kind of step up this game, and so far he's level 5 already, making quick work on Turtle.
He's a level ahead right now. JP gonna help him out, but is this gonna be a contested Turtle?
Well, it might be as well because he gets the turtle, immediately goes in for the fight as well. Sanford taking a lot of damage during this play here. Meanwhile, here comes the implosion coming in, catching the back lines, and everyone from Geek Fam just completely shut down alongside with Sanji, Beloyski, Vincent, Gobs out of the equation immediately by TLPH.
That was absolutely not worth it for Geek Fam. I definitely don't think that that was according to their plan whatsoever. They lose the neutral objective, and they also lose 3 kills. And that has actually elevated Team Liquid PH gold lead to 2K in the first 2 minutes. Technically, Geek Fam, they were working on 2 winning lanes, right? They had the Phoveus in the XP lane, and they had the Moskov against the Harith in the gold lane as well. But so far, Geek Fam's not been able to utilize these lanes to pressure everything else on the map.
Well, looks like they are going to be opting for plan B this time. They lost the earlier fight. They are going to try and secure Kadera's farm down bottom here to try and make sure that he has a decent amount of lane. But TLPH right now, they're also trying to secure banning QT. But by doing so, it means the other lanes are going to have a little bit more space here for TLPH.
Yeah, for sure. We're actually seeing that right now, right? It looks like JP's trying to look for a moment as well, but Kadera is going to be able to push him back. And so now, both of these teams are thinking, right? They're thinking of how they're going to look for that next neutral objective under 40 seconds. How do you think this is going to go in the next few minutes?
Ooh, it is going to be, you know, TLPH still dominating the level advantage here. But Loisky, he tried to make an attempt here. He actually missed the combo. Sanji still holding on to the Dominator's Descent. You know, trying to bait reactions coming from Geek Fam. But again, Flicker, Battle Spell, already out of the equation.
And it felt like Beloyski was trying to also trigger Sanji's Purify right before that turtle. But he didn't. He understands the limits. But wait a minute.
However, Sanford makes a play on his own. I'm Professor comes in to try and catch one. Beloyski is able to get out to safety, but they pop the Dominance as a stand for TLPH. They are skirmishing really well. TLPH now think maybe they want to go for the purple buff, but decides that it's just too risky. They back off instead.
And remember, right, a lot of these objectives, wait a second.
Oh, no, he's fine. He's fine.
He's fine. Okay, that caught me a little off guard there. But, you know, Team Liquid, they wasted so many resources earlier on that I think they're waiting to buy some time, but here we go.
Oh, what a pull coming from Beloyski to drag Kautizi out, securing his turtle for Geek Fam, and now they are going to collapse all over to the TLPH. Sanford first of all, but Kautizi is going to try and get a kill onto his Gobs, but Gobs seems like he is going to be A-OK, saved by Vincent, Homebois as well, to try and stall this out, and they get away with the steal.
They get that neutral objective, but they had to lose Sanford earlier on. I still think that that's an okay trade in favor of TLPH. We have Benny Cutie now finally picking up that Starlium, so it will propel him a little bit further, but of course he does need more time to get to that power spike. Meanwhile, we do see that Sanji is #1 in the leaderboard. So here's, okay, it flipped. But the point that I was going to make is, sure, it's boring, but look at the impact that it has in the game. And now he's actually been able to, you know, just zone out Gobs here in that winning lane to take a little bit of a loss in that trade.
Yeah, and I like how, you know, they have finally shifted up their focus on how they want to play this tempo, right? Like TLPH, even though they are leading right now, they are starting to realize that GigFam does have the tools to kind of punish their over-aggression. So it all comes down to Caldisi. But look at this, Explosion coming in from JP, but at the same time, the Frigid Frost comes in to stop them in track. TLPH, they need to get the heck out of there. Kadira finds a kill, they lose Maloyski, but the rest of TLPH, they both fall and crumble. Dominus' descent comes in, but can he trade even more? Sanji was able to find one, and he's gonna sit still in the turret, the immovable turret, to help Benny Cutie secure his lane. A 2-for-2 exchange.
I was gonna say that that was greedy, but then Benny Cutie just turned that entire thing around, right? I mean, getting a kill onto him is not that bad of a trade. 1-0-1 so far, but wait a second,
Oh
Sanford.
no, Sanford with the I'm Offended catches one as well. They proc the passive on our boy. He needs to get out, and he's gonna get bursted down by Sanford as TLPH says it's not Geek Fam's game this time.
It's gonna be difficult now for Geek Fam. They are 2k gold behind at the moment, and even if they want to go for a neutral objective contest, Carl TZ is 2 levels ahead of Vincent on the Julian. So it's going to be tricky. They need to figure out a way to try and punish TLPH in a certain scenario.
okay.
Sanji gets caught low, still gonna be able to get out, but this is right before the neutral objective. JP goes in once again.
Oh no, JP is going to be able to find Gobs as well. They got the Purified Feature Force to try and stop him with his track as well. But TLPH, they're looking to play this very, very safely here. Sanji is able to help trade off one player, and that's going to be Gobs that goes down the equation. Beloyski, well, almost getting caught by Sanford with a flicker. I'm offended, but the job has been done. They secure the turtle, they find a kill, and TLPH continues with their lead. However, I think they want to go for more. Kadira, oh wait, he actually used a spear out mid and actually got away. Kadira, what an escape.
He does get out, and that's great, right? He doesn't want to give any more of his, tools to TLPH up until this point. They're going to be able to pick up that turret in the bottom side as well. So TLPH is really reaping the rewards. Sanford again.
Oh my goodness, another catch coming in from Sanford once more. Caltizi will be the ones to secure the kill. And GigFam now, they have to run because Caltizi right in the back lines. Tier 1 is what they want for TLPH, and GigFam is nowhere ready to defend against this.
Absolutely. But it does look like Chidera is going to have a trade there in the bottom side of the map. Going to pick up a turret, hopefully, for GigFam.
Does he get it?
Oh my god, he doesn't even get it. All right, so...
Oh no, the turret here.
Wait.
No. Oh, it's not enough. It still stands. It still stands. TLPH still holds on to all the tier 1s.
Yeah, that's absolutely unfortunate because GeekFam, they need to look for those trades, right? They need to look for a way to find an advantage without going full force on TLPH because they are behind 5k gold, ladies and gentlemen. Chidera is only on 2 items. So they're not anywhere near ready to dish out the damage that they're supposed to. Even a boy on the Aurora forced with the Blood Wings for his first item, unable to go for a little bit more damage or even a little bit more utility in his itemization. But we do see a trade perhaps going on south side. Wait a minute, JP.
Conceal plays from JP, gonna be dragging one out, immediately shut down as well. Beloyski with the counterplay with final stage, and the Frigid Frost connects on 3, but they need to run here. TLPH, Koi Kadera coming salvage the fight as well. They're slowly mowing them all down, but it is not enough because Banu QT was setting it up for a Salmon Force counterplay, and just like that, they lose 3 members. And GigFam, they thought they had the advantage, but TLPH was just baiting them into this fight.
And that was beautiful timed, right? Beautiful timed before the Lord is up and ready to go. And TLPH, they got their eye on the prize. They're working the macro, they're working the distance, and they are getting the benefit from it. And it should be an uncontested Lord. I think one of the main things that I really wanted to point out earlier on is GeekFam with Beloyski, it's a double-edged sword. 4-1, you can say that, sure. He has the big brains. He comes up with the macro plays. Every time GeekFam are behind or in a scenario that is unfavorable, usually Beloyski is the one to make the play happen for his team and look for a comeback. But TLPH know this, so if you notice, they have been wasting resources. I wouldn't actually call it wasting at this point, right? They're utilizing their resources to get Beloyski off the grid, and when they do, it looks like GeekFam are scattered. They don't know what to do, they don't go for the contest, and they don't commit.
Yeah, and that's the thing about TLPH, right? Like, JP is making all these aggressive moves, which technically may have cost them the fights, but because of how the rest of the members coming from TLPH, they understand that they have this level advantage. Like, especially Kautizi, especially Sanford as well. They understand that they have a faster power spike, a stronger power spike compared to GeekFam, and they'll be like, you know what, we can get away with murder just like that. Even though it's a very risky move, but they're not afraid to just jump the gun, take the risk.
Absolutely. Benny QT now has Holy Crystal, Terrence.
My God.
Right?
That is huge.
He is on Starlim Scythe and he has the Feather of Heaven as well as a Holy Crystal. So he is at his power spike. We'll see how this pans out as it looks like TLPH are going for that push.
Well, it's not enough to break tier 3s down bottom, but at the same time, they do get it. I'm offended catch out of Beloyski once more. Quad a catch from Sanford. And TLPH, they will get another one as well. Dominance Descent has been used to zone off the rest of the members of GeekFam. They take all the outer turrets away from GeekFam, but can they continue for more? Because there is going to be another assault up top, but it seems like they are going to be baiting off the first disperse coming down towards the tier 3 protections.
Yeah, they're doing work right now, but it looks like conceal play is going to be utilized here. They're looking for that opening, but look at Sanford!
Oh my God, again, I'm Offender comes in. They drop in the Phobias out here to try to get a little bit more value. He's jumping and doing a lot of damage, but no follow-up from GeekFam. TLPH, they get a free kill once more.
He's 2 behind at this point, right? I mean, if we get a chance to look at the items that we can see, actually, sorry guys, by the way, we are actually going to see a lot of defensive items already being built from the side of TLPH, right? At this point, GeekFam, they're too far behind, but wait a second.
Oh my goodness, Sanford once more with the I'm Offender Pale Haze. They catch Beloyski, Frigid Force, connects on 3. That's a lot of damage, but he needed Kadera to do work, but he's almost going to be dropping as well. He's down towards 1 HP. JP with the implosion stops him from finishing his teammates, and TLPH, they will continue the assault. They take the goal later, they take the Robert, they take it all, they even take the tier 3s with them. And now TLPH, they have to respect this and back out.
That was so close and that was so unfortunate, right? Because technically Chidera has his Holy Trinity, right? He has the Golden Staff, he has the DHS, and he also has the Corrosion Scythe. So you could see that the damage was definitely ramping up for Chidera, but unfortunately he can't carry all 4 members on his back in that particular team fight. But he was able to buy some time for his team to look for a reset. And now 12 minutes in, wow, can you imagine it's only been 12 minutes? I thought it was much, much longer. But
right? It's just so much actions after action.
But they bought time, right? They bought time to delay the inevitable. Team Liquid now have to go in for that proper setup.
Oh no, Kautizi level 15 here. He does have the Retribution level advantage here. The spear comes in from Kadera, but does he go for it as well? Because right now, Sanji is completely bullying Gobs out of the lane. And guess what? He's out of the equation. Beloyski might be the next one as well, but seems like GeekFam, they know they can't do much. They have to respect this right now.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, all their purifiers are already off the grid as well. It's not something that they can utilize. And the one thing that I really noticed in these team fights is the way that Team Liquid have been playing, right? They understand that 3 members from the side of GeekFam have picked up that purifier, but they've layered their CC so well. Sanford usually goes in with the I'm Offended, baits out that purify, and then JP goes in, or vice versa. And here we go, another play.
Oh my goodness, implosion, Final slash by Beloyski might have cost them as well. The Frigid Force connects on 4, but they need the follow-up. The rest of the members are just not ready. Sanford is just completely distracting Kadera. That's why they could not finish the fight at all. And Team LPH, they get away with another kill, but here he comes, Sanchi. He was able to find Kadera under the tier 3s with this dominant descent. It's so frustrating, and you can see our boy, there's only so much he can do. Crystal's exposed. He will also fall to the passive, and just like that, TLPH gets a very, very clean sweep in game 1.
This is a very all-in composition coming in from GeekFam. And unfortunately, the all-in comp, not really something that is able to be executed time and time again. I believe that they did manage to try it a few times, but once they are starting to lose, they are a little bit more passive in their plays already, and not really quite willing to go in together with all the ultimates combined. Demonic Force and Final Slash, all of these are largely absent. So they couldn't find their setups all that great, and in fact, the setup outside of the base wasn't exactly the best either. I think that they really wanted to do something before the Lord eventually marches in, but that was their final all-in, unfortunately.
You know, it's insane to see how TLPH played that so well, because if you think about, you know, let's not think about drafts or win or head-to-head, right? Let's think about how they set up their fights really well in terms of layering, right? Like, oh, Sanford goes first, and then Sanji responds, and then JP just watches for the right moment to strike. Oh, if JP starts the fight, Sanford will watch, Sanji will watch, and then they commit to this fight. And every single time that happens, GigFam just couldn't react in time because they're just dropping everything, and TLPH is just always having a tempo breaker to stop them for making a counter play.
Now, Eterna, my question to you. The Furvius pick, we'll talk about that, right?
Yeah.
Because Furvius is very evidently brought in to counter against Ruby, as well as largely gonna be onto the Harif. Now,
Yeah.
Furvius can do either two things. Deal great damage and really annoy the heck out of the Harif, or just soak in so much damage.
Yeah.
So, honestly, what do you think exactly is the role of Gobs here as the Furvius?
I mean, technically, he was supposed to be a stopper, right? But that's why I don't like having a Phoveus in the EXP lane. Because technically, the Phoveus doesn't need EXP. Phoveus needs items.
Yep.
Phoveus needs gold. And that's why we usually see the Phoveus either in the gold lane, which currently doesn't exactly
Yep.
work. It used to work against the Wawan like back in the day, but now not so much. But mid lane. That's where we usually see the Phoveus work, the mid lane, right? That's where the Phoveus can properly farm, get those items to deal that damage and soak in the damage as well.
Very good point there, right? Because one thing that we want to see out of a POS 3 EXP lane is that the mid lane cannot be a POS 3 mid lane.
Yeah.
You can't be a damage dealer in this case. So putting Up Boy playing as an Aurora, it kind of conflicts with both the Furvius as well as the Aurora, who's exactly POS 3. So it becomes to the point whereby Furvius becomes the pillar for the team where they go all in. You gotta have to build up your shields. You gotta do whatever that you can to make sure that Benny Cutie, whenever he dashes and whenever he hits, you gotta hope that he just taps on the attack button and hits you while you're in the sky or something.
Yeah, I think it comes down to TLPH understanding that Cow TZ is their win condition coming from TLPH's draft here. If you pay attention to most of the fights, right, every single time they fight, they understand that they will have level advantage, they will have power spikes that they can hit in terms of timings. And every single time Cow TZ was able to win all these objectives, gives them a level advantage, a couple of goal advantage, and every single time that happens, they're not, I would say, hesitant to start a fight immediately, regardless of it is positioned or not. And most of this time, TLPH, they are fighting where technically they should be losing fights because of how aggressive they're diving towers, but they get away with it because they know they have item advantage as well as level advantage.
With Furvius not being able to stop the rampage of this Harif, Benny Cutie comes on and triumph over everyone else with a total of 5-0-7 when it comes down to KDA and a GPM of 808. I gotta have to say, Benny Cutie, he definitely performed his skills, and of course he performed in this game flawlessly with a great amount of items and a good amount of gold. Just, what, 15? Less than 15 minutes into the game, right? Is that 12 minutes? Around there. 13 minutes.
I think 13, right?
Yeah, 13 minutes.
I find this MVP very impressive. Why do I say that? Because in that matchup in the early stage of the game, the Harith wasn't having that much of a good time, honestly, against the Moskov. So the fact that he was able to still have that much impact in the game despite him having a little bit of a rough time in the lane is something that we do need to note. It's definitely noteworthy, and it really just shows the level of experience that Benny Cutie has.
Yeah, his positioning has been really spot on as well. And every single time he drops his Zaman Force here, you can see our boy is always in a situation where, hey, I need to drop my Frigi Force for whatever situation to stop the Harry from doing Zaman Force, but it doesn't really matter for him if he's not the first one to be focused down, because whenever our boy plays it defensively, you know Benny QT is like, hey, you know what, I'm gonna have a free lane, I'm just gonna do whatever and chip whatever GigFam throws at them.
See,
It's insane.
Look at that. Look at the way that he's weaving in and weaving out of these team fights, even from the early portion of the game. Let's see that again. Look.
Yeah, I think this fight is the very important one. The moment Frigifrost gets dropped down, Benny QT just gets, you know what? I can do whatever I want right now because no one can stop me. And he insistently sees that the moment Phoveus dies, I drop the Zaman Force and I'm going to turn it against this Phoveus.
His timing and his
Right?
execution
It's all
was
timing.
brilliant.
Honestly, the team fights weren't all that bad from the side of GigFam. They know what they want to do and how they want to line up for one another, how they want to follow up and such. As such, I think that Team Liquid, they know that they are definitely on a timer. The moment that they allowed the Furvius to build up more items, considering the fact that he ended the game with, I believe, with a Clock of Destiny, as well as a Dom Ice. I think the moment that this Furvius picks up an Oracle, that would be so much more difficult for Benny Cutie to even handle. And let's not forget about Moskov too. End game hero. The moment you give the Moskov so much space and time to farm, I think that Team Liquid would have so much difficulty in ending the game. As such, 13 minutes and 45 seconds. That is pretty much
The sweet spot.
golden, the sweet spot, the golden time to end the game before anyone else really comes online to really threaten the placing of Team Liquid.
I think it comes down to a situation like if this was any other team, I feel like GameFam would have definitely won down the drafts, because think about the composure and the mind style and the play styles of each individual player. One thing that TLPH really stood out in this particular game is that each and every one of these players have one thing called trigger discipline. And if you pay attention to whenever Gobs uses his ultimate, every single player from TLPH will stop moving. Because think about it, if you play a normal ML game, somebody jumps in your face, what's the first thing you would do?
Dash out.
And run.
Dash, spam skills, do whatever, right?
They're just like,
But for them, pay attention to Sanford. Like, they stop. The Ruby just stop moving, doesn't spam skill, waits for the Phobia's cooldown. Same for the Harif. Well, the only one who's can do whatever is pretty much Sanji, because again, that's little Johnny, big Johnny things, which doesn't really proc the Phobias out.
yeah, for sure.
So honestly, I would say that GigFam, it's more about the timing thing.
And
but
honestly, drafts.
Honestly,
Notice
drafts.
how they have so much magic damage.
Oh.
I think that was a really big problem. Like, if we pick that up again, right? Here, let me check. Julian, Aurora, and Phobius.
Damage,
the
yeah.
only
3 magical damage.
Exactly. Moskov, the only physical magic.
Yeah.
Physical
JP,
magic, physical damage.
Kaltizi, and Sanford. One of the first few items, Radiant Armor.
Yeah, exactly.
Very good point. It's something that kind of slipped right out, and we completely forgot about the fact that, damn, there's a lot of magical damage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it was very difficult for everyone to pop off properly.
I think it pretty much shows how detailed TLPH is with their items, right? Itemization on point, level advantage on point, turtle objective on point. The moment they got all these conditions, small little inch, they will pounce.
Right. So hopefully we'll be able to see a little bit of a change when it comes down to the draft. Maybe not too much majors, and maybe have a proper understanding, or not understanding, but proper segregation on position 3 and position 4. Do you really want the EXP to be position 3 or 4? We're gonna have to come back from a break afterwards to really find out if GigFam is going to be adjusting the draft to really cater to Team Liquid Philippines. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. A very potential last game coming in from this series between Geek Fam ID versus Team Liquid Philippines. The end of game number 1 definitely didn't go in the way of Geek Fam. I'm pretty sure that they wanted this game to go all the way down to the wire, all the way until the end stages where Moskov and Fervis could have went online. My name is Astrak. With me here is Terrence as well as Eterna. The three of us is gonna be on set B, this comfy little set that you can see, and we have pretty much been rocking in this set the whole day. In fact, tomorrow as well. So make sure you guys keep on tuning on to the stream, and if you enjoy the content, please do let us know. Now, this upcoming game, we did talk about the draft. We really want to see GeekFam being able to change things up a little bit, or perhaps, draft things up in a more, how can I say, in a proper sense per se. I think that they are technically experimenting in this game. What do you guys think?
I feel like they need to go back to their identity, right? Like, don't be too focused on what the enemy is drafting, but more so work with your strengths, work with what you've got. Because technically, we were talking as well, right, backstage about the fact that I think they drafted a little too reactively, that they didn't really see the bigger picture of their draft, and so they couldn't execute it properly.
I think it came down to a situation where GeekFam, they drafted all these heroes. Oh, this thing can do this against this thing can do against this. But when it comes to execution and understanding how to counter, or in this case, how they got countered, was pretty much, Team Liquid PH has more experience doing these things compared to GeekFam.
Yeah, they lost the eye, I think. Like, they didn't really figure out their own team chemistry with the heroes that they drafted with, that it didn't really work well, and it was difficult to execute.
I believe so. Now, GeekFam ID, they did manage to score a 2-1 victory on top of RSGPH, and I thought that that would be, the darkness that's encroaching onto Philippines, especially coming in to this series where they're gonna have to fight Team Liquid, yet another Philippines team. It would set up a great storyline if GeekFam ID is able to come up with a new strategy, or, like you said, kind of go back to their roots and understand what exactly makes GeekFam GeekFam.
Yeah.
Once a geek.
Always a fam. I got you this time.
Eterna is being nice now. It's being nice now. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. But again, I agree. They have to have their identity. And so far, personally, I feel like when you think about Beloyski, GeekFam, it's got to be Hellcurt. And
it's got to be.
I like that you brought up RSGPH. The game that GeekFam won against RSGPH, they had a Hellcurt. And so far, this time, TLPH first game, you saw in the bans. Beloyski, no Hellcurt. Sorry, you're not playing that. And I think ever since that, it kind of forced GeekFam to play in awkward situations. And even you saw in the previous game, Beloyski, he drafted his Arlot. He tried to do what an Hellcurt could do in this kind of situations, but it just didn't work out. But now, going to draft phase again, he's not getting the Hellcurt this time.
Yeah, Team Liquid PH, not even a chance.
No chance.
They're not gonna give it to GeekFam at all. Let's round up the entirety of the bans as we have got a Hellcurt, a Faramis, Moskov, Chip, Ling, and Roger. What's the potential first pick that we may be able to see from Team Liquid PH? What's left out?
I think whatever TLPH brings to the table, it comes down to trust. And yes, I agree, Zaz a little bit boring, but in the hands of Sanji, if you think about that particular match, and if you just pay attention to game 1 on how Sanji played every single round, it wasn't actually boring for him. Because in the right hands, this hero is just very, very fun to play.
What is this topsy-turvy Swift?
Because I've seen so many... Wait, what?
The draft is running through. This is like a bullet train that we're looking at. The first phase of the draft is already done.
Because I think both of the coaches understand what they're both trying to do, right? Because in the first phase of the drafts here on blue side, we see a Moskov being banned out, so it feels like they're forcing for GeekFam to ban the Roger in order for Team Liquid to have that first say with the Zask. But obviously, that would also be countered in with the Harith. So this is why it's very interesting and very fast.
This is interesting for me because for GeekFam to give the Fanny to Vincent, it's a little bit tough for me because if you think about how game 1 went, everybody could do something except for Vincent on the Julian, right? So this time with this Fanny, he's able to go into the backlines and potentially catch off Sanford on this Zaz a couple of times here and there. But again, it also puts TLPH in a very awkward spot right now where what do they do to deal with this Fanny?
Here's the thing, Vincent is not very notorious for his assassins. He usually is mostly a utility jungler with the Boxias, with the Fredrin. But the only assassin that he's been notably able to play is the Fanny.
Okay.
That's so weird.
So,
Okay.
yeah, it's a
That's
little
so
weird.
weird.
That's why I love Vincent with all my heart and soul. He's a little bit, you know, weird. But
Eccentric.
so Julian, maybe he's not as comfortable on, but Fanny, I know he can play.
Huh.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, okay.
Like, because if I were to draft against GameFam ID, because of this, I think TLPH might have missed this out at all, because I did not know he could play a mean Fanny.
Yeah, so I gotta have to watch in and take a look at what exactly Vincent have got for us. Now, what are we setting up to? GeekFam, they have got a composition that more or less is able to play for aerial denial and of course more or less team fight. Whenever we are looking at a Harif, you know that you gotta have to pick up heroes that can really root people down onto the ground just so that the Zaman Force can be of value.
I think now it is in a situation where do they want to give JP the Kufra or Min Sitar to kind of deal with both the Harif as well as the Fanny? Like, I don't think it's the best option right now, but it will put them in a spot where if we do this, it kind of messes up the combo they're trying to do.
Are we talking about JP?
Yeah.
JP can play Kufra, Cho?
Yeah. I mean,
If he wants to.
if he goes for that, like
Min
right
Sitar
now,
is so-
is it okay to synergize with the Zas? Because I don't think it's the best combo.
I don't like Min Sitar.
I would say that these two drafts coming in from these two
Maybe the
teams,
Cho. Yeah, I can see the Cho though.
they are generally just wanting to establish dominance in this one small area. Whoever yields first loses. We have got the Zas. You want to claim an area. The same thing comes in from the Zaman Force of Harif. But to round things up, we do have the Barats as well as the Brody.
I like this Brody, and I'm gonna tell you why. Brody is a hero that is... Oh my god, I said
wait,
Kufra, but
what?
I didn't mean...
We
For
didn't mean
Geek
Geek
Fam.
Fam. What?
Anyway,
Okay.
back to the Brody. Because of the Moskov being taken out of the board, it was banned out. I think one of the other heroes in the gold lane that can kind of fend himself against the Fanny is the Brody.
It's either Brody or Leslie, either or.
And this also tells us that they want to end this quick.
Yeah.
Right?
They have two very, very strong early heroes, which is the Zas and the Barats.
Zask and the Barats, right. With the Barats going over to the EXP, we can definitely expect the amazing Flicker plus Detonus welcome combination that we see Sanford always doing. So they also are they're also not really doing too much when it comes down to putting the Edith in the EXP this time. So it's a little bit of breath of fresh air for Sanford, because it feels as though Sanford has been playing a lot of Edith nowadays. So hopefully this is going to change things up a little bit for Geek Fam, as they are putting themselves into a relatively hard match. I mean, pretty good draft so far. Main thing is Fatty. Would that work against Team Liquid PH? The duel of the assassins. Will darkness really be dawning upon Team Liquid PH thanks to Geek Fam ID? We'll find out in this game number 2.
Well, we are going to jump straight in right now. Kautizi starting in on the orange buff, and also Vincent starting things off on the purple buff for him on this Fanny. But immediately, as we say that, we are going to be jumping in towards a pass here, because right now, I'm curious to see how TLPH handles against this, because not too often we get to see the Fanny up on Vincent by Geek Fam ID, and right now, based on their drafts here, do you think they have what it takes to actually stop Vincent? Because I don't see a way for any kind of early invades here, Turna.
That's a good question. That's a good question, and I guess we'll have a little bit of a feeling as to the choices of emblems they both took, right? For the side of TLPH, we see that both the Brody and the Haya actually went Warcry.
You know, I saw Sanford. He's like, okay, this is 1-1, guys. This is 1-1 on the.
Hey, the last team we saw a Filipino team being overconfident. That was the beginning of the
they
end.
admitted it's 1-1.
Oh, they were. Oh,
Yeah, they were pointing 1-1.
So they want to win.
They said, I don't know, like they are 1-0 right now. That I don't know, is it 1-1 or is it one more game?
I don't know, we'll see. Because like earlier when Flapteasy did that interview, he was like, you know, every time I trash talk, I always lose, so I'm gonna be humble now. So maybe that's what Team Liquid are doing
So
too.
far, all the Philippine teams, all the Filipino teams have been very humble so far for day 1 and day 2.
I guess they got a little bit humbled at MSC, maybe.
Maybe. I appreciate it though, you know, I appreciate it, but at the same time, well, I think they
You miss
should
trash
be humble.
talking? Oh no. Oh, what?
Well, I definitely do miss trash
You
talking.
seem like a guy who would love trash talk.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, abstract.
Would you agree,
Have
abstract?
you know what's the funniest thing? Have
Not
you ever been
if you
number one?
agree.
Who? Me? Trash talk? Or
Yeah, yeah.
Terrence trash talk?
Have you ever been number one?
I'm getting out of here.
I'm sorry, dragging here. But yeah,
this guy,
agree.
I swear, this guy,
Yeah.
he drags me all the way in just to say, "Are you number one? Are you number one? Are you tank man?"
Thank you, Eterna, for calling me out. But yeah, I definitely love trash talking.
Yeah.
Especially when MOBA Zane, started it.
Yeah, so maybe that's maybe that's the trend, right? Trash talk and you don't go far.
Oh, ouch, ouch. So you're saying I'm not gonna go far in my casting career, huh?
Well,
Wow. Wow,
I
Eterna.
didn't say that.
Yeah,
but,
that's what you're implying now, huh?
he's saying that to himself, ladies and gentlemen.
Ouch.
But thank you so much for staying patient with us during this technical pause. We are gonna have a little bit of fun, but it looks like we are gonna head straight into the land of dawn for game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, between Team Liquid and Geek Fam.
All right. Yeah, we are gonna be seeing a pretty smooth run so far coming with TLPH. We do see Kautizi, trying to make work onto his level 4 very, very quickly. We do see JP also ensuring that he has the bestest of time, whereas Vincent has not made any kind of moves yet. So I'm guessing once he gets his control, this is where you start to see Vincent get a little bit more active.
Again, I want to circle back to the emblem choices, right? Benny QT on the Brody. By the way, we don't see Brody too often anymore in this meta, and the fact that he went Warcry alongside with Carl TZ, and if you take a look at the sub-emblems, there was also Thrill. So that's a lot of additional physical attack and physical damage that they're looking for in the early portion of the game. So again, it really correlates to the fact that Team Liquid want to be able to bag this as early as possible.
Yeah, and now Vincent just got his level 4. He's looking to try and set up a gank down middle. But again, Turtle's going to be spawning in 15 seconds here. He has to make a choice. Force a fight right now, or does he go for the purple buff and then try and secure for the Turtle here? But nope, his purple buff just worn out. So that means no gank attempt is provided here. You can even see TLPH, they're all just so far back defensively that they don't really want to give them the additional XP. Whereas Kaldizi says, I don't care the buff. I'm going to start the turtle buff right from the get-go.
Yeah, looks like he's going straight forward, but Beloyski's there and charging.
Oh, they are going to try and make an attempt as well. Vincent going in for the steal, and yes, he gets it right at the time as well. Beloyski looking for the play. Frigiforce comes in. TLPH, they lose Kautizi right from the get-go, and now another one will fall, and that is going to be Beloyski himself.
Yeah, that's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Geek, however, as Vincent was still able to grab that turtle away without his purple buff. So that does give Geek Fam a little bit of leeway to play with. But what's very interesting is the fact that Team Liquid, they're not too far behind on gold. The question is, why?
Well, that's the thing, right? It comes down to how safe they kind of want to play this game here, but I still feel like Geek Fam was able to scout out this by Beloyski was a good call. Sacrificing himself for a jungle kill, that kind of helps Vincent a little bit more here, because right now he is a level ahead compared to Kautizi.
Oh, that's a great change. That's definitely a great change. He should have a little bit more say when it comes down to those neutral objective takes as well. So this is definitely Geek Fam starting on the right foot. Right now, we also do see that, wait a second, Beloyski's charging. Is he going to go for it?
Oh no, JP is going to flicker out as well. Vincent waited for the Earth Shatter and tries to make another attempt. Unfortunately, does not get the kill. TLPH a little bit quick here to play it safe. They respect the power of what Vincent brings to the table.
For sure, he doesn't want to overextend as well from the side of Vincent, right? He knows that he's going against a Brody. A Brody does still have a little bit to work with, but wait a second.
As soon as I say this, they are going to try and make an attempt on Beloyski. He is going to try to get out as well. The dominant descent comes in. They are going to do a little bit of damage here. Frigiforce comes in as well, and Goss rejoins the fight. But TLPH, they need to get JP out, and seems like he won't be able to do so. The dominant descent is able to bait out some reaction. He dies to the burst, but at the same time, someone gets gobbled up, and that is going to be one of the players coming in from Geek Fam, and that's going to be our boy who gets gobbled up. And they do trade pretty even here. They lose Sanji, and look at this, Sanford, he still wants to continue his fight, and they are able to get a double kill because of it. Kadera finally joins the fight, but the damage has been done from both sides here. Both just face a very, very equal bloodbath.
Yeah, 2-4-3 trade in favor of Team Liquid PH, however. So Geek Fam are falling a little bit behind with these trades. It looks like Carl TZ is still going to commit onto that Sky Piercer, despite him not having as best of an early game performance. And I'm not saying that because he's not playing properly, but I'm used to seeing Carl TZ on these assassins and just completely snowballing. But that also tells us that Geek Fam are putting up a fight. So now both of these teams are going to be centering around the next neutral objective with that turtle. Carl TZ level 8, we do see that Vincent is also at the same level, so it's a 50-50. It really depends on how both of these teams want to try and implement and execute the way that they start this off. Beloyski already charging. Is he going to look for a proper moment?
Oh, Beloyski gets the Tyrant's Rage off as well, even with the final slash to secure JP's life. Dominance Descent comes in, everyone for Geek Fam is getting out of there as well. Beloyski forces a conceal play. TLPH, they want to engage these, but look at this, Goff. He goes to the back lines. He wants to try and threaten Kaudizi, but they force the rest of TLPH to try and stop him in his track. Ah, boy, will be caught off by Benny QT with the flicker play, and also Gobs falling down to the OK Shadow kill.
Oh, Vincent looks like he's going to actually pick up a trade there in the bottom side of the map, which will help them in terms of that macro. But we are going to head over to a short pause, ladies and gentlemen. But this does give us a little bit of time to really unbreak what has been happening so far. I think one of the main things that I've noticed is Sanford on this Barat's just not the impact that I would love and expect. And I think that maybe that's why we usually see Sanford on heroes that are a little bit more active.
Yeah, but even if you say that, right? Look at this. 5 minutes, 30 seconds in the game. He's got 3-1 and 3. He's been very active in all those prolonged fights. And I feel like down in the middle was a very good call for TLPH. And I think Geek Fam made a very, very big mistake where they were just face checking all the way through. But as soon as Vincent showed himself down bottom, trying to shove the tier 1 down bottom, you can see everyone from TLPH was like, you know what, Fanny's not here, we're going in. And they actually got away with murder. 2 kills, just like that.
So right now, TLPH, they're dominating in terms of that. Hi, Sanford. Yes, yes.
Okay, we know it's 1-1. Okay,
yeah,
but
you think it's a 1-1.
But they're
okay.
doing well, though. Surprisingly, really well this game.
Who? Geek Fam?
TLPH.
Yeah.
Yeah.
TLPH, surprisingly?
Just because of this Fanny.
Oh.
Like, he admits it's going to be 1-1 because it feels like it's very difficult to do with Fanny.
No, you know, Baby 40, he's just very humble as a person.
Oh, okay, fair enough. All right,
Baby
all right.
40's never been one to trash talk. He's
Okay,
always the
okay.
nice one. He's always the baby in the group, but it looks like he is growing up.
Okay, I like that. I can respect that. You know, how do you know all this information?
Dude, Liquid all the way, bro.
Okay.
I have all the jerseys now.
Really?
I even have their mascot at home.
What?
Yeah.
Where? That's new info. How
The
do you get all
mascot is
this?
blue. It's a
I
horse.
heard it was really, really expensive in Riyadh. How the hell do you afford
I got it
all
for
this?
free.
Oh wow, that's
Yes.
I feel left out right now.
Yeah.
I feel completely left out not having all the merchandises from TLBH. Just because I'm from Malaysia, huh?
It's really not about that.
Oh, ouch.
I
Okay.
really don't think it's about that.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Maybe you need to favor a team more, because I'm very biased when it comes down to certain teams. So and they know that, so it's their token of appreciation.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay,
I
what's
like
your
it.
team? You can choose now.
Well, I can choose now.
Yeah.
Well, they're not playing on the stream. It's all the way on the other stream. It's YRG, baby.
Oh.
Yeah, World Champion #1, baby. After 2,300 days,
Do
we
you have
finally
their
got champion.
merch?
Well, unfortunately, no.
Maybe you're not. Maybe you're not vocalizing it enough. It's okay.
But at least I've got Homebois though.
YRG, just to let you know, Terrence here, Icy Baby, he's a big fan. Please get him some merch. Abstract's here.
Hey.
Want to put your mic on, buddy?
No.
Well, you
Why?
just did.
Look, I am just absolutely comfy right now. I'm just chilling, man. I'm just chilling. But this game is great to watch. That's why this is the best way to enjoy any typical MLBB tournament, especially here for the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Okay.
This is how I like to enjoy it.
Yeah, you know, you're pretty laid back, pretty chill. That's why, you know, Stream B is the best stream. We've got the best
Exactly.
setup.
You know
all
what? I
look
can
good.
even kind of just rack this up and just be extra comfortable. Do you guys have any pillows? No, I do.
I'm jealous not being the desk host now.
I am a little bit jealous too,
Yeah.
actually.
But you've been
to be
desk hosting
fair.
your entire year this year. Like you just told me you just told me like, oh my god, I miss casting, and now you're like, oh what?
Look, I want a pillow. It's more important.
Hey, aren't you a gentleman?
Yes, I am.
But by the way, Abstract, as you were chilling over
you go.
there, oh, thank you so much. As you were chilling over there, what do you think about the game so far? Was this something expected?
Honestly, when it comes down to Team Liquid PH, I have a lot of expectations on them, right? Since they are understandably one of the strongest teams that we're gonna have to expect in the MLBB region. So them being able to do whatever that they are doing right now is not too bad. Although I do want to see more of a quote-unquote stomp. I don't like stomps, but this is what I expected from them. But they're not doing anything wrong. It's more of the fact that the Geek Fam is the one that has been kind of holding Team Liquid kind of on a leash. So they are still in the game. They are very much in the game. So I'm just looking out for Vincent. He's already got a Blade of the Haptices. He's got, I think, 2 kills, no death, right? So he's pretty much on the way. We are just waiting for the right time for him to eventually pop off. And especially over to the backside of Team Liquid PH, he's got just one person that he's got to look out for, Benny Cutie. So just one guy. He don't have to derail, he don't have to think about so much things whereby, oh, I gotta kill this guy, I gotta kill that guy. It's not his job to kill Kartizi because he's just gonna die on his way over or on the way out because Ogi Shadow Kill tracks him all the way. You wouldn't want that. You can't kill Sanji because he's in the Dominator's descent. You only need to deal with Betty Cutie.
That's how you know it's not a storm when Abstract has so much things to say. You think about this, right? Like, you know what's a storm? Falcon, AP Brand versus Smart Omega. That's a stop.
Yeah.
This game so far, game 1, game 2, it hasn't been a stop. It feels like both teams are trying, but TLPH seems to have a upper edge.
Yeah.
For sure, in terms of experience. Drafts, I would say, is still okay. It's not a super big difference. Favoring towards Geek Fam nor TLPH, but in terms of experience, definitely they have the upper edge.
You know, for this draft, I actually do think that Geek Fam has a little bit more of an advantage only because they're not on a timer, I would say, right? I think Brody is great from the early to that mid portion of the game, but when we start entering that late game, that's when things get a little bit tricky.
I would like to pull your attention over to this top 5 kill leaderboard. Absolutely insane, absolutely unreal. 59 kills from Kaltizi. Okay, sure. 46 kills on Benny Cutie. Wow. 34 kills on Sanji. We have 3 person of the same team in the top 5 kill leaderboard. You add them all together, how much do you get? 60 plus 45, that's 105. 105 plus 130.
Keep going.
139 damage. 139 kills off of these top 3 players.
TLPH have been very aggressive.
Okay, fair enough.
They've been very aggressive, and you can even see, again, right, I pointed out, even in this game, just by this game,
Okay.
Brody Warcry, mind you.
Yeah.
And then we have the
wait.
Hayabusa Warcry.
That's crazy. This is a lot of damage if you are isolated,
Brody
right?
Warcry.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's not common. We don't usually see a Brody on Warcry.
Is this really all just a damage boost setup just for torn apart memory? Because your attack speed is so slow for you to be able to make full use of the Warcry on your normal attacks, right?
Yep.
So the only time that you will be able to really take control or rather take advantage of the Warcry, after you hit 3 times, your buff activates, you activate torn apart memory, boom, extra damage of a torn apart memory.
Yeah, I like how you framed it that way. It just shows you how TLPH has this idea where they don't really want to overextend fights, right? They want to wrap it up as quickly as they can and as safely as they can. So being able to efficiently deal damage is going to be the key winning factor on what TLPH is. But now, up on screen, what do we have?
We have 113 assists on JP. Okay, cool. 98 on the Sanji. Wow. 89 on Zenford. Once again, 3 members
My big
of
question
the same team.
is this specific for Stream B or is this overall?
I think it's overall from yesterday
Oh,
and
it's
today's game. It's
overall.
actually overall.
It's overall.
Okay, this is overall from all the challenge finals thus far and all the
Okay.
matches. Basically,
They're on something.
the highest
Whatever that
stats.
they're eating, I want one.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's
It's
a lot
definitely
of
not
assists.
JP's fault.
JP is just playing so well. Think about this. Like, I think even game 1, he was the reason why Geek Fam couldn't flip the table against TLPH multiple times. Like, he was not afraid to put himself in awkward positions to either set up a fight or stop the enemy from killing his teammates, which is very rare for a roamer, which is
Well,
crazy.
I guess this is okay because we can say that Falcons AP brand is a top contender.
Yeah,
yes,
for sure.
We can say that the Udo Red Giants are a top contender. Yes,
For sure.
100%.
So maybe when we're looking at both of these stats, right? Earlier on, it was most kills.
Most kills, yes.
And
Top
now
5
we
kills.
have most assists.
Yes.
So maybe Falcons AP brand, they're not going in for team fights. Maybe they don't look for that. Maybe they're playing the macro play. So
Yeah, they
maybe
just wanna
that's
end the
why
game fast.
we
Fair.
don't see them on this leaderboard. These are teams that are a little bit more aggressive. They love the team fights. And that's why we're seeing both of these teams on screen.
Or they are constantly playing in drawn out fights.
Possible.
Possible as well.
This is
Possible.
definitely something that can definitely inflate a team's stats to a certain extent. It doesn't necessarily mean, oh, my team had the most amount of kills or the most amount of assists. Wow, we are the best team. But it just really shows what they are essentially capable of, and you
True.
should definitely not count them out.
True.
Especially, it actually makes things a little bit more scary to some of these teams that you know that if they are able to inflate so much kills, so much assists throughout the entire series thus far, you don't want to bring them to endgame.
I would argue that it's more telling of their play style.
Right.
Because damage...
Fair.
Okay, we haven't seen like the damage leaderboard, but kills and assists just shows you the way that they like to play, not how they win the game. Because technically fights don't always win the game.
Right.
Yep. And now we have something new on the table as well. This is going to be a top 5 MVP leaderboard.
Top
and
5
now we have
MVP.
Kautizi top 1, Kadera, Sanji, Gobs, and Vincent. And what really interests me is that this pretty much describes how the team's play style and how their win conditions usually revolve around. And for TLPH, it's always been Kautizi. And for GigFam, it's always been Kadera. But without further ado, enough
Okay.
stats now. We're going to be jumping
Bye.
into the game. Bye, Abstract. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you,
your
Abstract.
insights. As we jump straight back into the game here to see how things are unfolding, because as of now, GigFam actually, 50-50 with TLPH, even though it's 88% gold.
Right now, we do see that TLPH are looking to try and find an opening into the enemy jungle. They don't really find that setup just yet, but they are eyeing for it, right? They're looking for a way to try and shut down Vincent. They see that it's not something that they really want to commit over to. They don't want to make any mistakes at this portion of the game, as only 6 minutes have elapsed. So they're going to focus on the objectives, right? They're going to focus on this tower in the top side. JP opening up the vision, also opening up space for Benny Cutie, but Beloyski opens up, doesn't really find anything either.
Yeah, I like how Beloyski is taking the fact that he is looking to try and jump in for the fights. Even if he misses here, he does have a little bit of a mini stun on the Little Johnny. And then, buys him a little bit of time to reset instead of allowing Little Johnny to do so much damage here. You like that, don't you, Little Johnny? But that's all for now, because right now, we see a fight. JP immediately gets taken out here, as GigFam now is going to be in a little bit of trouble here. We do Sanford immediately also going to be going forward as well. Vincent able to find one. Kautizi able to trade one for his teammates, but they lose 3 members in the process. This extended fight coming from TLPH is not helping them at all. GigFam was able to find one more. Benny QT left alone, 1v3. Does he want to go here? I don't think he should though.
Yeah, I don't think he's capable of it either. He only has the BOD up until this point. He doesn't have the Heptases or any other items that can help elevate his damage, so he is waiting on. But that was a 3-for-2 trade in favor of GeekFam as they're pushing the tempo, picking up the space, but look at JP.
Oh, JP looking to try and start the fight as well. Final slash stops Benny QT, but he's getting died on pretty bad here. But the Taunapod memories is going to be good enough to take Beloyski. Meanwhile, they will sacrifice JP's life in the process.
Was that a complete reset on the turtle as well? Both of these teams can't do it. They were able to kind of bait GeekFam to reset it, and both of them don't get it, but it looks like Team Liquid now have the better setup. They're gonna force Aurora or a boy here to go in for the retreat, and that looks like it's a free turtle over to Team Liquid.
Wow,
it was
this is
initially
huge.
a good game for GeekFam,
Right?
and they turned it completely around based on macro.
That's why you have to give credit towards TLPH. They were able to buy enough time for the rest of the members to respawn back, rejoin that fight, and actually take away the objective. And because of this, TLPH is able to equalize the loss that they had just now.
Exactly. Exactly. You can never count TLPH out. They are able to outdo this with their minds, with their brains, with the intelligence that they have in the game. Concealed play, though, going to be poked up.
Oh boy, here he comes. They are going to try and dive onto Sanford as well. Sanji is able to get out to safety, but JP now in a little bit of trouble here. Primal Wrath is not going to give him a life there as Vincent gets another kill. Sanji trying to set up for the team here. Kaotisi joins the fight, but the Daytona's welcome will pull one. The Frigid Frost comes in. They will be able to shut him down, but Sanford needs to make a run for it, and Gobs is going to try and finish him off, and they do find 4-man out. Maloyski somehow survives. Benny Cutie! Benny Cutie is able to get almost everyone, but our boy is able to stop him in his tracks.
And that's a wiped out, ladies and gentlemen, for Geek Fam. Despite that play coming in through from Benny QT, Geek Fam still reign up top. A boy trying to force in that tower in the mid side, but they don't even get it. Team Liquid PH, they were still able to take control, was still able to clear out the waves to prevent that from happening. But either or, right? Geek Fam, pick up that 800k, not 800k just yet, but 800 gold lead. 800k would have been so big. 800 gold lead, and they're still holding control. Still a very 50-50 game we're watching.
Oh boy, this is kind of crazy here considering the amount of fights that has been happening here. It felt like TLPH had a little bit small victories here, but Geek Fam was able to catch them in the most awkward situation, and just like that, TLPH, they kind of fumbled a little bit here. They needed a play coming from Benny QT, but it just didn't really work out here, and Geek Fam just has so much things to worry about, and to be honest, you have to give props to Gobs, man. Like, he's been setting up so well on this Arlet.
I'm happy for that, right? I'm happy, right? A lot of people are questioning whether or not Gobs has fit into the lineup properly as Luke had before, but wait a second.
Oh no, Sanji needs to purify out of there as well. He doesn't want to use the Dominance Descent to try and extend the fight. They are in a very awkward position. Now, reset comes in for Sanji. Meanwhile, Geek Fam, what do they do with this reset? Because Vincent looking to try and set up a fight. They find JP once more. Frigid Force comes in, but Vincent will be the finisher. Killing spree for Vincent.
Beloyski has been popping off on this Kufra, by the way, right? Sure, he had to force that resource use with the ult and so on and so forth, but the fact that they were able to bait out a lot of things. Oh, wait a second. Gobs again?
Oh no, they missed the spell here. Sanji was able to pop to the emergency descent here, going to the back line. JP is going to fall, but our boy is actually the first one to fall thanks to Kao TC, and TLPH is going to try and continue with this fight. Look at Sanji, free shots after free shots, but Beloyski from behind! He catches Sanji from behind the dominance descent, sacrificing his life to take a mage. What a catch in the midst of chaos, Beloyski. What a catch!
Yeah, and that really forces both of these teams to kind of look for a reset, but TLPH, they don't want to give up anything, right? They don't want to waste time. They're focusing on these objectives, and they're going to be able to take this first Lord, as Vincent's still going to be able to pick up his purple buff. What did I tell you about Vincent on the Fanny, right? 515 so far, has been able to bait a lot of resources out, doesn't necessarily have to deal the execution, because that's when Chidera usually comes in, and right now, Chidera, if we take a look at his items, he's on his way to that Holy Crystal, supposedly, right? Already with the Starlim Scythe, he has the Feather of Heaven as well. Meanwhile, technically, Brody should already be dishing out the damage. I think maybe that power spike came too late.
It's crazy, right? To see watch this game. Jabs after jabs, blows after blows. Look at this. Geek Fam, they're going to start a fight once more. They almost caught Sanji. He's going to be using Dominant Descent to keep himself alive. But again, Beloyski trying to keep them all at bay while the rest of Geek Fam clears off the Lord. But no, they're going to ignore the Lord and try to commit to the fight. And they lose one instead. Kautisi actually finds Beloyski, and they were able to lose a tier 2. Lord cleared. Successfully defend, only losing one member, but it's not over yet. TLPH, they still have the health, they still have Sanford, they still have Benny QT, still rather strong. This tier 3, can they defend? Yes, they can, and it will still stand for Geek Fam.
That was nearly a big problem for Geek Fam, honestly, right? Because Benny QT, other than the BOD that he already also has the Malefic Roar, so he's dishing out that damage even on the turrets as well, and that was nearly a big problem. I mean, luckily Geek Fam, they were still able to come back from this, and yes, okay, now Chidera has Holy Crystal. So these team fights are going to get a lot more interesting. That damage from Chidera is definitely ramping up. And the fact that Vincent has been so great weaving in and weaving out of these team fights, baiting in these resources, dealing that initial damage for Chidera to ultimately take, it might be different this time.
Oh, JP now with the Earth Shadow is going to buy a little bit more time. They are going to try to commit to this fight. They lose Kadera right from the get-go. That's huge for them as well. Dominus Descent is able to find one more. Sanford finds Beloyski, and GeekFam, they made a mistake. They crumbled too hard. They thought they were able to turn the tides, but it is TLPH that catches them with their pants down now with Vincent trying to buy a little bit more time, trying to clear the minions, but they just could not do so. This tier 3 is guaranteed to fall, and TLPH is marching in. Vincent, what can you do right now? They need so much more.
2 members in the face of 5 TLPH members. But it looks like TLPH this time around, they don't want to overcommit. They don't want to overtake and overstay their welcome. They're going to stay disciplined and they're going to retreat. This does give GeekFam a little bit more time to come back and reset from everything that has happened. And it looks like Vincent is going to be able to get a trade down bottom. He's pushing in that bottom side, hoping to get that turret. But TLPH, they should see this. Or it could be utilized as a bait as they're both going to be setting up for that Lord.
Well, it seems to me Kaotizi, he is in prime position to actually kind of stop Vincent, but now my question is who's going to win this? Because now Vincent is going to try and make an attempt. Kaotizi sidesteps his way through, but he's down towards 1 HP. The turret is doing a lot of damage here. Okay, Shenuka, we can see it! And Kaotizi outplays Vincent! Fanny versus Hayabusa. Who wins? It's the Hayabusa, baby!
It's Carl Teasy! It's the GOAT! It is his veterancy as well as his experience against Vincent. And that was a beautiful display of skill and mechanic. So well accustomed, so cold-headed, level-headed to make that play happen, and that is going to be a free Lord for TLPH in the 14th minute of the game.
Oh my goodness, Kaotizi's got so cold, man. He's got ice in his veins, even with 1 HP. He did not panic. He baited him out. He just completely shut Vincent out. What an outplay. What a player.
Absolutely. And of course, there's a pause because we need to digest what happened. How is that possible? How did he... Kaltizi was barely at 1 HP. Vincent came in a little bit too aggressively under turret. And he lost that 1v1.
You know what? That's why you need Sky Piercer. You know, think about this. Think about this. Every single game thus far, yesterday and today, no one has opted to go for Sky Piercer except for this game. Now, we've got 2 Sky Piercers, one on Kaotizi, one on Benny QT. I had this discussion with Gideon off the site. He said that, no, it's a little bit inconsistent just because it's so hard to build up to the stacks. And now, we have to. And imagine this. If Vincent had a Sky Piercer there, I'm pretty sure Kaotizi would have died.
But notice his build, right? Notice Vincent's build. Is he building full damage?
He is doing full damage. He does have an anti-Kira.
So he's not building full damage. So that's not... And this is something that we've seen from Vincent, right? Every time he goes into Fanny, like, I don't know if this is supposed to work or not. I'm not a Fanny player myself. But whenever Vincent plays the Fanny, yes, he does go for damage, but it's a hybrid, right? He uses it to be a little bit more utility. He dives in first. He extracts resources from the opponents for everyone else to deal out the damage and to be the executor later on. So this is just very Vincent-esque, I would say.
Okay, I can respect that. But at the same time, yeah, this 1v1 outplay, oh my god, if he had the Skull Purser, he would have died. But at the same time, Kaotizi was able to shadow step, sidestep that last moment, survived, popped an OK Shido kill, and just outplay him. Look at this. Brother Vincent, I got you. You know what? I see you. You're dead. You're gone. It's over.
We're the doubters now.
Oh.
We're the haters now. Broski, this is prime Carl Teasy.
Oh my god, that was so sick. Like, how often do you get a 1v1 situation like that?
I love it. I live for it.
Who's better, Hayabusa or Fanny? Kaotizi just made the statement right there.
I mean, technically, a Hayabusa should be able to outplay a lot better than the Fanny, to be fair, right? I mean, he has the Shadow Killer. He has a lot more tools in his kit to make those plays. But you know what? Let's just completely ignore that because Kaotizi, bro.
Oh boy, we are going to be jumping back into game once more here. We had a little bit of hype moment between Vincent and Kaotizi, but let's see whether or not if GeekFam still holds on for game number 3, because game 2 seems like with the Lord crashing in, GeekFam is going to have a lot of troubles.
Wait a second. Vincent, what is he doing there in the backside? He does put some damage over onto the Zas, but we'll see what happens as, look at this, it looks like they're going to be able to clear.
Oh no, did Sanji's a little bit far off as well. He doesn't have the health. They don't really want to take the risk here. They are going to give the Lord away to GigFam to kind of defend against this. So GigFam, they are able to hold on even longer now.
Yeah, they're not committing. Just off of Vincent's play.
Wow.
Right?
That's
Vincent went
crazy.
into the back line, dealt damage on it to Sanji. He didn't want to take the risk. He went in for a recall. And it seems like the call that they made at that point with one member down as compared to GeekFam at full 5 was, you know what, let's just go back, reset, let's deal some damage, a little bit of damage onto the turrets, but let's not overcommit for this one.
Oh boy. Now, TLPH is slowly hitting their late power spike, right? We talk about Barat as well as Zas. Pretty weak in the later stage game here, and GigFam, they do have the tools to deal with this here. And look at this, Little Johnny just barely melted in a couple of skills right there by GigFam. And now here with Daytona's welcome, you know, save Sanford holding it in. He is gonna cancel it away, and GigFam just playing the macro game a little bit smarter right now.
Yeah, let's talk about the way that things have been panning out over the past few seconds, right? In these long-drawn exchanges between Geek and Team Liquid, with the fact that GeekFam has a lot more, I would say, range with the Aurora, a lot more poke with Aurora as well, it looks like Team Liquid aren't in a position to be able to do this. Right? A lot of the members from Team Liquid PH will get really low and then they have to go for a full reset, so they can't properly set up for these team fights as we usually see when Team Liquid go for a very quick decision.
Yeah, and that's the thing about understanding their power spikes and their timings, right? Like TLPH is finally reached a power spike where they're supposed to be very, very weak, much weaker in the later stage of the game, and they're trying to capitalize on mistakes that GeekFam will make. And so far, not gonna lie, GeekFam has made some mistakes, and I think TLPH is banging on the fact that GeekFam will make those kind of mistakes once more.
Yeah, they're looking for it at this point, right? Because now, as we enter the 18th minute of the game, these death timers are going to increase quite a bit. And so these Lord dances are going to be very important. And here, GeekFam, they have the Fanny. They have a Fanny to work with. They have the Fanny that can go to the far side of these Lord dances to set up properly. And, you know, as we give the teams a little bit more time to think about this, because it gets as important as that, we're also gonna take a technical pause, right? We're gonna have a little bit more room, more time to have a little podcast here on Stream B. Let's get comfy, get your snacks.
I think we can actually talk on how intense this fight is and how important it is from coming from both sides, right? Like currently TLPH, they're top of the scoreboard. They're number one in their respective group in terms of overall points in Group A. But do they want to remain number one, or are they here to experiment? Because so far, GeekFam, they definitely need more points in order to kind of survive the group stages, to kind of make it into its playoffs, which is going to be happening on August 2nd August.
You know, technically GeekFam is second place.
Well, true,
in the group,
as
so
of yet.
they could be fighting for that number one spot.
True. Sup, X-Rap? We're gonna need you back here to kind of give us the info.
I'm comfy!
But we need to do our what's the AI the AIA podcast.
AIA podcast.
AIA, right?
AIA. AIA is like an insurance company in Singapore.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
It is an insurance company.
Okay.
But it's okay. I'm fine with AIA.
AIA?
Yeah,
AIA?
because whenever people tune in on stream and see the three of us, and they're like, AIA, it's just three of them.
That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one.
That was good.
Okay, especially since I think this is the perfect time for me to kind of unwrap what has happened in the second Lord's push, because I've got this question, you know, kind of looming around. Eternal, I'm kind of wondering, was that really a good choice from Team Liquid for them to kind of fall back and not go for a three-way push together with the Lord just because of Vincent's play? Because not executing this push eventually guarantees GeekFam into the late game, where it could essentially be a 50-50 for either one of these teams.
I think they needed Sanji for the zoning.
Yeah, they
I
definitely
think they needed Sanji for zoning, so they didn't really want to overcommit onto it. I think that's the ideal that I'm going for as to why they went for that play. Whether it was worth it or not, I can't really say. But maybe Icy maybe has an idea about that.
I think it comes down to the toolkits that they have right now from TLPH, right? Pay attention to their drafts. Like Barat, can you go all in and get back out to safety? No. Pretty much, it is a pretty one-dimensional one. Once you go in, that's it. You're done. You don't do anything, it's over. Kautizi, same thing. Sanji, you go in, you zone, you buy space for JP, you buy space for Sanford, you buy space for Benny QT to walk out forward. Whereas from the side of GigFam, you've got Arlet, very, very mobile. You've got Fanny, very, very mobile. Aurora, kind of mobile. But ideally, the biggest threat here is going to be the Harif.
Why are you laughing, Abstract?
I know, right?
One is
So disrespectful. I see baby is talking.
It's okay.
And you're laughing.
You know what's the funniest thing? You know what's the funniest thing? Eterna did the
snort.
exact same thing to me 2 years ago here.
No, it's
Snort?
yes. It was an accident. No, it's just that, you know, IC Baby is like all serious, like breaking things down like this
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that, this and that. And then Eternal just like,
She's so done with me.
No,
Every single time.
I'm saying hi to my viewers, our viewers.
Hi.
Hello, guys.
in case.
Welcome to the podcast.
Welcome to the podcast. For those people that have just tuned in to the stream B, the best stream of all streams when it comes down to the Snapdragon, Snapdragon Pro Series. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that every single one of you must be wondering why is there like 3 streams. Let me fill you guys up on this real quickly, right? We have quite a lot of teams. In fact, 12 teams spread across a total of 2 groups. So 6 teams of each group. They will be fighting against with one another with 6 teams fighting one another. So it's 2 teams in group A, 2 teams in stream A, 2 teams in stream B, 2 teams in stream C. As such, we will have concurrent games running along. So this is eventually going to help us work with what we've got. But, you know, I'm gonna dip out and say bye because now is the time for them to act.
Thank you so much, Abstract, as we get straight back into the game. 17 minutes, almost 18 have elapsed, and both teams are going to do the infamous Lord Push. Wait, is that Thunderbelt on Benny QT, by the way? Thunderbelt Brody?
Yeah, it is Thunderbelt on him. But at the same time, Sanji just died out of nowhere. And now TLPH, they are going to be forcing a fight as well. Okay, Shadow Kill comes in, but it's not going to be enough here. Vincent looking to try and finish off the members coming in from TLPH. In one fell swoop, JP is going to be the POI here. He's trying to go full Earth Shadow, trying to back out of this fight, but he will be able to get out. GigFam, can they finish him off? Yes, they can. They find JP on the sides. Meanwhile, Sanford is going to run the other direction here. He's down on pretty low, but he is going to die here with double kill for Kadera. And now he gets another one. And in less than 10 seconds, GigFam able to almost get a full wipeout on TLPH.
What happened?
No idea. Sanji.
What?
Sanji was the first to die.
GigFam completely turned the tables, ladies and gentlemen, in minute number 19. 4 members taken down with the price of 1. And now GigFam with that space, with that momentum, they are going to be able to get this neutral objective take uncontested. And this is the Lord, an enhanced Lord at that? Is this a evolved Lord at this point?
Yeah, it
That's
is.
going to be pushing in favor of GigFam. Team Liquid completely let go of the reins in game number 2.
It is going to be huge here coming from GigFam. This is what they exactly need to kind of push out the lanes, because so far TLPH, they have been dominating every single thing, and now we finally get a first glimpse of the items here.
It looks like that the Brody actually did go for Thunderbelt. I think he recognizes the fact that he is so vulnerable against the damage coming through from the side of GigFam, whether it be from Vincent or from Chidera. He haven't actually built in an Athena shield, so there's a lot of respect coming through, but that is in sacrifice of his damage. So do not expect these crazy plays coming in from Benny QT. The damage is not quite there. Perhaps they're banking on the fact of Carl Teasy and Sanji. Maybe that's where the damage is coming from.
Well, he sold his shoes for the Athena shoe, so I guess it's just our boy, you know, going to be very, very aggressive, but he needs to be a little bit careful here. Kautizi tries to get a little bit sneaky here. Can he get the 1v1 against Vincent? But there are minions here, and Vincent doesn't have the purple buff, but looks like he's going to try to make an attempt now. Here he comes. Okay, Shadow Q comes in, and he gets the kill! Sky Piercer wins the game. Vincent first to fall for TLPH, and now GigFam has no choice. Do they want to push this Lord here? But it seems like they won't be satisfied with just the tier 3 down bottom.
You know, the saying goes like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Yeah, shame on you, Vincent, for thinking for the second time that you can outplay the GOAT. Wow.
And wait, what? Huh? Sanford? Winter Crown? Okay.
I mean, he saw a boy maybe.
No,
was
he
a
saw
trigger.
Beloyski, coming in. He thought he was gonna hit him, but Beloyski was actually out of range to hit him.
I mean, technically, Beloyski's at 2-7-12 has the flicker as well, so he's been able to find a lot of moments. They're just respecting that, but it is a good resource wasted for sure.
Yep. But TLPH now going to be a continued aggression here. Vincent is going to be back in 5 seconds. So they are going to deny the purple buff away from Vincent once more as they continue to find the mistakes, I guess.
Carl TZ gonna look for that play. And it goes back to that reset, right? The reset that we know and love. I think the fact is, when we get to the point where they go in for these objective takes again, as they group in 5v5, they have to be careful of two things, especially against Geek Fam, right? One, Vincent is going to be able to utilize that far lane, which Team Liquid PH doesn't have the inhibitor turret for, by the way, so it should be naturally be pushing in favor of Geek Fam. They have to be careful of that. They have to be careful of the fact that Vincent can do this, right? Split push, get in those side lanes. You don't do housekeeping. Be careful of side pushes coming through. And they also have to be very aware of Beloyski and his positioning. But wait a second.
Oh, middle lane here. They do find Gobs here. Winter Crown comes in trying to extend the fight, but he needs to flicker out as well. Frigid Frost has been used, but meanwhile, TLPH Sanford, they catch Beloyski. They go in for the Rose Welcome to try to isolate the fight, but Vincent, they find Sanji at the expense on his own life, but the rest of Geek Fam, they're getting so low. Look at this, Kautizi is doing so much work here to try and finish off the rest of the members here. Even Beloyski will fall. Kautizi, double kill for him with the Sky Piercer. Geek Fam loses 3 in exchange for only Sanji.
Oh no, and now Team Liquid with that space, with that build, with that momentum, they're going to be able to get this neutral objective uncontested. Geek Fam this time have really dropped their reins. This is going very ping-pong-esque, very tennis matchy.
Very back and pro.
I'm getting whiplash a bit.
It's very back and pro between both these teams here. It comes down to individual mistakes, and so far, Kautizi is the most consistent of it all. He's able to find opportunities in all this chaos. But talk me through this replay here.
Yeah, we're going to start here. I think it was a really great move there for Sanford to pick on Beloyski first. Meanwhile, right, I told you, right, every time we see Team Liquid be able to really inactivate Beloyski, that's when things kind of go south for Geek Fam. There was a moment where I thought that maybe Chidera would be able to outplay in that later portion of the game at the top of that team fight that was going on, but unfortunately, they didn't really go for it. They didn't want to do the commit over it. I guess they were afraid for an overstep, but I think he should have pressed the gas there, honestly.
Yeah, it is just a little bit unfortunate here. But now with this Lord coming in, I think this is like by now what, the 4th Lord by this stage here. It is going to be very, very tanky. Geek Fam is going to try and lead up to tier 3. Sanford gets final slash up to the side, but he is going to go in for the Winter Crown. Daytona's welcome. And guess what? He survives the onslaught. They find Gobs, and just like that, Geek Fam, they have to go in for the reset. The Lord knocking over to the Crystal as well. TLPH still holding on with their assault to try and finish things off as well. Kautizi with the OK Shadow kill. He needs to get out to safety, but he cannot do so. He uses his Winter Crown, but he's not good enough. He doesn't have the shadows to get out to safety.
Whoa, what? That's a... What? Carl Tizi gets taken out there, and they didn't have any minions. So Team Liquid, even if they wanted to go for it, they were unable to close. Once again, a successful defense by Geek Fam as we enter minute number 24. Ladies and gentlemen, get your snacks, get comfy in your seats, because we have got a game on our hands.
Props to our boy, man. Like, he was able to clear off the minions here, and they were able to force a mistake coming from Kautizi. Kautizi thought he was buying space and making time for his teammates to clear off the crystals, but guess what? Our boy and Vincent already cleared off all the minions. There was no minions to push into, and when he made that play, he just couldn't get out.
It looks like Carl Tizi also picked up a Thunderbelt here. Why Thunderbelt for both Carl Tizi and Benny QT?
I think it's more like they've gotten to a stage where this is getting a little bit too long. It's time to build out those infinite hybrid defenses.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, imagine 1,000 hybrid defense just because the game has drawn out to 30 to 40 minutes. It comes to a stage where who's tankier right now? It's no longer who does more damage, who's just able to outlast your opponent.
Okay, and then with that mindset, it's going to be interesting to see how both of these teams actually play the playing field again, right? Because technically, Vincent, again, if you're on a Ling, if you're on a Claude, if you're on something like the Fanny as well, you could definitely utilize that mobility advantage to try and look for more plays around the map. And because the Lord is spawning on the top side, there's definitely more room for Geek Fam to work with. So all they need to do is play that macro style.
Well, this is going to be by far one of the longer games here in SPS, but now look at the nightmarish spawn just immediately melts here. Beloyski in a little bit of trouble. They go in for a couple of stunts here, coming from our boy to try and stop him in the track. Beloyski trying to catch onto his JP, but with just a couple shots from our boy, look at this. He's just doing so much damage here with this Aurora.
And other than that, right, Carl TZ is also trying his best at this point, right, to push in these side lanes too. Wait a second, Minicutie is down bottom. He has to focus in on that lane that I was talking about, right? With the inhibitor down on the far lane, that does give Geek Fam an advantage, and this gives Geek Fam information that Minicutie is not going to be available in this next team fight. This should be the moment that they press the gas.
This is hard. This is hard. Look at how Kadera is just barely chipping the Lord right now. It's so difficult to actually hit the Lord right now, especially this late in the game. 26 minutes into the game. I don't know how tanky this Lord is. Even Kadera just barely tickling him. It's just going to be really hard here. Unless they come into this fight here. Beloyski getting the catch on Sanford. I don't think they are want to commit into this fight as well. But guess what? Vincent will settle with the first immortality and just back out. But they drop the dominance to Sen here to try and split out the fight. Sanford catching on towards Gobs there. But the Winter Crown saves his life. Beloyski also looking to re-engage towards the back lines, while the TLPH members is looking to just completely back out. Vincent now finally joining the fight. But the Frigid Frost from our boy will kill off Sanji, and now another one for Vincent as Kautizi will fall. He gets his revenge, and Geek Fam is able to find 3 in one fell swoop.
Oh no, it could be more here. Beloyski looking for that play. Minicutie as well is in that bush. Okay, he does get out alive though, but it looks like Beloyski is looking for a play onto JP as well. Look at the death timers. Every second counts. Every mistake is gonna hurt. And it feels like Team Liquid in that exchange. That was a very messy team fight.
Oh, we've got triple immortalities up on Geek Fam as well. And now Minicutie, he got dragged out of the park here. He needs to survive. He's got the immortality, but can he get out? No, he cannot. His dead is over. Geek Fam ID, they might have just done it. This 28 minutes ordeal has finally concluded. It is going to be a 1-1, and Geek Fam bounces his back, drags this to game number 3.
I am just utterly speechless. It does seem like darkness is indeed encroaching onto Philippines, as Team Liquid now have unfortunately suffered a defeat despite a very strong showing by them. I gotta have to say, that final fight is really messy. However, I do want to put my praise onto this one player. This player has been pretty quiet thus far. He didn't quite show himself with a lot of presence per se, but Gobs, he turned around a catch by Sanford into an opportunity. That was big. The Detona's welcome coming in from Sanford lands onto Gobs, and immediately after being spat out, he went for Winter Crown. It allowed him to buy a lot of time, and everyone knows that, okay, I don't have to deal with Gobs because we don't have the opportunity to burst Gobs down anymore. He would then weaved in with a quick little vengeance and followed it up with a very nice final slash, which ultimately disrupted the lineup of Team Liquid Philippines, because Gobs was just in the hearts of the enemies, disrupting them and creating pandemonium.
I'm at the loss of words, but at the same time, yeah, you're right. You know, Geek Fam just played out of the minds. They played every sequence perfectly here. The immortality swaps, the Winter Crown swaps was on point. The decision makings has been spot on as well. And TLPH, they understand their drafts are really weak into the later stage game. And every single time Sanji drops Dominance Descent, you can see that everyone from Geek Fam is always focusing on just shutting down this Zaz before they commit all those fights. And because of that, they just came up on top. So it came down to who makes the mistakes.
This game could really have ended by 15 minutes, right before that pause where we saw Vincent making technically a groundbreaking play with something that he probably wouldn't have expected in hindsight. That one bruising thing onto Sanji, was it? Running right in, dealing damage on Sanji, forced him to recall. That have changed things all the way, because Team Liquid Philippines they can't push with the Lord anymore. But Geek Fam so much time to run it down with that 50-50.
Yeah, I think there's a argument to be made from all the members of Geek Fam, right? You guys were able to highlight Gobs. I'm gonna highlight Vincent because of that play, right? I mean, from the very early start of the game, he was already being such a nuisance with the pressure that he was able to have. It was so difficult for Team Liquid to go in for the team fights as well. He was doing a lot for his team, and that's why when Vincent was in his previous team, when he was in with Rebellion as their jungler, every time they would go against Rebellion, they would always ban the Fanny, and that really goes to show how important and impactful that this Fanny pick is for Vincent.
Yeah, it kind of shows in the graph as well on how he's been doing, right? Like, even though he's been, not doing a lot in the early stage of the game, like, even here, you can see early game, they were kind of leading by 2k advantage, and somehow TLPH was able to kind of match it up. But the moment they got that big lead for TLPH, that is where we start to see, like, especially during the 15-minute mark, every single time that happens, Vincent has been split pushing, and Kao TZ, yes, we saw that highlight moment. He won his buy once, but even if he did that, the rest of TLPH was just not united to actually push towards the base, and because of that, Geek Fam was able to just buy so much time into his later stage of the game to allow Kadera to do his own things, and guess what? He is the MVP for this match.
Kadera 8:3:11 with a total of 702 GPM and of course kill participation of 68%. I think that this final game from Geek Fam, every single one of these players really pulled their weight immensely. And Beloyski, with those Tyrants' Revenge catching out players one after another, we saw Beloyski making sure that Sanju wastes his Purify. We saw him manage to take a kill onto Sanji shortly after that. It was completely fair when it comes down to a position 5 trading away for a position 3. Absolutely loved it.
I'm surprised, right? With the last pick Kufra, I didn't think it would work out. I didn't think it was...
Neither.
One, I don't like the Kufra as much in this meta, and two, I didn't feel like the Kufra fit with the identity that Beloyski usually shows us. But in this game, he proved us wrong.
Yeah, he was playing out of his mind because there was this couple of clips here where I think Beloyski was able to get a kill off Sanji, sacrificing, like, making sure that the Zaz dies. In the midst of 3 people, he flickered back 3 guys and then catching Sanji behind all by himself, getting the kill while dying here. So that was pretty
precision
sick.
too. It really takes a lot to be able to gauge and judge the flicker distance and make sure your Tyrant's Revenge don't land on one of them. Timing is ultimately very important. And looking at this replay, right, it's just 18 minutes in. It sounds very long of a game, but 18 minutes in is technically speaking close to the mid portions of the game, which is kind of weird because this is a very long game after all.
It gotten so long to a point that the Lord was just so hard to actually push into his objectives, right? And it came to a situation where both sides understand that, hey, we don't have enough damage anymore. We gotta outlast your opponents. That they actually opted to go for Thunder Belts in the return as well. And even a couple of fights here, again, like I said as well, every single time Geek Fam pushes into the base of TLPH, they don't really have much choice because Vincent has done so much work to kind of even out the odds to try and stop the power spike of TLPH, and it actually worked out in their favor. And I think it comes down to how I really like Geek Fams was able to find mistakes in the cracks of TLPH, which TLPH is known for not making mistakes.
Exactly. Now, even when we are talking about Geek Fam capitalizing on mistakes, there weren't exactly quote-unquote mistakes from TLPH in my opinion, because it's all about risk, right? It's an either-or situation whereby you gotta have to make the choice. It's an either-or whereby I do this action and then something else happens. It becomes a domino effect. So this begs the question once again, and this begs the question whereby is TLPH really just not doing well this season, or rather in this current meta because of decision making? It's always gonna fall back again as to why TLPH is not performing. What do you guys think about that? Is it really about those tiny little mistakes that propelled them into where they are now, or does TLPH just not be isn't able to end games well enough? Let us know in the comment section. But in the meantime, we're gonna go off for a short little break and have a quick little breather, clean up the battlefield a little bit. And until then, we'll be right back with you guys with the final game of the final series between GeekFam ID versus Team Liquid Philippines.
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into Artemis. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again up there. XOX cutthroat code, run it again up there. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again up there. XOX cutthroat code, run it again up there.
When you finish one task, it's on to the next. Line them up, knock them down. I ain't giving in to giving up, but I will give my all when I get the call. Line them up, I knock them down. A tunnel vision's got me on a mission. All I do is ball. Ball hard and finesse has gotta be success. The other option is to fall. I'm about to ruin that, cause I don't plan on doing that. I take a stand, I'm standing tall. I was raised like that. We ain't the same like that. OGs gave me game. I gave the game right back. Had to show it to the youth. Told them go and live they truth. You can be who you wanna be. Look at me, I'm living proof. Game time, frame of mind, strictly on the grind, hustle to the end. Pay the cost, be a boss. I ain't about a loss, I'm about to win. Yeah, I'm on to the next. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Yeah. Hit it and quit it, I'm on to the next. You cannot stop me when I'm at my best. Pocket of vibes and it comes at a time when I stayed on the grind and came up with a flex. Microphone breaker, so you better step up, cause you playing checkers when I'm playing chess. Gotta move fast, so I stay on my task. If you ask if I'm legend, the answer is yes. Cause I move like that. You cannot do like that. Don't call me by my government, cause we ain't cool like that. Had to show it to the crew. Told them go and live it true. You can be who you wanna be. Look at me, I'm living proof. Game time, frame of mind, strictly on the grind, hustle to the end. Yeah. Yeah. Pay the cost, be a boss. I ain't about a loss, I'm about to win. Yeah. I'm on to the next. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Yeah.
eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show with GeekFam ID versus Team Liquid Philippines in a 1:1 game in this best of 3 fashion. I gotta have to say, this game went all the way down to the wire, and I'm pretty sure that Terrence as well as Eterna, the both of you has been at the edge of your seat watching the entire thing, not knowing who's going to win.
I was on the floor.
Wow,
I wasn't even on the edge
completely
of my
off
seat
the
anymore.
seat.
I was on the floor in
Knees
like
weak.
suspense.
You know, I think it came down to just Eterna just secretly being excited. Yes, GeekFam ID is gonna win here. She told me
Indo
that
pride.
she told me that if GeekFam ID wins this entire series, she's gonna scream her lungs out.
Yep.
I was kind of expecting a little bit of a segue over to Husky eating hot sauce.
Oh yeah, did it?
I don't know.
I hope
Did
we get that.
He buy
as soon as
hot
possible.
sauce? That's the question. If he bought hot sauce, that would be fine and dandy.
Oh my god, casting with hot sauce, that's gotta be tough, man.
The hunt begins.
But nevertheless, here we're gonna be jumping into drafts right here, right now, and we are gonna see Roger, Angela, Ruby ban. Wait, what? Angela ban? I don't think
Angela
there was an Angela ban in the first 2 games.
Angela ban, we've got Roger ban, of course Ruby.
Angela
wow.
was banned in game 1.
Okay, banned in game 1. Okay. But unfortunately, the Hellcat is still banned too. So it's really unfortunate that we will not be able to see the Baloyski special once again. But now, we are starting things off once again with GeekFam picking up the Arlen. So we saw how Gobbs did things. We knew how he's been playing. So honestly, I love it. But they are not prioritizing onto the Zask.
I think this is a really good change, by the way, by TLPH. I don't think that the Brody worked too well, but the Fanny was left open, and so GeekFam do find an opportunity to pick that up for themselves. But it is going to be a different scenario this time, right? Even if, let's say, Fanny does go for an exchange into the gold lane, the Moskov still has a good time against the Fanny,
Right,
and this time the
yes.
Moskov can scale to the late game.
Exactly. Playing all the way to the end game, that is definitely not something that GeekFam would want, but you know, it's kind of bold of us to think that Team Liquid is going to bring this game to the end game, because we still have 3 more picks coming from them, and I wouldn't be too surprised if they were to pick more heroes that would be able to pave the way for Moskov to come online a lot earlier.
Oh, wow.
Yikes.
TLPH this time bringing in the Kaja, considering that previous game, the Kaja was banned. This time, they secure it to deal with the Fanny.
I understand it, right? They're looking for an answer towards this Fanny, and that's great, and that's fine and dandy. But one of my main concerns is what does the Kaja pair with, right? Zask is not a burst type of mage. Very difficult to land in that burst damage. It's not something as straightforward as, like, let's say the Vexanas or even the Valentinas that does a little bit better. And Moskov as well, right? Moskov does a little bit more DPS. It's not a Beatrix to kind of combo in that damage with. So we'll see the next 2 picks coming in, but I'm a little bit on the fence about this Kaja pick.
Oh boy, this is going to be a very interesting one. But now TLPH, they have to respect Beloyski's Kufra, because think about this. Sanji did not have a very, very good game in the previous game because of how Beloyski has been jumping on Zaz every single time he gets out of his Dominator's Descent. And because of that, they are going to respect this. And I like it. I want to see how Beloyski is going to be bringing to the table in this upcoming bans.
With the Alpha being banned out, right? I'm wondering what kind of scenario TLPH want to build themselves, especially in the jungle, right? A lot of these assassins are already taken off the board. I think the only thing available now is the Hayabusa. Technically, the Hayabusa did do well against the Fanny, so it's definitely something they can pick up for themselves again, seeing that the Ruby's been banned out, the Kufra's been banned out, so less stoppers. What do you think about the Hayabusa if it gets picked up again? Oh, there it is.
There we go!
Never mind.
There we go!
I was about to bring out what if they bring back the Archive jungle to kind of deal with both of it here. Heavy Spin deals with both the Fanny as well as the Harif, right? Like, Harif, no choice, Purify. Fanny, impossible you have a Purify on the Fanny. So I would say I was expecting that, but no, Hayabusa, you know, I think Kaotizi played really, really well in game number 2. It was just a couple of mistakes that they did that lost them the game against GeekFam. That's all.
So with this all set, we still have one final pick remaining from Team Liquid PH. Is it going to be an X Factor pick? That's the question. It's going to be EXP Laner, and the X Factor is here indeed. It's a Phoveus. I'm not too sure about this though. I'm not a very big fan of that because it's generally a little bit hard for you to be able to target exactly who you want with the demonic force, and you may accidentally just fly super far away because you are just tracking onto Fanny. It could be possible to just go ahead against this Harif. And once again, it's all about either number 1, denying more damage off of the Harif, or deal enough damage onto the Harif. So we gotta have to identify, once again, position 3, position 4. What exactly is this Phoveus' job? If he's there to soak damage, it's position 4. You just want to build up shields as much as possible, get that Oracle as well as the Clock of Destiny ASAP. So I'm excited to see how that's gonna be like. Team Liquid PH, they've got this one more chance to be able to take GeekFam out, and I will say the same thing over to GeekFam. What do you have for me, GeekFam? You gotta show me if whether you will bring the darkness into the game.
Well, this is going to be a tough one here, but without further ado, we are going to be jumping straight into game here. It is going to be the decider match of the series, GeekFam versus TLPH, and it is going to be a very, very important one here because it is going to be a rematch between Vincent as well as Kaotizi here. We saw Kaotizi winning his 1v1s against Vincent, but it was Vincent that won the game number 2. So it is going to be a very, very interesting one.
So if we take a look at the emblems that both of these teams have opted for, it's the similar story, right? The Hayabusa goes in for the Warcry. We see that Fanny, once again, for Vincent, has opted to go for the Lethal Ignition. Wait a second, though. Kraltizi, okay. He's going to be A-okay for the moment. This time, Moskov goes in with the Quantum Charge. So it's a little bit more dynamic. It's not as one-sided as we saw before. Team Liquid, they're not going to put all their eggs in one basket in the early stage of the game, and they're thinking about that late game as well.
Yeah, speaking of late game here, because it feels like Benny QT, you know, he has faced up this matchup before. He knows for a fact that the Moskov is going to be able to somehow win against the Harif, and Kadera is going to be a point of interest that Team Liquid PH might consider focusing on. And now Gobs is in a little bit of trouble here. The OK Shadow Q comes in, forces a flicker of Gobs. That's huge, but TLPH is able to just bait out a battle spell.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Sanford's fine for the moment. They understand the pressure that Gobs was able to have in that previous game. And they're also showing the fact that they want to take him out as soon as possible, right? They don't want that snowballing to happen. They don't want that scaling to happen, especially for the Arlet when he enters that mid-power spike. So that's the choice right now. Luckily for GeekFam, they were able to kind of deny that pick away. But 2 minutes in, you see that both of these teams are going to start struggling to get into position to get to that neutral objective. But look at the gold lane. It looks like,
Benny QT does some decent amount of damage here. Xavier Force available, but Kadera, he's in a little bit of trouble. He takes a lot of damage from the turret himself, and because of this, Benny QT is able to trade these off, and this spear connects. Oh, it does not. Whew. Kadera might have been in a lot of trouble right there if he would have gotten hit by the spear. But oh no, Kaotizi! He comes in, sees Kadera, trying to get greedy and punishes him for it. And now Vincent forces a retreat on Kaotizi. Alright, not sure what's that about. Huh.
They're not going to contest.
Oh no, JP, they're going for the Divine Judgment here, expecting Vincent going for the steal, but looks like he is going to be in a little bit of trouble. He needs to back out, and now the rest of TLPH, they are going to dive on towards GeekFam here. Sanford with the Demonic Force jumping through the back lines, but can they extend this fight? The Frigid Force comes in from our boy, and Gobs will be able to get a kill on JP. Sanford finds Beloyski, and now Vincent gets the reset, and he comes back, he finds Kaotizi, this time all by himself, as the rest of TLPH in a lot of trouble. Our boy with the catch once more. They find another kill, and TLPH, they trade 50-50s.
Yep, that was a long-drawn skirmish all across the board, but eventually GeekFam were able to force a reset on the turtle from the nose of Team Liquid, right? Kraltizi, I think he opted to utilize that retribution in that 1v1 in that bottom side of the map, but Vincent utilized it again. And now, however, both of these teams are going to be resetting. It looks like Team Liquid are holding on to a little bit of that gold lead. But here we go. It feels like deja vu. Both these teams going to be looking for the neutral objective take once again.
Well, speaking of levels here, Kautizi as well as BennyQt, they are leading in terms of the gold and XP as of now. And this is going to put GeekFam in an awkward spot. Like, you know, it all rides down to whether or not Vincent can do his job. And it seems like TLPH, they are starting to respect this. As you can see, Turtle Skirmish comes in, the Turtle Dance as well. Gobs gonna be forcing out the Demonic Force out on Sanford here. He is gonna be in trouble. Frigid Force from the side catches JP, but do they catch him off? And now, yes, they do. The Divine Judgment connects on Vincent, and he's gonna be the first to fall. They may have lost the Turtle, but it doesn't matter. They've lost their jungler, and now Gobs looking to extend this fight as Sanford. Can he get out to safety? No, I think he's going to try and bait out Kautizi. Yes, it is. He's going to lose his life, and Kautizi, will he be able to trade him off? And now Gobs looking for the runaway, the getaway, and he does escape. What a play from Gobs.
That was a little bit interesting in that timing, right? I think Kautizi, what was he waiting for? Was he waiting for that Sky Piercer to come through before he went on to the engage? Because maybe if he came in a little bit sooner, that would have ended quite differently. But now Sanford had to fall. Wait a second.
Oh, Vincent looking to try and catch on Sanji. He does the damage, but he won't be able to go in for the finish. Meanwhile, the spear connects on the bottom lane, but Kautizi manages to finish his job up top on Gobs.
He's an Avenger.
My goodness, he does get the kill, but bottom lane as well. Beloyski extends the fight with Minon's Rage, with the Frigid Frost, and JP will fall. And TLPH, they're slowly crumbling here. They're fighting everywhere. And now Sanford with the Demonic Force tries to dive the backline, but it's just not enough. They don't have the damage. They don't have the tools to continue on.
Yeah, not just yet though. But it looks like Kautizi going to play a little bit aggressively here. Looking for a punish perhaps onto Vincent, trying to take his purple buff away. Sanji and Sanford are on their way, and look at this. They might actually go for this.
Dropping the Dominance Descent coming in. Gobs, he is looking to try to press the pressure here, but they will secure Vincent's purple buff. So that's going to be the objective for now for GeekFam. But again, the aggression from TLPH is starting to get a little bit scary now.
It looks like they were trying to bait out that resource, right? Bait out that retribution, but Vincent, very disciplined, doesn't actually utilize it, still going to be able to secure his purple buff without it. So coming into this, GeekFam does still have that retribution to come out and play with against TLPH. Meanwhile, for Chidera, we saw a little peek into his item. He has his first item now, Starlim Scythe. Nowhere near ready just yet, but the fact that he's winning out in the lane is putting some pressure onto BennyQt, especially now that both of these gold laners might want to start participating in these turtle fights.
Yeah, I do see the Thunderbelt purchase up on Gobs as well. That's going to be a little bit of a scary one, especially if this Arlet starts to scale. Meanwhile, the Turtle Dance comes in. JP gets the Divine Judgment, pulls Beloyski in. Can they burst him in time? North's Rage comes in, doesn't connect the third stun, but it is enough to try and set things up for the Frigid Frost. Kadera able to find Sanford. JP still not able to catch Vincent here as he almost dies here. BennyQt, he dives in for the spear. He couldn't get the job done, and he is going to be the ones to get taken out at TLPH. They've overcommitted, and they will pay the price.
Oh, wait a second,
no,
Chidera.
He wants to go for more. Examine Force onto his Kautizi. Does he have the OK Shadow Q? No, he does not, but he does have the protection of Tier 2, so it's just not worth it. Vincent also taking Tier 1 up top.
See, the trades are now happening, right? GeekFam are... They've warmed up from game number 1, right? Game number 1 felt like a very one-sided game in favor of Team Liquid, but this time around, right, it feels like GeekFam have got their fundamentals in check. They have their fundamentals on board. Kautizi was able to get that turtle, earlier on, and that turret trade-in was perfect by Vincent. And now it looks like they're looking for more for the side of Team Liquid. I don't think Beloyski will be able to get caught out as easy as they expect. They are still going to be able to protect this turret for now. And BennyQt and JP, are they going for a kill onto Gobs? Not just yet, but it's a complete reset for both of these teams.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to make a lot of plays here, but look at this GeekFam. They're getting very confident here. They're going to try and stop Kautizi's purple buff, and no, they don't get it at all. So that's going to be Kautizi without the purple buff.
Yeah, for a while, he's going to have to operate without it, so expect that.
Wait a minute.
All right.
What?
All right. Before that kill landed onto Sanford, I saw a boy picking up the Sky Piercer. I didn't expect to see the effects come through that quick, but this really shows that Homebois is taking a turn in the mid lane. He is picking up where he left off. He was one of the main pillars in Geek Fam from way back when, and now he's picking that title back up, picking that crown back up as one of the main damage dealers of his team.
This is insane. Like TLPH, they're slowly trying out a lot of things here, but they are eventually crumbling here. We've seen how scary Aurora is during MSC when nobody believed Aurora was a strong hero. SRG brought into the table, and guess what? Now Geek Fam takes a page off it, and Homebois is just making it work for Aurora every single game.
Yeah, he's leading actually in terms of gold as well, as compared to Sanji, who just was able to get that Divine Glaive. So hopefully that Divine Glaive does pay a little bit of dividends into the damage. Seeing as, wait a second, let me check. Okay, Beloyski has the Athena shield, but other than that, there aren't many defensive items on the board. Not really sure why he went in to quickly rush the Divine Glaive.
Yeah, but now seeing having the Zask in play here, TLPH is still trying to have Sanji making work by getting a little bit of chip damage onto his turrets here. And Geek Fam, they're starting to scout out that this is actually what TLPH has been eyeing for the entire time.
That setup is imminent right now. We do see that Geek Fam have the better hold. Oh, wait a second.
Oh, here he comes as well. They get the Purify up on Sanji to disengage here. Sanford to actually disengage from this fight. They do bait out the final stash coming in, but it's not that long of a cooldown right now.
And right now, despite everything that's been going on, despite Geek Fam showing a lot of promise in a lot of these team fights and a lot of these skirmishes, KarlTzy still does hold the EXP lane. But actually, wait a second, Vincent actually got in that level 13 real quick. He knows that he needs a little bit more to work with in terms of that EXP to get more of an advantage against KarlTzy when they go in eventually for the Lord take. But for the moment, it looks like both of these teams are looking into housekeeping. They're looking to find a little bit more room to play with and work with as they go in for the Lord Dance. And we can see that Team Liquid are thinking about that far side, right? We see that Benecutie is up top. He should be able to rejoin the fight really quickly because of the global presence he has with his ultimate.
But he's so scared. Like, look at how safe he's playing, knowing that Vincent may or may not be coming in his direction, right? So he is trying to drag this on to the later stage of the game. They are hoping that Benecutie is going to be the ones to carry the team. And I think TLPH, they've got everything covered right now. Like, they have a pretty solid game plan, but can they execute it and get to that stage?
That's the big question. I mean, technically, Benecutie doesn't have any defensive items. Maybe that's why he was working a little bit more passively in the top side of the lane. He does have that Holy Trinity, however, so his damage is there and his damage is ramping up, right? Corrosion side, we have the Golden Staff as well as the DHS, so he definitely is ready for a team fight. Meanwhile, Chadera is a little bit further on, no Holy Crystal built, neither is a Divine Glaive, only the Starlium Sight as well as the Feather of Heaven. So, I don't know. Team Liquid, it looks like they still want to go in for the contest. The Moskov, Benecutie is still up top. And I think that's what they're going for. They're looking in for that push in the top side of the map, and then he's looking to join in later on. But look at this.
Conceal play comes in, Divine Judgment to the back lines. They do find one. Sanji first to fall right there. And now Homebois finds another kill. They made the mistake. They couldn't find Vincent.
Benny,
and now
Benny.
Geek Fam looking to try to pull the counter play, but Gendy QT will be able to trade a couple ones, but he is left all by himself. But Sanford is still alive. KarlTzy is still alive. And one fell swoop. They are able to trade 3 for 3. And just like that, TLPH, they had to go in for an all-out brawl.
Yeah, unfortunate, right? Geek Fam were able to press the issue as soon as it favored them. They realized that, okay, maybe Benecutie is actually not present in this team fight, and they were able to get the advantage out of it. However, Benecutie rejoins into the fight with his, oh, wait a second.
Oh, Vincent, he's trying to make a play there, but TLPH stealing the Lord was just huge against Geek Fam. Like, you know, they tried to make a play. You know, JP made the blunder, couldn't find Vincent, but despite the chaos, it looked like Geek Fam was trying to win, almost winning the fight, but KarlTzy as well as Sanford was just left completely untouched. And now, with this play coming in as well, Geek Fam, they're just fighting every single pixel just to, you know, secure what they need to get done. And in this case, the purple buff for Vincent is going to be the priority right now.
For sure, they really want to allow, or disallow rather, a way for Vincent's mobility to occur, because that damage is there and his mobility is there, and he's been a big problem in a lot of these team fights that Team Liquid are trying to commit onto. So, with that being said, right, you mentioned KarlTzy earlier on. He now has the Blade of Despair. Hopefully that can aid him in his venture of the damage in these particular team fights. And Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, he's got the Sky Piercer with a decent amount of stacks as well. He's like 6-1-1. So one right OK Shadow Kill, everyone from Side of Geek Fam is gonna drop like flies, and that's something that Geek Fam cannot afford to do so. And look at this, immediately OK Shadow Kill, Kadira gets melted as well. Bloisky almost dying to it because of this, and Kautizi finding two very, very easy kills, and TLPH just finally getting the jump. Tier 3 will fall, and now Geek Fam, another one drops down. Godlike for Kautizi, double kill for him, and now they're looking to close out this game. Vincent trying to clear off all the minions, but I don't think he can do much. He finishes the ball, he fights Kauzizi, he resets the Sky Piercer, but there's still minions. It's only Vincent left. Gobs is 5 seconds alive. He's clearing the minions, and TLPH, they really want to end this game. It's over, and they're focusing on the crystal, but wait, there's no minions. Can they backdoor the crystal? It is being mowed down, and they do get it. TLPH closes out. Game number 3 takes the series.
Another game down to the wire, but in the end of the day, Team Liquid Philippines still managed to come up on top. It's definitely a tough game for both of these teams, and I gotta have to say, Team Liquid, they went through this game in the hardest fashion. They're pretty much hanging on knife's edge, where Geek Fam seemed like they were doing very well in that final Lord fight, but Team Liquid PH, especially with Kautizi coming in with triple kills, stealing the Lord, that allowed them to push in the lanes and eventually manage to capitalize on a mistake from Geek Fam as well, because I'm not too sure if whether you guys managed to catch that, but I have absolutely no idea why and how Gobs found himself in the hearts of Team Liquid.
Well, it is just, it is what it is, you know, in the midst of chaos, it was just so unpredictable, right? Like, Gobs was trying to make some play, but unfortunately, you know, that's the beauty of what having a Kaja is, right? The Divine Judgment comes in means, oh, somebody's going to be dragged in. But so far, TLPH, their idea is just making sure that Vincent doesn't get left unchecked. But what they didn't realize was that Kautizi took advantage of the power spike with the Blade of Despair and his, 6 or 7 stacks on his Sky Piercer.
But after this game, I gotta have to say that Geek Fam ID is definitely another team not to be trifled with. I mean, they did definitely mark themselves on top of Team Liquid Philippines, and they have pretty much been pursuing Team Liquid time and time again, and ensuring that they are a team that is relatively scary, especially ever since Vincent has picked up the Fanny. I mean, Eterna, right around the head. Vincent's Fanny is indeed pretty darn scary.
That's why a lot of people respect this Fanny away from him, and I'm glad to see this, right? I knew at the very end of the day that TLPH would be a little bit more ready when it came down to this matchup, but I wasn't expecting Geek Fam to put that much of a fight, and the fact that they're a new team that only had a few months to prepare with this lineup, with Gob stepping in, with Vincent stepping in, the fact that they've been able to get a game and a very close second game away from TLPH, it really shows that this team has potential, and hopefully with a little bit more time, they will be able to be a big contender for Snapdragon.
Yeah, I agree. And on top of it all, Geek Fam definitely, you know, showed us why they deserve to fight for their in SPS, right? Like, they definitely showed us that, hey, even though people kind of underestimate them here. I think earlier today we had a tier list where Geek Fam was pretty down low, but for them to give a fight towards TLPH, it just shows you that they're not out of it yet. And that's the beauty of competition, right? Especially now that day 2 is pretty much over here. I think tomorrow's day 3 is going to be the last hoorah for every single team to try to make it to its playoffs.
Yeah, I'll say that tomorrow's games are definitely going to be even more exciting. To Geek Fam, you know, initially we were looking at Geek Fam, we were just thinking, yeah, maybe not all that big of a deal. But after them being able to take 2 games out of RGPH and 1 game out of Team Liquid, let's not count them out just so soon. Vincent is pretty darn scary when it comes down to the Fanny. I think yet another hero that teams should definitely want to respect him. And in the meantime, you gotta have to take away the Hellcut as well. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we do have something from Mara, as I believe that Team Liquid PH, they have got quite a bit of things to say. Over to you, Mara.
Here with the winning team, Liquid Echo. Congratulations, Benny Cutie. That was a really intense series, especially game number 2. We have to go back to that. It was, I think, the second longest game since this tournament started. What happened exactly in game number 2? Because you guys were going back and forth, and one moment it looked like you guys were gonna win, but then the opposing team was able to turn it around.
Siguro kaya nahirapan din kami kasi sobrang lakas sa team fight ng mga heroes nila. And sobrang ganda rin ang paggagamit nila. Yun.
They had a really hard time because the team fights, the opponent was really good, and
yung heroes pati yung gumagamit sa kanila.
and then the heroes and the players using those heroes. In fact, you know what? You were actually great with the Brody. You're the first one. If we can go back to that, you're the first one to use Brody. No one's used it in MSC. First one to use it in Snapdragon. What was the reasoning behind that?
Wala po eh. Parang nakita na lang din namin na yun na lang yung parang option. Pero meron pa sanang isa.
Because he saw that that was the only option. But you know what? That was great against Fanny, especially using Thunderbelt to make it tankier. Now, what happened after game number 2? You guys went to your dugout in your room. You discussed something. How was the team able to get composure? Because coming into game number 3, you finished that really quick in 13 minutes.
Siguro pagka usap-usap namin, kinalimutan lang namin yung nangyari ng game 2. Ayun, nag-focus na lang kami sa game 3 agad. Tapos, ayun, maganda naman yung kanilabasan.
Inside, they talked about to forget what happened in game number 2, and they just wanted to focus in game 3, and it was a great win. Now, Benny Cutie, you haven't had a lot of time to rest. International tournament after another, you being a new father, how difficult is it to be away from home? Because your daughter now is just almost 2 years old, right? So how is that for you also mentally, that you always have to fly out for work?
Sobrang hirap kasi nung galing kaming MSC, parang doon, pag-uwi ko parang hindi niya rin ako masyadong makilala. Tapos nung etong paalis na ako, nakikilala niya na ako. Tapos yun, need ko na ulit umalis. Pero yun, yung motivation ko rin is para din naman sa family ko. Kaya rin tiisin.
He had a really hard time because when he came back after MSC, it seemed like his daughter didn't recognize him anymore. And then coming back here, it was as if she was recognizing him back again, but then he had to leave. So it's really, really hard for him as a father, but he's doing this all for his family. So he must win this tournament. What's your message to all the fans?
Ayun, salamat sa mga sumusuporta dyan sa PH, and kung may fans pa kami sa ibang lugar. And shoutout sa family ko, sa kapatid kay Wanwan.
Saying thank you to all, the shout out to all the supporters in the Philippines and supporters in the other countries. And of course, shout out to Wanwan, his 2-year-old daughter, and also Cheska's wife. Congratulations once again and good luck with your series tomorrow. We're going to break that down even more for you. So we're going to go back to our panel. It's your turn.
Thank you, Mara. And of course, the man himself, Kaltizi. This guy, man, on a mission like a man possessed. 9 kills, 2 deaths, 2 assists. Back at it again with the Hayabusa. He's not done. He's not done with SPS even after getting himself a Savage. He'll only be done when he has completed his mission here in SPS. What I gotta have to say, Kaltizi, this guy is infinitely scary. What else does it take to really deal with him?
Yeah, and on top of it all, Kaltizi, he even purchased a Halberd in the later stage of the game here. But at the same time, I don't think it was really that much of a factor because pretty much they already got his job done, right? Like, you have to give credit where Kaltizi understands his power spike really, really well, right? Because the moment he got his Blade of Despair, he was able to get like 5 or 6 tags off into the Sky Piercer, which is, I feel, like a very high risk, high reward situation.
I actually have a different opinion. I think that this was when it came into clutch because in these particular team fights, it felt like Geek Fam were just so sustainable. They were so tanky. They were always able to evade his damage. And it goes to wonder why, right? Minotaur has a heal.
Mhm.
We do see that the Harith was very difficult to pick off as well. So the fact that he picked up this item, I think, came into clutch. And finally, like you mentioned, with the BOD coming through and the Malefic Roar, that's when things kind of to ramp up. And then he was able to be the carry that he knows to be.
Agreed. And of course, you know, Sanford usually is the guy that kind of makes for the team for the XP lane, right? But because he was playing the Phobias, it was very, very difficult to do so. So I like how Cartesi took it into his action to set up this play. Yeah, this catch right here onto his Caldera, he just got his Blade of Despair, and one OK Shadow kill, immediately Caldera just melted in this fight.
I gotta have to say, Team Liquid, I think that they have played a long game throughout a long day as well. You can pretty much see in Benny Cutie's face as well. It's either he looked really defeated, like he's not happy with his performance, or he's just really darn tired. I mean, it is a pretty long day after all, so I gotta have to thank every single one of you guys at home for tuning in all the way from the start to the end. Let us know in the comment section if you have been here all the way through, and if whether you have been watching stream B all the time. Even better if you've been watching A, B, and C all consecutively and pretty much opening every single tab. So really huge thanks to every single one of you guys for doing that. Now, we are pretty much gonna be done with the entire show really soon, and I'm pretty sure that we have got a very good idea what the schedule tomorrow is gonna be. So, today's result is gonna be. So at least when it comes down to stream B, for those people that has been around, we've got Homebois winning, losing against Team Liquid Philippines, unfortunately in a 0-2 manner. Falcons AP Brand versus Smart Omega 2-0 as well.
That's wrong. It should be 2-1, Geek. Come on.
Oh well, we made a little bit of mistakes here, but yes, it is gonna be 2-1 here. Team
Don't
Liquid
do my
PH
boys
actually
dirty.
two.
But your heart was with Liquid anyway.
No, because that I actually wanted to bring the point that my predictions has been 100% today.
Well, our predictions was 2-0,
Yours is
but
2-0.
I changed my
Was mine
mind.
2-0 at the last one?
Yours was 2-0.
Yeah.
I changed my mind
Oh, man.
because I made that prediction yesterday.
Well,
Like,
sub-prediction then.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, series prediction, we were all right.
Okay, Team Liquid won.
Team Liquid won. That's
Yeah.
all it matters. They did manage to get themselves a pretty good amount of points, albeit not 2 points, but 1 point. That is good enough to me because they are chasing after the brackets after all. Remember, when it comes down to in these groupings, every single point matters. Only 3 teams out of these 6 teams in a single group will be able to make it off to the playoffs. And you can pretty much tell it has been pretty much cutthroat thus far. Every single one of these teams have been working on it time and time again. They have been giving us amazing games throughout the board. But I believe that we can talk a little bit more about the standings itself throughout the entire game and the entire day thus far, including of yesterday's games. So who is currently at the top? That is the question. Let's pull up
TLPH. Spoiler.
Is it really?
It's
Is it really?
TLPH.
It should be
Group
TLPH.
A,
There you go.
Yep.
Team Liquid PH, and Group B, you do. Red Giants. Oh no. I see he's gonna talk about this now.
Yeah, it's okay. You know, I'm gonna finish off this year. But all in all, Group A currently, TLPH is gonna be number 1. Giffen is gonna be on number 2 with 7 points. Homeboys is not that far behind as well. He's currently at 6 points. NIP Flash is on the 4th place here with 6 points as well. He's not that far off. So RGPH on 5th, Bigatron Beta on 6th. So all in all, for Group A wise, it is gonna be a very, very close all-out brawl. So it's still anyone's games for tomorrow's matches for Group A. Meanwhile, for Group B, well, I don't know. Group B feels a little bit one-sided here, but they still have played lesser games, I guess, compared to Group A. So things may change here for tomorrow as well.
Is it possible? How many matches do they have in total? 4? 5?
4 matches
5.
thus far for Group A today.
So every team needs to play 5 times, correct?
Yes, that is right.
Right?
That
And
is
so
right.
Smart Omega technically should still be able to qualify if they are able to 2-0 their next games.
It could still be possible. However, even if they 2-0 once, it is 5 points. 2-0 another time, that's 7 points. So they would need, they would really require Falcons AV brand to fall short tomorrow.
I thought 2-0 gives you 3 points, 2-1 gives you 2 points. If you lose 2-1, then you get 1 point. That's what I was told.
If I'm not wrong, is 2-0 you get 2 points. If you're 2-1 you get 1 point. If you lose, you get 0 point.
Can our production team confirm that?
We probably need some confirmation on
Okay,
that.
yeah.
We'll let you guys know about
Just to
that.
be sure, just to be sure.
Yeah.
Technically, you should be right because it makes more sense. But what I was told was the way I explained it earlier on, and
Right.
that's why I was like, maybe Smart Omegas can still. There you go. 2-0,
Oh, 2-0,
3
3
points.
points.
2-1, 2 points. And if you lose in a 2-1, you still get 1 point.
Now,
There you go.
I'm
Okay.
curious to see actually how do they qualify to the next stage, because that's something that I think a lot of us haven't been talking here in Stream B.
Most amount of points within the group. The top 3 teams with the most amount of points, they will be moving on to the next stage, which is going to be the playoff. But it's not as simple as you think. Understandably, when you are at the top of the group, you're immediately seeded over to the second bracket. This is where we are talking about the hybrid elimination. Number 1 of Group A, for example, so is A1. You don't have to care about immediately losing, right? Eliminating out of the playoff. However, A2 and A3, they will be seeded over to the very first bracket of the playoff, whereby if they lose just 1 series, they're going home.
Yeah, it comes down to the situation is similar to how MPLMY's format is as well. They have the play-ins as well as the playoffs, right? So the play-ins means they make it to playoffs, but they don't have a second life. But once you go to the second round, everybody gets a second life in terms of double elimination format. So that is where things get a little bit more spicy.
Now, let's talk about the schedule of tomorrow, because we've been waiting for that. So, Stream A, we've got Falcons AP Brand versus Rebellion. That is going to be the game number 1, followed by Bigatron Beta that is looking at that will be fighting against Homebois for game 2, and then the big boys. What can I say about this? We got Fnatic Onyx that will be fighting against AP Brand for the 3rd game. They can't get any better here. I'm pretty sure that Stream B is going to be super important as well, because we are going to be covering Stream B itself. So, I see, Terrence, tell me a little bit more, and what do we have for Stream B?
Well, for Stream B tomorrow, we are going to have Smart Omega going up against Fnatic Onyx. That's going to be something I'm very, very excited to see as well, because Fnatic Onyx is just giving a very, very good fight so far to try and survive here. Meanwhile, the bottom here with TLPH against RSGPH, and also Smart Omega versus See You Soon.
They have to... Okay, we were talking about Smart Omega just now, right? So they would really require AP Brand to not win. That's a tall order. But another tall order is to have them beat Fnatic Onyx. So we're gonna have to watch that tomorrow. But Eternal, run us through on Stream C.
I will try because I'm not wearing my glasses right now, but bear with me, guys. See You Soon versus the Yudu Red Giants. We have Geek Fam ID against Nip Flash, and we also have Yudu Red Giants going ahead against Rebellion. So
You and Mirko.
What's
it's
wrong?
always on the Nip Flash.
it's their name. They're ninjas in pajamas.
NIP!
But I asked Diablo, he said it's okay. And the
Really?
owner also said it was okay to say Nip Flash.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. there's nothing I can do to fight against the owner. He says okay, then I'm okay.
But technically, it's only allowed for Mirko, so I hope I get a free pass. I am a huge fan of NIP Flash, and I hope you will allow me to continue saying it in the other way.
This is how Eterna gets all her merchandises for free. Did you know how expensive all the jerseys are in Riyadh? It's ridiculous.
You gotta learn then. You've gotta learn.
You gotta teach me
You
some skills
want
later
those
on.
merchandise? You gotta have to work for it, man.
Okay.
That's how I get my jerseys too.
I'm a big fan of everyone right now.
See, that doesn't work.
I know, right?
You can't,
Yeah,
you
that
can't be a
doesn't work. That doesn't
churros,
work.
man.
Because I am legitimately a huge fan of Diablo.
Oh.
That interview though. That was so hilarious though.
Was it
I
not
love
a
it.
masterpiece?
It was.
Okay,
I
okay.
love
Thank
it
you.
so much. It was like this is content. This is pure entertainment. For those people that haven't saw
Please
just
tell
yet,
me what happened.
You gotta have to
no,
watch
no.
it to
You have to
believe
watch it.
Yeah, you gotta have to watch it.
Go
I can't
over to
spoil you that.
MPLSG because they posted it.
Exactly.
Okay.
Head over to MPLSG's Instagram. Watch Eterna. Interview Diablo. Best thing
ever.
Okay.
Good job on that. Good
We,
job
we
on
gotta
that.
do that.
It was hilarious and yet so awkward.
I love it. We love awkwardness.
We all love awkwardness. This is why I always bring in myself and just give some awkward pauses whenever possible.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit awkward here. But nevertheless, here today, in all seriousness, in all fun and games, we have had a lot of fun things that happen here.
A
but
lot
ideally,
of amazing stuff, right?
To be honest, I want to see a lot of amazing gameplays because I don't know which has the best plays thus far.
Yep. But today, let's take a look at the 3 play of the day. We'll start things off with Carl Teasy from Team Liquid Echo. Without a doubt, we gotta have to take a look at the Savage, right? A little bit of a fast forward here and there. Now, this is where we've got Carl Teasy that kind of chased all the way on to the T-Grill as well as the Harif, right? Went all the way back and it kind of seemed as though, you know what? It's kind of out of reach to get the Savage because we have got Udil that is running away. But no, he actually came in and said, "Hi, Carl Teasy, here's a Savage." The stun landed and Carl Teasy takes one for the team.
Props to Sanji though. Expert wingman right there.
Yeah.
I mean, without that play, I don't think that could have happened, but here's the next one.
Carl Teasy coming in as well. So we've got a lot of Teasies coming in. This, of course, is the fight between Smart Omega and Falcon's AP brand. Carl Teasy ran all the way through into the middle lane and he is just waiting for Ling. He knew he's going to be Finch poising down, and that assassination was indeed amazing. And finally, to end things off, back onto Team Liquid Philippines. JP joined into the midst of the battle, and this is the result of that.
Yeah, and JP was just playing out of his mind, right? He was down to his 1 HP. He was able to set up such a fight for everyone from side TLPH against GeekFam in that game. Even though they may have lost game number 2, but it was a fight where they were able to just completely wipe GeekFam because of him outplaying every single one from side of GeekFam. And I think that's just a lot of highlights of the highlights. But personally, out of all the 3 plays here, I like the second one just because of how Kao foresight. Like, he didn't even know there was a Lincoln coming in. He anticipated he was going to finish points down. Boom, one shot him. That was crazy. That was nuts.
If it was a coincidence? What if he just wanted to kill the creep and it's just like, hey, look, 1-for-1 deal, I'll take it.
Buy one, free one special. I get it.
Exactly. 1 token, 2 okay, different contacts. Not the right way.
Okay.
Awkward. But okay, anyways, we've got a great day thus far, and I'm pretty sure that every single one of you enjoyed all of these plays. So make sure you guys cast your votes. Who do you think is the best at their plays? Was it Kyle Teasy? Was it Carl Teasy? Or is it JP? Cast your votes, let us know. We'll announce the winner, or rather, which is the actual best play of the day of day number 2. But day number 3 is dawning upon us, and that will be happening tomorrow once again, same time, same place. So make sure you guys tune into the stream once again. We do have a very exciting pre-show segment prepared for you guys as well before the game even starts. So make sure you guys tune in onto that as well. We'll be unwrapping quite a lot of stuff, perhaps even talk a little bit about Ju Sin, because I believe that we saw that a couple of times today. So once again, thank you so much to everyone for tuning in, and on behalf of Eterna as well as Terrence. That don't have to be on behalf anymore.
Bye.
We love you. Thank you so much.
Take care, everyone, and have a great evening. Goodbye.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright.